No opening theories, no safety nets. This is Freestyle Chess. Welcome everyone. We are here for the play-ins. It's about getting that one spot, one ticket to Vegas for the next Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. I'm Tanya Sachdev. Alongside me, the very best in the business, Grandmaster David Howell. David, it's been an awesome few last months. You know, we did Weissenhaus, we did Paris, and it's time for Vegas. How excited are you?
I cannot wait, Tanya, mainly for Vegas. I've never been. It's going to be just electric. It's going to be crazy. But yeah, this is where it all begins. And it's a pleasure to be alongside you again, calling all the shots ahead of what is likely to be a very exciting day.
Super excited. The big question in my mind is, have you set your casino fund aside?
Let's just say my life savings might no longer be called savings by the end of the Vegas trip, but it'll be worth it. I'm sure it's going to be a unique experience. How excited are you?
Super excited. And I think for one player with these play-ins, their life will never be the same because they'll be joining the world's best, the world's elite in Vegas. That starts on 16th of July. But first, let's talk about the format of the play-ins that we have. We start with the Swiss stage. It's going to be 9 rounds of Swiss, 10 minutes for each of the players. Every time they make a move, they get a 2-second increment. And David, the big goal, the big aim today for all the players, all the titled players, and the 2 who qualified from the qualifiers that happened a few days ago on Chess.com is to finish in the top 4, to advance to the knockout stage where then they will play against the 12 invited players. What's going to be the strategy that you're expecting of all these grandmasters who will come in from across the world today?
Well, win is the strategy they need. They need to play quick. 10+2 doesn't sound too quick, but it is actually very fast, especially with freestyle. Tanya, I think as we've learned the last few months, you need to be so creative in the early stages. And normally the people who kind of get those fast starts, they tend to be up there for the duration. So yeah, if they start hot, then that will give them a huge head start.
Loving the pun game. I mean, it's never too early for you, right, David? Win, because that's where we will be in Vegas as well, as it will be hosting the freestyle chess. So really looking forward to all of that action. But David, let's talk about what's going to happen tomorrow as well, because there are 12 heavyweights who are waiting for the action to begin. And look at these names, right? You qualified today, you finished in the top 4, and then you face against these greats. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Yu Yangyi, Liam Lei will be there. Shakrar Mamedyarov, Asipenko, Dingler, and we've got the big list. And look at that right side. I see a Hans Niemann. I see a Vidit Gujarati who's been so inspired as well of late, having some great performances. Fedosiev, the big fish in the mix, as well as Duda, Krishchuk, Sarana. Who are you most excited to watch, and which player do you want to see make it to Vegas?
Oof, Tanya, I would be lying if I said I wasn't excited to see Hans Niemann in action. He's been on fire in Title Tuesday. He's been winning several of those lately. It feels like he missed an opportunity in Paris. Still a bit of a mystery why Hans Niemann withdrew from the previous freestyle Grand Slam out there. But yeah, I think the whole world wants to see him get the chance, maybe seize the chance here in the play-ins and compete against the very best in Vegas. He's the one for me.
I couldn't agree more with you. And I think you speak for Chad, you speak for the world. I think we all want to see Hans in action, especially after what happened in Paris, to fight it out. You know, we've heard so much about him say that he wants those opportunities to play against the very elite, the very best in the world, and no better place to do it than Vegas. So I think it's not just you who said that. Chat also perhaps rooting slightly for Hans to make it. But let's talk about, I mean, it's the 4 spots for tomorrow. It's the 1 spot, the 1 golden ticket to Vegas. There's also a lot of cool money on the line, David.
Oof, yeah, and when the words Las Vegas appear, of course, there's money on the line. $10,000 for first place. That is not shabby at all. Very, very decent, and all the way down to 16th place, 9th to 16th, getting $500. So plenty to play for, plenty on the line. For these chess professionals, this is huge money. And of course, the golden ticket, though, the top 4 spots, at least today, heading into tomorrow's action. But Tanya, it looks like we have liftoff in some of the games.
We do. Let's dive straight into, I want to say chess, but let's say freestyle chess, call it Fisher Random, call it Chess 960. We can expect the unexpected, some unpredictable action out of the opening. And our first position of the day has been drawn. We see the action unfold. But David, before we dive into one game, just quickly break it down. What are the first few features that stand out to you in this position?
Yeah, and freestyle, we always need a few seconds, just like the players, to get our heads around things. We'll talk about the starting lineups for white first of all. I'm looking at the top left board, the green board on everyone's screens, and we do see the white king all the way on the queen side on the B1 square. We see the white queen all the way on the other side on G1. So normally when a king and queen are separated, the positions tend to be quite feisty, very, very tactical. It means it's harder to defend against direct attacks. Other than that, two bishops are fianchettoed, one for each side. Knights quite centralized. So Tanya, yeah, I think the ingredients are here for quite imbalanced play very early on.
I'm so amazed at the speed with which the players have played because we've seen it in freestyle chess. You really want to spend a couple of minutes or at least a couple of seconds, even if you've got 10 minutes as base time to start off. But let's dive into all the action that's happening, David. Which one? I know early days, but no such thing in freestyle chess. Where should we go to first? What's your pick?
I'm going to choose one of my favorite players, one of my favorite people, if that's okay. A bit biased, but I'm going to jump into the game of Peter Svidler, whose birthday it was, I believe, yesterday. An 8-time Russian champion, a 3-time candidate. And look at this, Tanya. He might already be in trouble with black. A double question mark move. Something's happening on the diagonal. This pawn is attacked 3 times. And I wonder what he has in store here. Is he just going to sacrifice something? Either way, it feels like Peter, who's a great commentator in his own right, has cooked something up, maybe a bit dubious, but something special here.
Yeah, it feels like it could be some inspiring opening play by him. You mentioned his birthday, so feeling extra motivated. But to my eyes, it just looks like an extra pawn that you can pick up. You can choose whether to grab it with the knight or the bishop. And perhaps Rohan Rajaram, his opponent, I want to say, is as surprised as he is at this little early gift that Peter is given. 3 attackers, 3 defenders, but rook and queen, that's not the ideal setup that you want to keep the pawns in the center intact. To me, David, it felt like a great start for Peter, right? Full control of the center. But then this big pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, and I'm not sure it was necessary. This pawn could have been supported in other ways by another pawn. This black pawn could potentially have just moved or stepped forward. But yeah, big moment here. I must admit, I'm not so familiar with Peter Svidler's opponent here, Rohan, I'm going to call him. He's going to ride forward now with this pawn, though. Pawn c5, attacking the knight. Missed opportunity. I think just taking a pawn on d5, free material, would just have been better.
Do you think he just trusted Peter too much? He's just not calling the bluff there. Sometimes it happens when you're playing against such a strong grandmaster. It sort of gets into your head, and you just feel that your opponent could not have made a mistake. So, kind of just walking into Peter's idea, and now it's a full turnaround. Now it's black who's on the attack. Watch out, that knight on a4, coupled with the bishop at the corner of the board on h8. Once that e pawn moves forward, there are already big ideas on the b2 tender spot.
Oof, yeah, you're highlighting a big, big target here, Tanya. I'm being told that Rohan is a 14-year-old CM from the US. So yeah, any teenagers here are dangerous. That is guaranteed. Nowadays, I think chess more than any other sport, you can tell a lot by a player's age. But yeah, this might have just gone a bit wrong. I think he underestimated the black knight coming to the edge of the board. Maybe he's a young guy. Maybe he's been told a lot that knights on the rim are dim and all that stuff. And yeah, maybe this black knight is actually surprisingly strong on this square.
One of the best chess advice that I ever got growing up is that no matter how much you respect your opponent off the board, on the board, it's not such a great idea to respect them too much, because then sometimes you end up not calling out their bluff, just like Rohan did, not grabbing that central pawn on the last move.
Yeah, it looks like black here has a very, very comfortable position. Knowing Peter, he's going to be very dynamic in the way he tries to pursue this advantage with black. I would be very tempted to push the e-pawn forward, unleash the fearsome fianchettoed bishop in the corner, also locking in white's bishop on the light squares. But either way, still a long way to go in this game. Maybe we just zoom out for now. Peter pushing a pawn in front of his own king instead, given a double question mark. Freestyle chess, yeah, we can't be too harsh on the players, especially in this time format, Tanya. What catches your eye from these beautiful 8 boards?
It's a lot of action on our all color lineup right here. I really like what's happening on the top right board as well. That's the purple one, Shanti versus Kovalev. An interesting knight spot on that f4 square. So black looks like he's the one on the attack. Shanti putting on the pressure there. We've also got a great matchup. That's the third board from the right on the bottom row. Zhong playing with the black pieces. A really interesting position there. Should we jump on to Lieva versus Jeffrey Zhong?
Yeah, let's do that. Maybe we could take a quick pit stop at another game that might actually just be finishing.
Oof.
I promise we'll go to Jeffrey next, Tanya. But this game, I just want to call it out for its speed. Like 8 minutes on this position for White, 7 minutes for Black. Black is just 2 pawns up though in an endgame. Like, what's happened? Do they not get the memo that this is rapid chess, not blitz chess?
Or bullet chess. I know the bullet chess championship is coming up soon, but it's not just here just yet. I mean, white is completely busted already. You pointed out the two extra pawns. Look at the beautiful rook and knight combo dominating the position. That knight is about to land on e4. Save the rook first, and then ideas on the f2 pawn as well. This looks completely busted for white already.
Yeah, this is just game over, and we won't linger too long here. I just wanted to point out that, two players who are playing way too fast. Although here, Dmitry Andreikin, former candidate himself, he is going to emerge victorious. I'm going to take us over immediately to Jeffrey Zhong, as you requested, Tanya. Let's jump over here, and Jeffrey with the black pieces.
Ooh.
To my eyes, this looks great for black. White doesn't really have too much development, but long-range bishops are staring down at the black king.
It's actually a really interesting, fascinating position, right? Because you can see ideas of black setting up checkmating threats, lining up the queen and the bishop on the long dark square diagonal in one move. Meanwhile, like you said, all of the left side of the board for white, not a single piece has moved yet. It's hard for me to pick who I'd like to be, but I think for me, just based on the activity, threats of the d pawn moving forward, queen g7, the knight from b6 jumping to a4, eye lining the b2 pawn. I think activity here favors Jeffrey.
Yeah, I mean, visually, it just looks fantastic for black. It's as if black's had like 10 moves and white's had 3 or 4. Like, black has even had time to push an H pawn forward, a D pawn forward, develop a whole bunch of minor pieces. White has only really played with his knight and bishop here. And Jeffrey will be looking for some kind of attack. But okay, white has one strong piece at least, the knight and f5 outposted. In the meantime, quick result call out that Dmitry Andreikin did win the game we were just at, and Peter Svidler the other game we were at a bit earlier with a decisive advantage. But this one much earlier. It feels like they're actually spending their time wisely, Tanya.
And David, you mentioned the knight on f5 looking good. I think another piece is about to look good. Once that queen lands on c5, and this is what I love about freestyle chess, right? Suddenly there are these squares that are captured by pieces you just don't expect possible. So quickly coming on c7, attacking the bishop as well. So the queen also threatening to come into a lot of activity here. Maybe it's not as bad as it felt like for white at first glance.
Yeah, maybe not. And maybe the fact that the white pieces aren't developed is a nice thing. They're compact, they're not vulnerable, whereas the black does have some loose pieces. Suddenly it's not so easy. I'm not even sure how to prevent this move, the white queen coming in. I was going to say there's two ways that came to mind: pushing the black pawn, or maybe sidestepping with the black queen covering the c5 square. This one, the downside, I guess, Tanya, is that the other bishop now opens up. White has two snipers that are looking very, very dangerous here.
Very double-edged position, and suddenly it looks like something's turning around because black's blocked his own bishop for defending, but like you said, white with the powerhouse of the two pieces. David, should we quickly check back with Peter Svidler's game? We felt he made a mistake in the opening. White did not capitalize his opponent, the 14-year-old candidate master from the US. And look at that, what's happened. Peter Svidler's knight has landed on b2. It's taken that pawn, but it can't be picked up because there are tactics on the board.
Yeah, I just want to quickly backtrack and show the last couple of moves while Peter tries to press this advantage. Actually, the same tactic still occurring. Double exclamation mark move here. But I just want to backtrack to this moment because white had pushed a pawn forward to d4. It looked in the balance. And here, no en passant. The pawn did just move from d3, not d2. So you can't en passant that pawn. But bishop f7 lines up some crazy tactics. And white missed the threat. Peter Svidler with black, he's the exchange down. And white here should actually guard the second rank with his rook. But queen to g2, not really improving the white queen, has allowed this tactic. Knight takes b2, bang. And if the king takes, as you pointed out, more tactics. Rook takes pawn, and king takes this the same tactic, but here queen takes knight. Everything's been undermined. This is a check. The black queen is also going to capture this rook, and I'm assuming this is checkmate, mainly because of the eval bar, but also because the king looks naked. The black bishop's coming in, and same thing could happen. Queen b5, still can't take this knight, Tanya. Is the same trick.
It's a big threat on the board, and too late with development for Rohan right now. He does move his rook to that second rank, but one move too late. And look at that. Peter is ready with the response. He can't stop sacrificing his pieces. You pick that knight up. There might be other options. You can pick the pawn, but bishop takes knight is a huge threat one more time on the next move.
Peter Svidler, like when he's in the flow, he is just unstoppable almost. Like he was one of the best players in the world for so many years, decades. And I've seen, like, I kind of grew up because I was a Grunfeld defense player, just grew up kind of watching his power play chess, just sacrificing pawns for dynamism, sacrificing exchanges. But this is another level. King safety is so important, Tanya, in freestyle. Black's king just rock solid, white's king about to be blown apart.
The Peter meter definitely looks very high on this one, David. And, like we were talking about this, that at the very start, when you get that opportunity against such a strong grandmaster, you kind of have to slow down a little bit. For Rohan, it came early on. He missed it. And since then, I think Peter, he's just been smashing his way through to that white king. And now Rohan stops. He thinks, but it's too late.
It is too late. Just to show one final cool tactic, if pawn takes knight, which he's contemplating here, young Rohan, bishop takes knight. I think black has many strong moves. Bishop takes knight here, though, and you can't even take this bishop back. If you do take it back, black just comes in with a queen check. If you move your king, the rook in the corner falls, but if you try to block, you get checkmated. Again, a back rank checkmate, the queen and rook coming in from all the angles, and this looks over. He does struggle on rook c3. Will we see our first checkmate of this event, Tanya? It just feels like it's in the air.
It really does, like your spidey senses start to tingle right now. With all the pieces around the white king, this rook stuck on a1, there should be some tactics. Maybe you can just even think about grabbing that d4 pawn at the center of the board with the knight pin, and we have a result. Peter Svidler wins this game.
Peter Svidler wins. Just to point out, the last move came in. Bishop takes pawn was a check. Not a check. A skewer even. And due to the pin skewers, he's got them all here, Peter Svidler. Due to the pin on the white knight, one of the black pieces is going to capture some material. This would end in checkmate very, very shortly. Very impressive game, Tanya. One-sided, but Peter Svidler at his best.
And that's always good news for all of us when that happens. But let's move on to the other action. It's just round one. Let's also remind everyone that the players at the big aim today is after 9 rounds to finish in the top 4. Of course, the heavy hitters, it's so important to get that big start. We see Andreikin there. He gets the win with the black pieces. Peter Svidler does exactly the same. David, what other board catches your attention right now?
Well, it looks like young Denis Lazavik is about to win his game. I think that's the second from the left on the bottom row there. The kind of goldish, yellowy board, orangey board. I'm colorblind. Maybe we just jump into that and see the closing stages.
Let's do it, because I've got my night light on. So anyway, I can't understand any of the colors right now on my screen. So I trust you. The action looks pretty good. And look at that. What a moment chosen by you, because b6 is on the board.
Yeah, and it was actually level material. It just looked like white had a material advantage due to the centralization. But level material. And again, it's all about king safety. White's king, surprisingly safe, using the black pawn as a shield. And it's actually the black king that is about to be doomed any moment now. Not quite as miniaturesque as Peter Svidler's win. Peter won in 16 moves, by the way, with black, which is impressive. But Denis looks like he's going to get the same outcome. I don't really see any way for black to defend.
And it's very cool what you point out, that a3 pawn is such a key pawn for white instead, because it sort of shields the white king. It's like an umbrella. It's the perfect defender for white. All black wants is to pick that pawn up and chuck it out of the board, but that's not possible. Look at the position on the bottom left. Thanks, David, for doing that, for showing that idea. We'd be talking about a completely different game. But our bottom left board, the king, the safety position that it started with, and then we can compare it to what our live board is. Black's king still on b8, completely naked going to be after this last move. And I think this is Dan Laz's first win incoming.
Yeah, the problem is there's no safety. If you push your c pawn forward, the white queen will soon deliver some really nasty checks on this diagonal. From all the angles, the black king is doomed. I think I would try at least pushing the c pawn forward. But white has so many moves there, you can even just capture. But,
because
Tanya,
then the D line opens up.
Yeah, the D line opens. This just looks over. And Denis playing a very strong opponent, by the way. Viktor Mikhailevsky did very well in the Grenka tournament. He even played Magnus Carlsen in one of the later rounds. And that's how well he was doing, Viktor Mikhailevsky. But the experienced grandmaster there going down to his more youthful opponent.
Mm. And then Laz, he's just so strong in these tournaments, you know. I mean, he's just impressed us so much over the last 2 years. I think he's all of 17 years old, and chat will correct me if I've got his age wrong, but just super impressive. I think he's got a lot of fans and supporters as well who want to see him at least to make it to the knockouts tomorrow, where he will be a big contender if he gets there. David, this looks like we could close this as a Denlaz win. Where else should we go to next?
Yeah, and I'm going to bring us over to fan favorite Erik Hansen, who might be about to get his first win. And here he has the black pieces. Look at that eval bar, Tanya. It's actually level material. I think there might be a queen sacrifice about to occur.
Whoa, what?
Maybe.
All
Why
right,
would
I'm
you put
going
a
to
queen
try
on
to also
e6?
think along with chat. So, whoa. So you're saying, oh, now I get it, and it's on the board.
It's on the board. And whoa, check this out. Erik Hansen, he's a full queen for knight down. And he's forcing mate next move. It's okay, you can postpone this with a queen check. When the pawn blocks, you can give up your queen for the black knight. But this is super cool. Erik Hansen, quick action replay. He gave up his queen just as we joined with rook to e8. You can't take the black queen because of immediate checkmate, and the white king has nowhere to go. So he had to calculate that the knight can give itself up with a check. The bishop gets deflected. Queen takes queen. This is not a check. This is a threat instead. And white hasn't made a move, unsurprisingly. Tanya, this is genius from Erik.
This is absolutely stunning. I think Jakub is also just taking in the beauty of what has just happened. Like you said, yes, you could give a check and it might be the only move. We might even be seeing resignation. Just the fact that White's king is trapped there. You've got no, you know what? You can't even go long castle here like you can in freestyle chess. Just want to point that out because the knight on d3 controls the c1 square.
Yeah, that would have been a cold shower for Erik Hansen if white suddenly kind of long castled or kind of gone the other way with the king. But oh, look at this. Nice touch by Erik. He flicks in a check as well with his rook before taking the white queen. And if the white king had moved here out of the check, only then would he take the queen. Then he would capture the rook in the corner. Oh, that is just beauty. That is a phenomenal play by Erik.
So precise. David, because this was so beautiful, and I know we have action, but let's do a quick replay of the last few moves. I think this is probably the game of round one, at least the finish of round one.
Yeah, I thought we'd be talking about Peter Svidler's game for a while, but yeah, Freestyle just brings up all these crazy combinations. Here, black has to be accurate. If you just trade queens, then your advantage might disappear, especially if white has time to kind of get the king out of the back rank. But he realizes he's playing up a whole rook here. Essentially, Erik Hansen, he's threatening some back rank checkmates. There was a knight sacrifice to lure the black bishop away. The queen drops, and rook here, by the way, is not winning. A rook check, the white king escapes, and white is better due to the extra queen. So rook to e2, he had to force the queen check, and the only way to prevent rook takes pawn checkmate is to give up the queen, not now taking, which probably is also strong, but then would allow, as you pointed out, Tanya, just to show it, white to castle on the queen side, and the game goes on, but instead rook e1 check, and the rook and the queen dropping. Erik Hansen takes the win.
That check in the end, that's chef's kiss right there, right? Beautiful finish. All right, so tactics early on. That's what we love about freestyle chess. All these different patterns that come along as we see results coming in as well. David, still action on, lots of it. Where should we check in? Should we go to Shanti versus Kovalev, a game that's already in the end game? The bar says
Ooh.
white is completely winning. What's going on there? Because there is an extra rook there on the board for black, top right.
Yeah, top right. We'll quickly check in there, but also Jeffrey Zhong, who we were kind of at his game earlier. He's in big trouble. So this one, I think white's winning here just because it's two bishops against a rook, and it is white's move, I believe. White thinking there were threats of a skewer on the last move. Bishop takes pawn. The black rook was actually sitting on the b7 square. Yeah, here it's just two bishops versus a rook. Tanya, I think everyone loves their bishop pair, but especially here.
And especially the guy sitting with me on the screen. I know you're a big fan as well. And I completely missed that little detail that it was white to play. So the two bishops will do the talking in this one. Everything under control. So Kovalev as well looking for his first win. And you were mentioning a turnaround in Jeffrey's game.
Yeah, let's jump over that. Jeffrey Zhong with black is in huge trouble. He should be lost. He's 2 pawns down. The black king also sitting out on a limb here on the a6 square. But there is counterplay. So it's turned around once. Jeffrey, earlier maybe with a small advantage, now should be dead lost. But it's not over. The white king is also in some danger. It feels like white is winning. We see the bar; it says that white is winning, but to find the win is another thing. Another question here, Tanya.
Also, David, look at the clock times. Anything can happen here. Both players under 30 seconds, and it's barely a 2 second increment, right? I will point out the black queen can't jump onto a2 to grab the pawn because b7 is tender as well. You have ideas of queen takes pawn. And exactly, this is what you want. You want to stop rook takes pawn, take control of that. Now queen a2, checkmating, runs into a checkmate for black first with queen takes pawn. White's doing really well after this last move.
Yeah, actually, it was that simple. A4, just calm, steady defense there, and now B3 is really classy. That move from Gianmarco Leva. King B2. That king is going to be super solid, guarded by 4 pawns. Yeah, now we'd understand the bar. I kind of panicked. I saw that black had some threats, but they were just ghosts, Tanya.
But we know it's not over till it isn't, especially when you're playing on seconds, right? And Jeffrey, he's such a tricky opponent, but this could be our first biggest upset of the freestyle play-ins if Gianmarco is able to get that win in. But so far, he's handling it flawlessly, the pressure. The clock, it's going to be the deciding factor here.
Yeah, it's going to be around 5 seconds for the rest of the game for both players. It does feel like Gianmarco here, the Peruvian IM, is getting a bit nervous. He hasn't made much progress. He's brought his queen forward. Oh, they started repeating the position. Okay, he moves his rook to a new square this time. Careful, there's threats. B3 is hanging. White gives some checks first.
Oh, the rook comes in. You got to block it with your own rook. He does it. But white continues with checks. Now the attack and the pressure is on the black king. With all the majors on the board, you have to be so incredibly careful of king safety.
I was going to say, just get the rook off the board, then grab a pawn. He grabs the pawn first. This is still beautiful for white. 3 extra pawns. The white king's still safe enough. He should be winning now. He's done the hard work. But 5 seconds. That's the only thing that can stop him here, surely, for white.
And he does trade now. He can come all the way back to that f2 square. He falls to c4, keeping the queen active. Beautiful amount of pawns on the board. And now they start rolling up. It's all about just trying to get this rook into the game. But maybe you don't even need it because it's such a key defender to that d2 pawn. It's doing a fab job. And I think for Jeffrey, this is looking tough. He's trying to get counterplay with that h passer. But it's not going to be enough, David.
It shouldn't be. He's calculated here that the white king is safe. There's no more checks. And now white is going to give the next check. Maybe a checkmate. Mate in 9 appears on the bar. Oh, but look at this. It drops.
Oh my gosh.
He runs back.
And that's a blunder. This is one opportunity. Activate the queen. But a repeat blunder by Jeffrey. Oh my goodness.
Who's going to blunder last? The king is coming.
David, look at the bar. It just keeps going up and down. This is what happens when you're playing on your final seconds. And a queen is lost? Okay, this has to be over now.
This is over. The king coming into c4 would have been met by rook c5 checkmate. And Jeffrey Zhong resigns. Big upset. Just to show, I think what he blundered right at the very end was this move. He wants to come in with his king, but this would have ended the game painfully. Likewise, if he'd gone the other way, the queen would have come back, swooped in with a checkmate. He had to give up his queen, Jeffrey Zhong, and resigned 2 moves later. Wow. That one, there were twists and turns. It looked like Jeffrey fought back, but not quite enough in the end.
That was an absolute roller coaster of a game, right? Starting from the very top. And that wraps up our round 1 of the play-ins. Top 4 advance to tomorrow's knockout. David, this is where we stand. Some great results there. Some great finishes there. But for me, I keep thinking about that Eric Hansen win at the end and just the precise play he had. Beautiful combination, beautiful setup of pieces. What was your impression of round 1?
Yeah, it was it was fast. It was over in a blink. It was crazy. Really nice to see such creative play this early in a tournament. Of course, it's freestyle, so it lends itself to that. But that starting position helped a lot, Tanya. I think it was one of the more imbalanced starting positions we've actually seen throughout the 2025 season of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. And yeah, a good way to start today. No symmetrical positions, just pure tactics and some miniatures along the way.
Yeah, amazing. And I don't know how much time we've got, before the start of the next game, but it's so much about what we get at the very start, right? Where the pieces are placed. And I think just one thing that I've learned over our experience of commentating at Freestyle Chess is that you have to look for some of the key aspects. And I think this is for our chat and our audience, that when you see a position, you look for the undefended pawns. You see if your long range pieces are in the corner of the board, you want to be the first to try and activate it as quickly as possible. Normal standard 518 chess, you want to bring out your queen later in the game, but in freestyle chess, we often see that it's a piece that gets activated early on. David, if you had to give one advice to our chat on how to approach openings in freestyle, what would it be?
Oh, protect the king. Just don't get mated in 16 moves. Develop your pieces. I mean, it is basic stuff, but I think sometimes we forget it because we're so caught up in memorizing opening lines, London systems. You put the pawns pieces on the same squares every time. And freestyle chess, you just can't do that. You just have to think, where does this knight belong? You have to rush. It's a race, essentially, freestyle, to get your pieces onto good squares. And Tanya, I've also noticed when a king and queen are separated, if they start on opposite flanks, that is when the danger occurs. Queens are such good defenders. You often see one-sided attacks if one side is too slow. So that would be my advice. Just develop, especially surprisingly, the queen in freestyle.
I agree. I think your long range pieces, the most important one, need to get activated. We've seen so many games where the delay has happened in that, and for the rest of the game, queens just stay stuck, and you're essentially playing down a major in that, and that's absolute disaster. Now with 10 minutes, one of the things about freestyle chess has always been talking about how important a classical time format is, because there is no opening preparation, there is no familiarity with the position. 10 plus 2 is incredibly hard in this format.
Yeah, it's it's tough in any format, but yeah, especially with freestyle, as you mentioned, and that's why I think we saw Magnus Carlsen advocating the classical format, the longer time, more time to think, higher quality games. But ultimately, we do quite like the entertainment of the mishaps, the mistakes, the blunders along the way. So I can't
I
complain, Tanya.
agree.
It's my favorite time format.
I agree. Nobody's complaining. We love it. We love the Fast and Furious. But next time you're out on a night out with Magnus, you got to ask him this, right? Because Jan actually gave an interview where he said the shorter time format that we'll see in Vegas was something that was proposed by Magnus. And he's been talking a lot about how important and how much sense classical longer time formats make. And that's what he loves about freestyle. So, what happened there, David Howell?
Yeah, I think. Well, firstly, there won't be many more nights out with Magnus. He's going to be a daddy soon, but but yeah, I think it's kind of that fine balance. It's entertainment versus kind of the classicism of chess. The purists who kind of like Magnus. Actually, I think he's quite a purist at heart, but who kind of want the moves to be good, who want the games to be 99% accuracy on both sides, and yeah, ultimately, if we want to be a sport, then quickening things up isn't the worst thing. Tanya, we're in round two in the meantime.
Let's go for it. Let's deep dive. Also, there's a feeling that all the players have gotten so much better and stronger at understanding these positions. So putting that extra pressure on them of demanding more from them with little time. I think Vegas is going to be awesome like that. But you said actions on, David. We've got the players who scored their first round win here. Where should we jump to? Let's pick a board and then maybe take it from the start to first start to understand what the starting position was.
Yeah, and we see here our bird's eye view of 8 of the top boards, and it looks relatively symmetrical in some of them. We see lots of d pawns being pushed on both sides. The queen starting on the squares they also begin normal chess in. And okay, kings on b1, b8, again, just like in the previous round. I'm going to take us to the Denis Lazavik game where he's playing black just purely because it's the most developed, just to talk about some of the ideas. And as you asked, we should also backtrack and go from the beginning because e4 was played best by test, probably in freestyle as well. Here it makes a lot of sense because the white bishop and white queen are sitting on their starting squares, their usual starting squares. You never know, we might see queen h5, bishop c4, and some attempt at scholar's mate, although here the knight on h8 probably prevents that. So black plays the Scandinavian, pawn to d5, Tanya, and we see the black queen quickly come out. This is what we were talking about. Normally, we don't advise bringing queens out because they get hit, but here, if a queen cannot be hit, she might just be a very strong piece.
Yeah, very interesting. And let's go to what we have on the live board as development continued. Black does fianchetto the bishop, puts pressure on the central pawn. We see a quick activation of the knight, and the knight lands on g4. And this move surprised me because you lose control of the f2 pawn there, David, and he continues to sacrifice that pawn. Why can't black just grab that pawn, hit that queen on d1? There's still an escape route to e4. So what am I missing?
Maybe you're not missing much, Tanya. Knight takes pawn must be that's the only reason that would be a double question mark move for white. Knight takes pawn. I was going to say this looks trapped, but as you mentioned, knight back to e4 is possible. And here, if white plays the move c4, I guess we cling onto the knight. Although d5.
Oh my god. And then you
Tactics,
attack
maybe?
d2. That's it. This is how you win at freestyle. You know, knight takes knight, queen takes pawn, checkmate. Thank you very much. You take my knight, I take your king. This is freestyle.
Just to show that for everyone, this is freestyle. That would be checkmate. And that's what happens regularly when I play bullet freestyle, which is pretty much all I do online these days. 1 minute freestyle chess. But okay, in the meantime, knight takes pawn did happen. The knight goes back. c4, we're actually headed in that direction that we mentioned. Queen c6. Denis Lazavik has seen all of this. d5 is the move you want to play with white, but that only opens up the dark squares. Oh, he's walked right into it.
Whoa.
Oh,
All right, don't walk into the checkmate in one next. Don't pick up that knight on
it might
e4.
be. It might almost be too late. There's going to be a knight trade. There's going to be some checks as well. Tanya, Denis Lazavik's calculated this all, and the bar has sunk for white.
Wow, this is beautifully executed by black. Denis Lazavik in control in this one as well. Looking at his second back-to-back win. David, let's check out some of the other action as it's unfolding quick.
Mm-hmm. Let's do just that. Right now, just to mention, Denis Lazavik about to win a piece because the G1 rook was hanging. And I've been told there's another very nice game to check out. Tersa Hakian, I'm going to try and find that very quickly. Maybe we go to the bird's eye view in the meantime.
Sure.
Maybe that game has finished.
As you pull that one up, let's take a look. Tanya? Take it away, David. Did you find it?
Oh, no, I was going to say, what catches your eye? I'm just looking right now, and okay, here we go. Okay, this was the final position, I believe, and already over this game. Let's go back. Should we go back from the start, Tanya?
Let's do it, because this is over. The knight hangs, and I think this is just the one move blunder that black walked into. So what happened there?
Yeah, some crazy stuff at the beginning. Black playing some very odd moves like rook to h8. I think he's trying to play normal chess or trying to set up for a new game. But yeah, just to quickly play through these few moves. Knight g5 was clearly missed. This pawn hanging, weak spots, we talk about it a lot, especially f7 in chess. Tends to be a weak spot. But queen d7, the knight just infiltrates, and okay, white is already a pawn up, has done all the hard work. White is a super strong Armenian grandmaster. He trades off some pieces, and as you say, one move blunder. Queen takes was probably the best bet to stay alive, but e6 severs the connection between the queen and the knight and wins a piece. Brutal.
That's it. Wow. And this is the other thing about freestyle chess, right? You have such strong players, but because there are such unfamiliar positions and patterns, you see miniatures occur a lot more when it comes to this format. All right, we go back to our bird's eye view. I already see an endgame on the Dan Laz board, but completely winning for him. He's up a piece right now. That's the second board from the left bottom row. Denis Lazavik about to score his second win. David, is that Vladimir Kramnik versus Bortnyk?
Okay, we jump.
We jump. We jump straight into it. It's a cliff jump. We do it.
Start the procedure. Let's jump in. Okay, Vladimir Kramnik with white. Yeah, very interesting position. He's a pawn down, but the eval bar says it's equal. Okay, he's won the h pawn with black. Black also has the bishop pair. To my eyes, this is a great position for Bortnyk, who's a bit of a speed demon. But okay, where is Kramnik's compensation? Is he going to come out and attack this rook, for example? Is he going to jump out with his knight? Tanya, do you see enough here for the former world champion?
I do like the activity of the pieces, and my feeling is yes, I do. I mean, it just looks like the bishop coming out with the attack, the queen coming to e5, a central square at the right moment, the other knight jumping to c4. Whoa, look at that. So queen takes pawn, runs into queen takes knight. Watch out for that. The knight on d2 is undefended. Pawn takes pawn, runs into bishop takes knight. So in fact, that pawn, you can't grab it just yet. I like that move by Bortnyk. Kind of changes the dynamics.
Yeah, I'm going to annotate that myself. I'm going to give it one exclamation mark because it's still a brilliant move, and it's not quite a sacrifice. It can't be captured, but again, to my eyes, blowing open the center now, if it works for black, is just It's so beautiful. Okay, the downside, I was going to say one downside is your rook was attacked, but still the pawn is poisoned. Black has eye line onto both of these two white knights. Maybe the first thing that comes to mind is to hit the queen. Still tactical,
Hmm.
still crazy. But yeah, it does feel like Kramnik is trying to keep things together with tactics alone here.
I'm loving the drama in this position. And I think with all the drama on and off the board with the players, I think I would love to just stay here because it's just such an exciting position as well, David. With Big Vlad currently playing for that initiative, for playing for that compensation, for that activity. And Bortnyk with that last move, e5, really throwing in the curveball there. Rook to g7 takes control of anything on the second rank, so no big knight checks or jumps. I'm finding it very hard to evaluate this position. It feels like it could be over in the next 5 moves, in fact.
Yeah, and
But
it's
I don't
hard
know
to
for
know
who,
which
David
direction.
Howell. Exactly.
100% agree. And we should mention Bortnyk is in red hot form. I think he qualified for the Esports World Cup with a great performance very recently. And yeah, he very regularly wins Title Tuesdays. Kramnik, maybe less, I don't know, less inclined to play online these days, especially with the mouse. I think his speed skills are not the best. So if it gets down to a pure time scramble, Bortnyk becomes a big favorite. But for now, very complex position. Queen to g5. That was the first move that came to my mind, to be honest, just to keep an eye on this white knight. But given a question mark, Tanya.
And the most natural move, right? Like you're saying, you don't want to allow queen takes pawn. It feels like an active square. You're in some positions also perhaps threatening to advance the h pawn next, h5 ideas on the board. But not the most accurate move, but the most human one to me. And I think with this time control, it's important to not constantly try to find the absolute truth, the best on the board. You see a move that you feel is good, play it.
Yeah. And that's why Kramnik isn't making a move, because he doesn't see a good one yet. Not easy
Hmm.
for white. You kind of want a castle. That would leave the white king on c1, the white rook on d1. The problem is the king on c1 would find itself pinned. So it's a high price to pay just to activate the white rook in the corner. You kind of want to lift the rook up and across. But after a capture, there's a X-ray along this diagonal. White's struggling to get this rook into the game, maybe this knight. And if black gets two moves, Tanya, okay, he moves his knight, very logical. If black gets two moves, I was going to say maybe brings the knight out and maybe gets time to kick back this white knight, then black is just winning extra pawn
Yeah.
and two bishops. But okay, the black king's still a bit suffocated for space.
Exactly. And you don't have the time to develop your knight because this move comes with a threat, right? Knight takes pawn is in the air. So watch out. The queen from e1, the knight on b3 are targeting the a5 pawn, and b6 will be met by knight c6, I wanted to say. But for some reason, Bortnyk ignores it. He in fact says that the bishop on f8, and I see why, because the knight on c5 would be hanging in those positions. So you can't just go for knight takes pawn just yet. No tactics to follow in that. You can't take the pawn at the center of the board for the same reason. Is it time to jump in with your knight to e6?
Yeah, knight e6 looks very, very tempting. At least you conquer all the light squares after an exchange. That's good compensation for a pawn deficit normally. Another move to look at is queen to e8, maybe, just to try and get in behind. I'm assuming black will try and trade queens if that occurs. Although the white queen could still drop back and still some tactics in the air. Okay, who would you pick here, Tanya? Which side, if you had to?
Oh my gosh, that is so difficult, right? Because I am very materialistic. I love that extra pawn, but I'm also not a fan of how all of White's pieces are right now so close to the Black King, the three minors, the Queen looking at a penetration. If I had to pick a color, I think I'll go for activity in this particular case. I do like the two knights. It's not easy to find a follow up, but either Queen e5 or Queen e8, your move arrives on the board. Yeah, this is looking terrifying for Black.
Very, very scary. And it's due to the kings. Like, yes, for now the rook is covering the seventh rank. There aren't any checks, like the white knight can't infiltrate, but there are pieces, there are targets here. It does feel, I don't know, especially in a 4 minute game now as it is, it does feel like it's easy to blunder. It's blunder territory for black.
And I'm also thinking about the psychological aspect of such a matchup, right? Now, as a player, you're playing against a former world champion who you respect so much, and you want to give your best and you want to fight it out and you want to try to win, right? And we know how the youngsters are. They're always playing for that win. But you know that if you get that point, that could lead to other things off the board as well, and how that plays on your mind. And it's never a pleasant situation when you need to to get even a little bit of these thoughts in your head. So you have to be so mentally strong taking on these circumstances.
Yeah, and these two players, I think, on the board, they're very, very mentally strong. Although, yeah, I mean, this position is so complex that, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if mistakes still did occur. Yeah, of course, they both really, really want this game. I think for many, many reasons. Just Tanya, do you think, do we stick or do we twist? Because there's another Bortnyk in action, and he's just had a big turnaround in his game.
Let's
Alexander
do it, but
Bortnyk's
we'll come
brother.
back to this because I feel like this is a whole storyline in a movie in itself. So we'll take a quick look at the action that's got your attention, and we'll go back to Vlad.
Yeah, just very quickly check in, partly because he's a good friend of mine, but Arian Tarry of Norway, one of Norway's best grandmasters, was completely winning a few moves ago. This is the position. White has two bishops for a rook and knight, so White's actually the exchange down. Big disadvantage here, but I just want to show it because it was pretty cool. White had a very strong position here. White was totally winning, Tanya. If he'd just moved his king, moved it to safety somewhere on the back rank, for example, I don't know, to d1, any check can be blocked. White is just giving checkmate. There's going to be a checkmate coming in the next few moves. Instead, he blocked with his bishop, and he blocked this check with his bishop just to show move 18. Never forget about castling. Black castled here because the king doesn't go through check, and suddenly White has no more attack. This rook is traded, and White's attack has totally gone. So from checkmate, he's gone to a clearly worse position, Arian Tarry.
Because you're down in exchange, right? You're materially down. You've got nothing to play for anymore. And it's so easy to mess up and miss out on these ideas of castling because once again, it's freestyle chess. Never forget this rule. But David, now Arjun on the back foot in this one. Let's go back to the game that we've been following from the start. As I believe that, well, actually, I don't think Black has still made a move in that position. We left it about here.
Wow.
So Bortnyk in a long think right now. He's burning too much of the clock. He's under 2 minutes.
Yeah, maybe he was checking out his brother's game, Bortnyk here, but yeah, he needs to turn around of big proportions. He needs to be able, as Black, to maybe try one of those trick castle moves to somehow get his king out, get his rook into block. But of course, you can't move your bishop out the way yet. You're pinned. You can't castle when you're in check either. So it's going to be very difficult for Black to activate this rook. I'm assuming, I was thinking he's going to take this knight, just or not autopilot, or bring his queen back here, Tanya. But what else could he be calculating? Is it just bringing his knight out to defend his bishop? It just feels so scary. This is a threat as well.
Instinctively, you just want to get the queens off the board. I mean, I would think about queen e7. You want to ease off the pressure and try to neutralize the advantage. But there's something about this move. Also, you're up a pawn, right? Traditional chess wisdom, trade as many pieces as possible. He, instead of the queen trade, goes for the bishop versus knight. Now the knight on h8 is hanging. You can't go queen e7 because queen takes knight will hit that rook on g7. So you don't have time to capture on c5. Black has to waste a move defending that knight. What is that move? Do you just go knight g6? Whoa! I thought this wasn't possible. What just happened?
Me too. Me too, Tanya. Queen takes knight. I guess he's just going to sacrifice the exchange. He's going to take this knight. And then if the rook drops, he's going to take this bishop and play on the exchange down. Although Black does have a couple of pawns there. Black has some threats against the white king. Just to very quickly put that on the board. Queen takes knight. Actually, apparently Black has something better. I've just seen it on the computer. I thought this was what he's going for. Exchange down, but still fighting chances for Black. But the eval bar says this is over. Queen e7. Queen takes knight. Okay, I've checked the computer. This is not me. I would never find this in a million years.
Oh my gosh.
To a7.
Oh my gosh.
This queen is trapped.
I mean, that is insane. Do you think this is what he's seen? Because I feel like queen takes knight is the human way to play. We don't have this yet on the board. But do you think we'll see king a7? Is this what Bortnyk has found?
If queen takes knight, I think he's found it. He spent 4 minutes, Bortnyk, of his remaining 5 minutes on this move, on this idea. That is genius. Queen takes knight. Who thinks about being a piece down and just chilling by moving your king? But that white queen is trapped in the corner. Queen takes knight is a losing blunder, apparently.
So queen takes knight, let's just have that on the board. King a7, and your idea is simply to move the bishop on the next move. It's as simple as that. And notice how the black queen and rook take away any square from the white queen to get out of this.
Mm-hmm. They cover the 7th rank, and the rook is going to cover the 8th rank, like whatever white does. This is a trapped queen. Okay, still no moves. It's Kramnik's turn to tank. Wow, he needs to avoid this trick. That is another level. Like, Bortnyk is such a beast at speed chess. It's crazy. I would
This
never
is
find that,
genius.
Tanya. I've got to admit.
That was genius.
Ooh,
And look at that. Vladimir Kramnik does find that idea. He knew queen takes knight would be a big blunder. He brings his rook, attacks the queen. Now queen takes knight to follow. And David, the difference here is now you don't have time for king a7 because the rook on g7 is hanging once the black queen has moved away from e7. So Kramnik finding the way to counter that idea, equally genius.
yeah, Kramnik finding the best moves. We should be used to that. He's such a classy player, but yeah, still very, very complicated. Kramnik still needs to find a lot of good moves to justify his 2-pawn deficit. Rook to
Can you go
e7
bishop
covers some.
e6?
Ooh, yes. Although I'm wondering about king a7 now and who's pinning who. There's so many pins. I don't even know, Tanya. It's a crazy position. There's like rook to e5 in that position. Oof,
Oh my gosh. Yeah, but
this is
bishop e6, king
wild.
a7 looks terrifying there because suddenly the white rook on e1 is hanging and it might not be the wise way to go. But Kramnik, he slows down and look at that Bortnyk, 14 and a half seconds, right? David, you mentioned this genius idea that he found, but it cost him a lot of time.
Mm-hmm. Cost him a whole bunch of time. And okay, he's a pawn up with black. He should not be losing this one now, Bortnyk. But it's all about the clock. He's under 10 seconds, 6 seconds, 5.
Oh, make a
Oh,
move. You're 4-3. Oh my goodness.
wow. Great
Bishop
move, though.
e6, a threat.
Yeah. Wow. He's playing so well, Bortnyk. Like, this is amazing defense from a really difficult position. Still a pawn up.
And there are all these crazy ideas, right? If white goes b3, black can start thinking about b5 and a4 coming in as well, just to try to blow open the position and try and get an attack going.
Yeah, I love it. B5. Oh, great idea, Tanya. And then this white king suddenly looking like the more kind of endangered of the two. Wow. This could still go any
Oof.
direction, that's for sure. 3-result game still.
So you're going back on the word that this is not dangerous for black anymore. I mean, it's probably still fine for black, but actually, you're right? Because black's the one that's going to be on the attack with that extra pawn after a move like b5 as well.
Yeah. Oh, B5, go for it. Come on.
Are we going to
We
see
want to
it?
see it.
We want to see it. But I just don't have a good feeling.
Oh,
Ooh, almost, David, almost. Maybe a mouse slip there.
boo. Maybe he'll do it next move, like the white rook moves, and then boom, B5. No, I think he just wants
Ooh.
to play king A7, yeah, get his king out.
Yeah, very
Mhm.
professional, right? You're up a pawn. You don't want to do unnecessary drama in the position. Take your pieces out, get the rook into the game, and slowly but steadily convert. All right, c7 under attack offers a trade.
Mhm. Now, at the very minimum, maybe I'm biased because my biggest weakness is I always trade queens when I get an opportunity. But at the very minimum, I was going to say white can regain the pawn, maybe with a small advantage. Will we
I
see
think
this
that's your
play out?
biggest strength as well because grind like a grandmaster. We know you do that best in all the end games. But sometimes, your biggest strength can also come back and haunt you.
Exactly. They're often intertwined. I think for all chess players, strengths and weaknesses, they go hand in hand. We all have biases. We all have preferences. Okay, I'm very impressed that he refrained from capturing this pawn as black, Bortnyk. He wants to get his rook active instead. That was a great play from him. Just giving
Mhm.
up a pawn. He went from being a pawn up to a pawn down, Tanya, but his active rook and his active bishop should guarantee a draw here.
But this is getting very tricky because we're again in that seconds territory, right? And look at that, it's changing one more time because Vladimir Kramnik is playing barely on any time on the clock. And if it comes to mouse speed, I have to say Bortnyk, simply given the age factor here, the experience of the youth, I want to call it, when it comes to the clock, has to be in Bortnyk's favor.
Yeah, and he's going for it now. He sacks a pawn to get the black king in. He's now going to start grabbing pawns, and oh, this is very scary for Kramnik. He has to run with his king towards the king side. He's probably going to hold this, but just in time, maybe with the white king. Ooh, hitting the black rook, counterattack. King of pawn endgame would have been very nice for white. But now it should be a draw, but this is still not going to be easy, Tanya.
It's going to be another 50 moves, which means that both players playing on seconds, yes, it's a technical draw, and maybe theoretically you hold this position. But now I think we're getting closer to it. The white king steps over, attacks the rook and the g pawn, and now it's king versus king as the rooks come off the board. What a crazy game this was, David. Up and down, another one filled with twists and turns. What do you think? Fair result at the end? A peaceful draw?
Fair result. I think they both played equally well. And I'm going to take us to the other game, which is still going. The other Bortnyk, from Bortnyk to Bortnyk, Bortnyk squared. He's still in action, but maybe about to get checkmated by Tarry after another turnaround. I think Kramnik Bortnyk was a very well played game, high quality, Tanya, despite maybe a couple of small slips here and there. But this one, the Queen and Bishop, it's always about the first check in Queen Endgames, right?
Absolutely. And look at the way Black's Queen and Knight completely offside. Now, Queen and Knight is a huge combination to fight a mating attack for, but they are not participating in the battle at all. And it does look like it's going to be check, check, and mate. If you fell back with the king, Queen b6 would have been game over. And Arjun, he's trying to find his way. But you give Black one move, right? And it's going to be Bortnyk who'll start checking. But the Knight falls.
The Knight falls, and that should be good night now for Black, who doesn't have many checks of his own. He only has this one check, which the White King would have run out of. And yeah, this one now over. White is too well centralized, no perpetuals. This should be an easy win. The power of bishops, Tanya, on open boards. Queen and Knight normally do quite well, but here the Queen and Bishop were the superior pair.
They really were. And once again, it came down to just how far away and disconnected Bortnyk's pieces were. The king on one side, the queen and knight on the other, and another pawn falls. And this, I think, the king will hide itself on e2. It goes the other way as well, with eventually one of the pieces blocking the checks. I'm expecting Bortnyk to resign any moment. Runs out of checks.
Yep, the checks have dried up. Stalemate, maybe still a possibility in some distant land.
I think he tried to set that up, getting the king to d1, but you want to get your king to a spot where you don't have too many running squares. So eyeing that a1 square. Now imagine if the white queen lands on c2, that would be a stalemate. So some ideas. For example, queen c2, queen takes queen on the next move, David. I think it's about to be set up.
Oh, he should have gone for it. The Rosen trap. It's still a while to win. Still not easy. I think he's done a good job. Tip for everyone at home: don't resign when your opponent only has a few seconds left. Crazy stuff does happen regularly. Will we see that here?
It's true. No one saved the game by resigning. And as the act, but now you could just trade, right? You go queen e1, you get the queens off the board, you make a queen out of the remaining pawn, and I think we're going to see that being played out. So very nicely done. And with the queens off the board, eventually Bortnyk does resign.
Yeah, the queen would have been reborn with the e-pawn running forward. That was the last game, I think, of the round. Great win by Tarry in just under 100 moves. So one Bortnyk got a great result with the draw, Tanya. The other Bortnyk going down.
Yeah, this round really felt like it's Bortnyk's world, and we're all just living in it. Two incredible fights there, with Vladimir Kramnik as well. It was such an up and down battle, and both players finding some brilliant ideas. And in the end, that one ended peacefully. But we've got players who are on 100% score. We've got our third round. I believe that has already started. No rest for these players at all. Well, they will have a rest after round 4. Is what we've been informed. Dennis Lazavik starts with the white pieces, 2 out of 2. He's on a hot streak. David, this is our starting position. The first thing that I notice is that we've got pawns which are undefended, the side pawn on h2 and h7, so watch out for attacks on that. Queen in the starting position. In fact, all of the left side is in our standard 5-1-8, as we know, standard chess.
And now white has castled, and white's going to push a pawn forward to g3. Fianchettoed bishop, it's going to become like a Catalan, maybe. It's going to become like a kind of symmetrical King's Indian defense. Yeah, this is maybe one of the more normal, more regular positions we've seen to start with in freestyle chess so far. Maybe less fireworks we'll see in this round, Tanya, than we did in round 1 and 2.
I have a feeling this is just going to transpose into some kind of a very standard, typical queen's pawn opening position. As we see, the castles are happening, the knight is out, the pawns take control of the center. The queen side as it is. It's going to be about maybe we'll see a c4 move at the right moment by white, trying to capture more of the center. But first, you want to open up that bishop that's at the corner of the board. I like your idea of g3. He does go for g4 to start with.
And actually, if you play g3 here and g6, just to mention, with a bishop on g2 and a bishop on g7, that is like well-known opening theory. So we're literally transposing two normal chess here. I mean, small details, g3, g6, maybe there are other factors like bishops able to come in, jump in, but yeah, it's just normal chess. And I'm not sure, is that a good or bad thing, Tanya? Are you more excited or less excited the fact that this is transposed to almost regular theory?
I'm such a fan of freestyle and I'm such a fan of classical standard 518 chess that it's absolutely no loss. And I think it's so interesting to see how the players adapt, right? Because they've just played these two games with crazy starting positions. And now they need to switch back, trying to think how can they get those normal setups out of the opening. For example, you pointed out you want to make a move like g3, but that lands into bishop to h3, hitting the rook on f1. So it's not rushed into. So seeing them trying to adapt into that, get into familiar territory, because that's just how the human mind works, right? You want to get into your comfort zone. So I think we're still in for a great round ahead.
Yep. And let's go to the bird's eye view. Denis Lazavik trying to find compensation for the pawn he's sacrificed. And yeah, let's check out how some of the other games are going. To my eyes, Tanya, it looks like this round, lots of very traditional chess. Quieter openings, less confrontational, less direct. What do you make of it?
And I think to the point of that, it's always more exciting as fans and commentators to see those crazy ideas flying out early on. But this round, perhaps the most sane one that we've had so far. So the players also get that moment to kind of get a breather into more familiar territory. We see most players have castled on the right side of the board, but still some of them, in fact, look at that, what's happening on that second board from the left, bottom row, Drib versus Bjerre. You've got a g5 on the board, and that's going to be a fun one because here Bjerre is saying that he doesn't want to castle for a long time. I don't think that's. I just wonder, David, if that was indeed a mouse slip, right? Where you want to put that pawn to g6. Instead, you push it all the way to g5. And while we're waiting for David, I think there's a bit of a technical hiccup here. So as we wait for David chat, let's go through all the 8 positions that we've got in front of us, starting from top left right there. Peter Svidler versus Rosen there. The knight on d5 attacked, currently equal number of pawns on the board. It looks like queens are about to be traded off. Now, knight to f6, and I want you guys to imagine that in that position would have worked, but black has knight takes knight connecting the rook to the queen. So no tactics there. That looks pretty comfortable for black with the bishop nicely placed on g7. Notice how the white bishop, the diagonal has been blocked. The board next to that is looking like Denis Lazovic has, I want to say, lost a pawn. Yes, he has. He's down a pawn in the position, trying to create some counterplay, some attack. So that's going to be a fun battle as well. I think a very complex game, one that is extremely complicated. A game for 3 results. Yes, the bar says black's doing fine, but once the white attack on the king side starts rolling up the board, anything can happen. The board next to that, as we go through and wait for David to join us, is Ahmed versus, I want to say, Jules Moussad there, the French grandmaster playing with the black pieces. Another very interesting position. Both sides have castled. White's bishop is out. I really like that d6 spot that the bishop and the knight have. That's looking like a fun battle as well. But I do like White's position here more simply because of the space advantage, the healthier pawn formation, the dark squared bishop that's going to land on d6 of the knight once it gets there. e4 is weak. Things looking good here for white in this one. Vakadov versus Grandelius also looks like a very standard. That actually looks like 518 from the start. That just looks like that started from a normal position. We've just had some kind of a Sicilian play out in that in a Maroczy setup. I do see that David is back with us. He's still just setting it up. David, can you hear me?
I'm back, Tanya. I'm back, everyone. Sorry about that. I was getting carried away. Thanks for freestyling in my absence. and
I was totally
for keeping things
freestyling.
ticking.
It was a bit of a solo show, but I will admit I was missing you as I was trying to dive into all those positions. We had 8 of them. It was fun, but David, now we've got you, so we can jump into one of them and you can break down what's going on here.
Yeah, and I heard you talking about a Sicilian. I guessed it was this game.
Good guess,
Another
and that
good
makes me
friend of
feel
mine.
that I was on point with that.
You were bang on point. I just wanted to highlight the Maroczy bind E4 C4. This this horrible, horrible structure for black. In my experience, you need to break out essentially, otherwise you just get strangled. And eventually black might organize E6, D5. Black might organize B5. But this game a long way to go. I was going to say Niels Grandelius. I'm secretly cheering for him. He's a good friend. We've known each other for so long. He lives not that far from me, so we'll see how he gets on. I'm not sure this is the most dramatic game. Maybe I can take us very quickly to age versus
Wait,
kind of youth versus
yes,
experience, Tanya. Sorry, go on.
David Niels lives in Norway, in Oslo. I had no
Uh,
idea he's living in Oslo.
he, he lives in Denmark, so it's not that
Oh,
far.
like that next
And
door. I was wondering when did this even happen? You mean okay, overall in the map situation. He's your neighbor,
in the
you're right.
global Exactly. In the global scheme of things, Scandinavia, it's just one big country. We good point out there, Tanya, for anyone who was confused. Let's jump to another game very quickly because there's chaos happening on the board between Alexei Dreyev, who's a bit of a legend, especially in speed chess. I grew up watching a lot of his games. He's facing another person who lives in Denmark, who represents Denmark, Jonas Bjerre. And to my eyes, Tanya, black is just 2 pawns up. There's a nasty pin as well on the white knight. What's gone wrong here?
I think everything's gone wrong. And this is so interesting. And maybe we just back up really quickly in super fast speed, just go through the action because Bjerre clearly chose a very interesting plan, unlike what we've seen on any other board, pushing the G pawn 2 steps forward and not caring about his own king safety.
Yeah, and shout out to all Jabava London favorite favorite players here. Anyone who loves that opening, James Canty included. This time in this exact starting position, it turns out to be a mistake. Already, Bishop f4 hit by G5, a gain of tempo. It does open the Black King, so I can understand why Dreyev went for this. But after knight to G4, Tanya, I just want to point out a checkmate. You cannot save your bishop here. Bishop takes bishop. You cannot trade off because whoops, smothered mate occurs
Love
in
it.
freestyle chess too. And this meant that white had to jump forward defending his pawn, but after some exchanges, already black fighting in the center, unchallenged dark squared bishop. This just looked beautiful. And to catch up with the live position, some adventures ahead, but this is where we stand, and black is just in full control.
It's actually beautiful. And I think in freestyle chess, the other thing we've learned is that the first side to break the center, to break the symmetry, is often the one that gets the advantage out of the opening. And that's exactly what Bjerre managed to do early on with that last move that you pointed out, C5, opening up that bishop diagonal. And now here what we have, 2 extra pawns, the queen centralized, the knight really nicely placed, things completely in control. In driver's seat here, should we take a check on some of the other positions as Drave tries, but I don't think he'll be successful, tries to defend this one.
Yep. Let's jump over. There are lots of tempting moves like f5, maybe just bring the rook to d8, bring the knight back, just knuckle down on this pin. But yeah, let's go back to the bird's eye view and check out what's happening elsewhere. This is by far the most one-sided kind of game at the top of the standings. Also, it looks like this early into the round. The only one where white kind of one side has a big advantage. But ooh, I missed queen f3 actually, Tanya. I was going to jump over. Ooh.
I was just about
What
to
do you
say
think?
that f5, you move on the board, and queen f3 looks like the only response to pin that pawn, and to point out that g4 can be met by queen to f4, so still keeping that pin on the board. No real way for black to win the piece. You could maybe double down on, I don't know, how do you even do it? Because knight d6, there's knight takes knight, that doesn't help either. What's the
Mhm.
move here for black? Because it's still a huge advantage.
Yeah, I kind of want to play
Maybe you start
g4 anyway.
g4, queen f4, and then knight d6.
Yeah, although here it does allow rook c5.
Oh, yeah, I missed that one. Whoa, and that's just
Yeah,
game over because you lose contact with the pin and then knight takes knight and f5 falls.
Yeah, so it's not that one. I was actually looking at the exact same line though, so I think that's what Jonas is also considering. Um, okay, apparently in this position, Black needs to start pushing the deep one, just to check a cheeky check with the computer. I was actually trying to get the king out the way, and I forgot that Black can even castle, break the pin that way, try to win the
That's
knight.
my favorite move. I like it.
Actually, yeah, that's what he should do. G4, then whoops, swing them around, and you win some material.
I
Okay, it
think it's
looks like
about to
Jonas
happen,
Bjerre
David.
yeah. Ooh, this is the position. Okay,
My
we stay
dog
to see
buddy is
whether he
getting
castles.
excited as well about hopefully seeing a castle on the board.
Okay, no castles, but the dog should be rewarded either way because E3 is a very strong move.
And this was the first move that he was suggesting, right? Just push the D pawn. You're up 2 pawns, and that's just 2 steps away, coming in with a big threat on the board. All right, so Jonas playing incredibly precise. Should we take a look at some
Mhm.
of the other actions going on?
Yeah, let's go to the bird's eye view and okay, what catches your eye? I kind of wanted to jump to the David Navarra game just because I'm such a big fan of his, but his game, that the bottom left board, the red board, just looks dead level. Not the most exciting one, so maybe we don't jump there. Does
You
anything
know
catch
how
your
you
eye, Tanya?
asked me, David, at the start that are you happy to see a standard chess-like position, or would you have wanted more freestyle action? And I gave this very diplomatic answer to the whole situation. I'm just going to take all my words back because everything that we're seeing, this looks like 518 all across. You know, the endings, the slow middle games, the strategic plan. So bring on some more of that freestyle action. Any board that's spicy.
Yeah, this is not spicy. Just to shout out David Navarra, who might grind this one down. Bishop slightly better than the knight, since it's an open board, open center. I'm going to bring us to one where there does seem to be danger for one of the players. Tarry was the start of the last round. We closed out round 2 with him. Now it's round 3, and he's in big trouble, Tanya. This is simply a pawn that's hanging, and there were threats of knight into e5 with a fork. The black rook moved out of that one. There was a pin along this line, and just feels wrong. Like, ooh, queen takes c5 tactics due to the pin.
And that's
Nice
an
move.
extra pawn now. First Swane right there. Pawn takes queen, runs into rook takes queen. A very active rook. Also that knight jumping to e5. That's an ending you cannot afford. So you have to try to create a mess on the board, right? You want to keep as many pieces as possible. I'm expecting Aryan to keep the queens on the board. I'm expecting him to unpin himself. A move like queen e7 or queen e6 comes to mind.
Yeah, just to point out, the move black wants. Oh wow, g5. That's
Oof.
dramatic. The move black wanted to play, just a very quick tactic. Queen takes a4 would have been a nice move, just to get the queen out of the way to win the white queen. But now the white queen, which is suddenly attacked, drops back, and you can't defend your queen and rook at the same time. They are so poorly coordinated. So that was a nice tactic. But
Mm.
Ariane, g5. Wow, that is dramatic, drastic. You name it, Tanya. It shouldn't work for black.
It feels very brave and desperate at the same time to me, to make such a move. But also from a practical perspective, one can understand he's just trying to create chaos, and that's when your opponent has chances to go wrong. But the king on h7 also looking weak, and it's Aryan who's under 2 minutes on the clock. So playing with fire here. But David, White needs to come up with a response. Black has the threat of pawn takes pawn. So, and if you go pawn takes pawn, then there are ideas like rook takes knight, king takes rook, queen f7 check, and you would have lost your queen.
Yeah, I'll just put that on the board, Tanya. That was really cool. Pawn takes pawn. For anyone wondering at home, why not just grab a second free pawn? But as you point out, check. It's another check. And now, whatever happens, the white queen will drop. So if we go back to the game, we instead saw the queen slide back. Good move. Queen f5. And he's doubling down, Tarry. It's not, not over yet. Definitely a fighting chance. G5, maybe a good practical shot. That's where I struggle, Tanya. Ugly move, but sometimes it's the best bet.
You're far too modest, right, David? You do not. I mean, I have seen you play these positions to perfection and convert your advantage many, many times. And then something happens to you on the broadcast where you're constantly saying how you struggle in these. I just don't understand that.
I was talking more about I struggle in these positions as black where you have to play ugly moves like g5, but yeah, I hope I'm not known for my ugly moves.
No, you're not. I think, you're a very resourceful player, David Howell, and I think Aryan Tari is being a very resourceful player here. We were talking about how it's important to keep the queens on the board. Look at the way he's got pressure on f4, and also now pawn takes pawn runs into queen takes knight. There are ideas of that black knight jumping to either e6 or h5. Again, tripling down, quadrupling down on that pawn on f4. So whatever the bar says, yes, white's doing great. But from a human perspective, it's not easy to handle these threats on the board.
Mm-hmm. Not easy at all. And while Rasmus Fana, one of Germany's top grandmasters, tries to figure out a way forward to nurse his advantage, his extra pawn, maybe we can jump directly over to a game of Denis Lazavik's, because this one looks like he's about to get a win over Cristobal Enriquez here. And two bishops again, Tanya, looking very, very strong. Although the white king a bit vulnerable. Is this as easy, do you think, as the bar seems to say it is?
It does look a little scary for the white king, but I will point out that that king, yes, there are majors on the board for black, but that h3 square looks also something that will be very safe once it lands there. Not even to mention that black doesn't really have inroads. Those two bishops, great attacking pieces, but also control key penetrating squares like d2 and d1. So playing a really important defensive role. Black not having any great active moves with the queen, in fact, falls back to a square where it's lining itself up against some big threats of the white bishop. I'm looking at moves like rook to f5, rook jumps rook to e6. I mean, so many tempting options here after queen c7.
Yeah, I think, again, only tip for people at home. If you have the two bishops at the end of the game, you're fine. You're doing well. You've succeeded at chess. And
And
yeah, rook
life.
f5, rook e6. And life, yeah. If you nurse your two bishops to the end of the game, keep them controlling everything, then you tend to be doing pretty decently. And here they're clearly superior to the rook and two pawns. And it doesn't feel like a material disadvantage. Like rook and two pawns is technically 7, two bishops
Mhm.
technically 6, but the two bishops clearly are going to decide this game, Tanya.
It does feel like that, right? But black keeps on fighting here. You still have to find the right moves. Dennis Lazovic so incredibly impressive in these things, right? Just the way he made this last move, a small king move to g2, just keeping everything under control. We'd be so tempted to move the rook to attack the queen, but he keeps the threat. It's like that hanging sword above your head, right? You always got to watch out for it. Threat stronger than the execution.
Mm-hmm. And one winning plan would be to break through on the king side. There we go with h5. Black desperately trying to get the queens off the board now. That probably won't help him either, even if the queens come off. But Denis Lazovic might be tempted to keep the queens on. To trade or not to trade, he says yes, but only if you win to pawn in the process. Very good move, Denis Lazovic, as usual.
Keeping it simple, you grab a pawn, a very healthy pawn. Rook takes rook looks incredibly scary with the queen jumping in with the check. You want to get the queens off the board. You could also think about going alpha zero-esque if you're white and you get the chance to push that pawn to h6 to really clamp down on the right side of the board. Rook takes queen, endgame completely under control for white. Now it's just rook and one pawn. This looks like it's going to be Dennis's third win in a row.
Yeah, he's maybe one of the early favorites to get to the top 4, especially at this time format. In the meantime, okay, I'm going to jump us around if that's okay, Tanya. I'm going to jump
Let's do
us,
it.
after all. Ooh, there's so many games. There's so many decisive
Pick one,
moments. Okay, I'm
David.
going to bring
Pick
us
one. Time pressure.
time pressure. Oh, just as I clicked on one, it changed. I actually misclicked here. This one is totally winning for Jonas Bjerre. We were here earlier. He's still material up. He's about to win this game. Let's go to David Navarra. No,
Let's
actually,
do
let's not
it.
go to David Navarra, which I was going to say he was totally winning a moment ago. The bar has swung. Tanya, he had an H pawn. I don't know why he traded it off in this moment. I think the winning idea for white, this again, endgame lesson for everyone at home, create outside pass pawns against knights. This pawn is a queen. It's a future queen. He traded it off, and now his advantage is gone.
And this is very strange because David's technique is so on point, when it comes to these ideas. And the Black Knight, it's the worst defender. Knights are the worst defenders against side pawns, against flank pawns like the H and the A. So it felt like a clear-cut plan. But David, he has something else in mind. And now just it looks like that the Black King on E7, it takes away any entering squares for the White King. The Black Knight about to jump to D6 and get active. Black solved all problems here.
Yeah, This commentator's curse. I bring him here. I bring us to this game, and suddenly a mistake. Okay, I'm going to bring us back to another one we were talking about earlier in the round, because this is by far the most tense of them all, the furthest from a finish potentially. And Tanya, what do you make of this? It was that earlier Maroczy bind, and Black never really got any activity.
Wow, and White's just done everything on both sides of the board, right? You've advanced on the queen side, creating a lot of pressure with a beautiful knight on b6, and the knight on h5 ties down all of Black's pieces to actually defend the king side as well right now. It looks beautiful. I'm doing a quick count. Material is still balanced, but just the piece activity is what does the talking, you know. You've got these ideas of if ever the knight at the center of the board was to move, there's knight d5 coming in with the e6 pawn pinned,
Ooh,
f4 trying to get that
wow.
knight out of the way. So he does build that threat.
Yeah, and Black leaves it. Just to point out, pawn takes knight now. There would be a recapture, and suddenly White is facing some fire down the d file. That's very creative defense from Nils there, and both sides down to just a few seconds left. Do you see a turnaround here, Tanya?
Absolutely. I mean, with so many pieces on the board, White in driver's seat here, but anything can happen. As we say, that's a big blunder. What just happened?
Big blunder.
Oh my goodness.
I think the Black Knight can come round and start grabbing some pawns. Oh, just as I say that, it's another big blunder, and all because of knight
David, this
d5.
was the idea that I was talking about, that don't move that knight because of knight d5, knight f6.
Oh, he should have played it the previous move, Niels Grandelius. He waited one move too long. His queen was attacked. Suddenly, all of his pieces are collapsing. The house of cards has fallen down, and White's just a rook up. Whoa, whoa! Commentator's curse again. Tanya strikes yet again.
And this is going to end in checkmate or resignation any moment, with the queen coming in, the rook sliding on to h1, and ideas of pawn takes pawn, opening up the bishop as well. But like you said, keep playing. The players are on seconds. I mean, this would be crazy if there's another turnaround in store for us here. But it's hard to imagine. Beautiful finish there, by the way. Rook f1, pinning that knight. Rook c7, e6 coming in.
Mm-hmm. This is going to be over. That is checkmate. That ends that game. And let's jump on over to, well, just as I jump in, Jules Moussard with Black resigns. A big upset, by the way, and I am from Azerbaijan taking down the French Grandmaster. Let's jump to this game. Ooh, sorry. Here we go. Okay, Yichen Han is an IAM from the Netherlands, although based in England, and Leon Mendonça from India. You must know him very well, Tanya. It looks like he's struggling, about to be taken down. Another upset.
He's down a whole rook, and if the queens come off the board, it will be instant resignation. So his only hope is to try to trick his opponent, keep the game going, play on those seconds. We've seen turnarounds happen, but hard to imagine here. The White King will be guarded by either of the two majors defending the checks. And I think it's just a matter of a few more seconds and a few more moves. But Mendonça is not surviving this one.
Yeah, he's not surviving this one much longer. Most of the games have finished in this round. Arjun Tarry, who we saw earlier in a losing position, did just resign this very moment. We'll keep you all up to date with the standings and everything after round 3 very shortly. But the checks just never seem to end, Tanya. These games, I'm so used to it in Title Tuesday. You have to hang around for like 3 extra minutes while someone tries to avoid like a perpetual check, or rook and bishop versus rook. This is one of those games. It's safe black king versus an open white king, despite the extra rook.
And he does keep playing, It takes a certain kind of courage to keep the game going here, finding moves like shuffling the king when you don't have a check, keeping the queen active, and making sure there are no immediate trades on the board. Once again, avoiding all of that. So it's not over till the last move's played. And look at that, White desperate to trade the queens. And Leon keeps saying no to that. Checking. You need to find a square, king b6. Now the rook will come in to defend if allowed. Gives a check from the corner of the board.
Mm-hmm. What do you think? 50 move rule?
50 move rule. So no trades, no pawn moves, and then you can claim. Okay. He's not making it easy. I mean, he's down a rook. This is completely lost. Make it a classical game. He's picked up a pawn, by the way, on the way. I will lose my mind if Leon survives this. It'll be really
Yeah.
something.
I actually think Black blundered by taking that pawn. I think he blundered by taking an h3 because now the 50 move rule resets. There had been no pawn moves or captures for 31 moves or 30-ish moves when that was captured. So maybe he should have just gone on and on and on forever. But now no more checks.
No more checks. And the thing is, white's getting closer to that f7 pawn, right? And that's the idea where you want to try to win that pawn. So slowly and steadily. So you make a great point that perhaps try to reach that other 19 remaining moves by keeping the pawn on the board. The king comes to defend. And now white wants to get the king closer to that f7 pawn if given an opportunity. He attacks, gains a second on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
Leon, is he going to give a check on a7? He just comes back with the
Ooh,
king. What's going on
repeating
here?
the position. Why would you
It's not going to
repeat?
be repetition. I will tell you that, David.
Okay, it does feel like he's getting nervous here. Yi Chen Han, so close to one of the biggest wins of his career.
That's the thing, right? You know you need to win this and you're so close and your opponent just keeps playing and fighting and you're like, why is he not resigning already? And the game keeps going and you're not making any progress and you've got seconds left as well. And then anything can happen.
Yeah, if this was Title Tuesday, 1 second increment, anything could happen, but 2 seconds should just be enough. Although he's brought his king up the board, now back down the board. He's going to hide now on this flank, but wow, the roller coaster merry-go-round continues. Tanya, predictions: is Leon going to pull a miracle out the hat?
David, white has an extra rook. It's just unbelievable if that happens. This is not a miracle. This would be a miracle of miracles. I mean, it's just impossible to imagine. One way or the other, I think white does get the job done. Notice how the king does hide, but you still have to make progress. What's next? You can come in with your queen to f6. King falls back to g8, still defending that f7 pawn. But you feel like you're getting sort of close, right, as white? Can you get the rook to the last rank now somehow?
Yeah, you kind of want to come in, but without allowing checks, so he drops back first.
Rook d2.
The
That's
last
his idea. Rook d2, rook d8. Ooh.
The last capture was move 84, Tanya. We're now on move 118, so we've gone 34 moves without a check or a capture. It needs to
Oh
be
my
quick.
goodness. Okay, David, what's your prediction here? I say white wins.
Oh, yeah. Surely white wins this. I know Yi Chen quite
You have
well
to.
ever since he was a kid, and he'll be throwing mouses, or he'll be withdrawing from the tournament if he doesn't win this one.
Maybe a table smash.
Queen h6.
Ooh,
Oh, queen takes
he attacks
h6.
the queen first. It's gonna happen. Queen takes pawn. You gotta take it, right? He does it.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
it's mainly
Reset of the 50 move rule.
exactly. It's mainly because of the reset. Actually, if he'd held on another 9 moves, it would have been a draw, black.
Oh
But
my goodness.
yeah, not quick enough, and now it's going to be a white
But,
win, surely.
but does the game stop automatically after 50 moves online?
I think it does on Chess.com.
Does
It
it?
does.
Yeah, that would be amazing. That would be insane, right? If that happens, you're up a rook. But he's made progress, winning that 8-6 pawn. But look at the way Leon's just fighting on. I mean, this is incredible stuff, right? Not giving in to that voice in your head, which is telling you to resign every single move.
Yeah, fighting spirit. I love it. Here, you don't even need to worry about checks. By the way, like a centralized queen, your king can dance around, and you don't get perpetualed. That's something that I've learned from Magnus. So he could just use his rook and put it on c3 and just try to get in behind, dance around with the king. But he keeps decentralizing his queen. Just leave your queen on e5. Like, just leave it there.
I've never seen David triggered like that about moving a queen away from the center of the board.
I'm getting like repetitive strain syndrome. Just like my eyes, like, queen and rook dancing.
I mean, this has got to hurt, right? That it's been now close to, I want to say 50, 60 moves. You're up a rook and you haven't been able to win this game yet.
Yeah, he's been
But
up
it's
a rook,
close.
Tanya, for nearly 100 moves now.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this is just how hard it is in this time format, you know? I mean, I feel like you can't fault him right now because you're playing on seconds. There's so much on the line. You know, your heart's beating so fast. If we had the heart rate monitors on the players right now. But for Leon, it's easy. He knows he's dead lost. He just keeps making moves. You know, you kind of at some point don't care. It's so much easier to try to just hold. Whoa! Whoa! No! Oh my goodness! This did not happen, David Howard. I cannot take this. This is crazy.
Wow. He walked into an accidental threefold repetition on move 135, move 137, and move 153, not consecutive repetitions. The position did repeat itself, though, 3 times. This is where it
Oh
helps so much to
my
be playing
gosh.
online rather than over the board, Tanya. That was crazy.
This
How
is
did he not win?
unbelievable. A threefold repetition and spaced out like that. Up a rook. Playing for more than 100 moves up a rook. And in the end, Leon survives. Never resign, chat. Never resign. That's the biggest takeaway. And I'm in shock, David. How did that just happen?
Yeah. It felt like we had front row tickets to some, I don't know, some tragic comedy. I don't know how to describe it. Like something was about to happen, right? We all knew it. Something crazy, whether it was a mouse slip, whether it was someone flagging, or walking into a threefold repetition up a rook. Strange things happen in speed chess, and we can't even blame Freestyle this time, Tanya. That was just crazy. Leon, he's Mr. Houdini.
Strange thing happened, but this feels like the upside down to me as well, what we just witnessed. And the fact that it wasn't a 50 move rule, right? I think it's almost impossible in over the board chess to claim that with just the spacing that was there between the moves. But being online, the game stops immediately. And what a shocker that must have been for the players.
Exactly. I think he relaxed because he knew the 50 move rule wasn't wasn't kicking in anymore. But yeah, who would have known that the position repeated itself 16 moves after the last time they'd been there? And in the meantime, Tanya, we have round 4, the last game before the first break of the day. And let's see what the players still have left in their locker, how much energy they have. Looks like another symmetrical-ish type of position. And queens in the middle, though, do lead to some early queen sorties. I see that in 2 of the top boards there on our bird's eye view. Vakadov against Lazavik. That's the dark blue board, second from left. Actually, the far left board as well. Peter Svidler, big favorite in his game. He's on a storm. He's on a roll. And Jonas Bjerre against Rasmus Svana, 2 young talents, both with Danish roots. Where do you want to jump?
Yeah, it's another one of those positions where black and white both can just castle instantly, right? With the placement of the king and the rook as well. But the other pieces, they do offer those freestyle elements. Where should we jump? I do like the positions with the queens out on the board. Should we go to take a quick look at Vakadov versus Denis Lazavik? You know, Denis, he's had such a great start at the tournament as well. And there we have it. He's currently on 3 out of 3, 100% score for the young grandmaster, a threat on the board right now. But white can take that pawn, but I would be a little scared with any potential queen traps.
Oof. He goes for it. It's a bit of a smash and grab, as they say in soccer and football. Sometimes you score a goal against the runner play, and then you just kind of retreat. You dig deep. You try and survive, just not concede another goal. So he's grabbed a pawn, and now he's going to just run away. He's going to take the pawn. He's going to go, okay, coming all the way back. Yes, it cost me 5 moves, but if you can't mate me in the meantime, extra pawn for the endgame. And Vakadov here, he's an Olympic gold medalist with Team Uzbekistan. He's a very strong blitz player, Tanya, but this is very brave.
It's very gutsy to go for that pawn with such little development. And black, meanwhile, you know, the knight's already coming to that f4 beautiful square. There are ideas of the f pawn advancing. To me, it feels like a very martial-esque sacrifice where you give up a pawn and just play for central activity, trying to get your pieces into the game as quickly as possible. White's knight still stuck on h1. And for Denis Lazarevich, we often speak about his strategic powers, right? He feels like the more positional of the youngsters. He likes things under control. But this one, he really has to push for the initiative after giving up that a7 pawn.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Denis. Just the last year, I've been tracking him a bit, and it definitely feels like he's trying to be more dynamic. He's realized maybe he was a bit one-dimensional. He was always playing the Catalan opening with white, always e4, e5 as black. It was the same opening over and over again. But he's been adding new strings to his bow. He's been sacrificing pawns like this a bit more, and he's definitely moving through the gears, Denis Lazarevich. E3, given a question mark, I would have said that's the most natural move in the position, but here you go. Your plan, Tanya. Nice call. The pawn is coming to f4 just to blow open some lines. White knight on h3 on h1 might also be caged in the corner. This just looks like everything's wrong for White's position, apart from the extra pawn that he pocketed earlier. And look at the bar, it's sinking.
And I was just going to point out another plan that Black had was knight h4, queen g6, and you want to stop that. So to me, bishop h5 looked like a way to do just that, but not an accurate move. Black falls back, hits that bishop. David, if you come back with the bishop, then the idea of jumping in with the knight and activating your queen for an attack is very tempting for Black. And if you give up the bishop pair, thank you very much. The queen anyway lands there, and then f4, f3 coming in with some power play.
Yeah, I'm just super curious, Tanya. So just while Vakadov thinks about what to do with his attacked bishop, whether he runs or exchanges, can I just take us back a couple of moves? Because after bishop to h5, I'm wondering, I saw the bar, knight f4. Check this out, knight f4, queen sacrifice. Please take me, take the queen, and checkmate.
Oh my goodness. And that's why the bar dropped just the way it did. Knight to f4. What a stunner.
Yeah, what a stunner. And of course, the knight can be taken, but then Black jumps out with the queen with extra gain of time. If you continue taking the pawns, then yeah, this just looks like a deadly attack. This is a marshal. You called it earlier, the bishop coming out. I mean, this is just going to be checkmate.
David, that tactic that you showed is the perfect example that it's when the players are playing, they have no idea that there's something in that position. You just kind of give a little tap, or a player feels that when you're solving a black to play position, in your training, you immediately find the move knight to f4 then. Like you said, the bar, it dropped, it gave you an idea that there's something on the board. But without that, it's almost impossible for the move to even be on your radar.
Exactly. I think I would have a very good chance against Magnus in a 10-game match if someone would just tap me on the shoulder, whenever there was a kind of one move that was clearly the best. And yeah, unfortunately, that was, for Vakadov at least, not the only way for Black to keep the advantage, because look at what's happened. That white knight now on h1. Oh, that is just a dead piece for the foreseeable future. This is a Sicilian gone wrong. Tanya, yes, he's won a pawn with white, but nobody cares about the a7 pawn. God placed the middle game before the end game, and the pawn count doesn't matter as much as the piece quality here.
I mean, the piece quality, the pawn quality, just everything working for Black, right? It's all coming in. Knight h4, queen g6 coming in next. That f pawn powering through. The white knight stuck on h1. I think we're heading for a Den Laz attacking masterpiece, and exactly why you shouldn't move the same piece so many times, even when it comes to freestyle chess in the opening. Get your queen out, go pawn hunting, get it all the way back. Losing all those tempo is really coming to bite Vakadov in this one.
Yeah, very instructive in this game. Maybe we zoom out to the bird's eye view just for now. It looks like Denis Lazavik with a big attack. We'll try and check in on this one a bit later to see whether he can crown that attack with victory. In the meantime, we see a lot of boards in front of us. I see some bars higher than others, Tanya. Some positions much tenser than others as well.
I mean, we got to go to Navarra versus Yakubboev. No, we got to go to David. He's your favorite player. You've been talking about it, and look at what we have in front of us as well. I want a David square on my screen right now.
David squared, exactly. I interviewed him recently, David Navarra, and I was like, I'm here with the number one, the strongest David in the world. And he was so nice. He was like, no, Blitz, you're probably stronger. I mean, he clearly hasn't watched my recent games, but he's like the nicest guy in the world. Let's jump into his. And just to point out the last move, there was a capture on this square after knight to a4, capture on the f4 square. I just wanted to point out, Tanya, because you know me, I love my connect four. This is one. And after a capture, this is a new connect four. He's just loving life here. Nodirbek, Yakubboev. But David Navarro needs to break out and needs to fight this pawn chain somehow.
And I'm just wondering if the bar giving white such an advantage in this position also has something to do with that knight on a4, which feels a little offside. It doesn't have any retreating squares either, so something to watch out for. Optically, it looks like Black has made so much progress. I mean, imagine achieving two connect fours so early on in the game. I mean, in David Howell's book, you're already a champion right there. But it does feel like that knight on a4. You have to be very careful with that. And White has got this simple move of f3 as well, just stopping any further advances eventually.
Mm-hmm.
And David, I
Yeah,
think we're
I
getting
would
moves
say.
in, by the way. Queen g6, I see our live board.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry, I was too busy with the connect fours. We see queen g6, given a question mark, and now white does solidify things with f3. I don't blame either side there. We see a couple of misses, question mark. F3 wasn't the best apparently, but I think that's the human approach, the practical approach, not to allow the black pawn to come forward and any mating threats. Now white has a rook available to defend. Still looks very, very tense. Who would you pick here, Tanya?
I'm liking white's position, just the pawns in the center, ideas of knight a5. Again, that knight on a4 just looks so cut off from the rest of the game. And yes, black has got these pawns, but which have advanced further down the board with f4, f5. And it might look scary, but it feels like they've overextended themselves. And there's sort of no coordination in black's pieces. There's just one queen on g6, no assist coming in, pieces underdeveloped, just more harmonious for white. And now the bishop opens up as well.
Yeah, I think the most natural move is to take with that bishop and then start breaking open the center. Maybe he's just trying to lure away the white bishop from this diagonal where it could target the black knight on the edge of the board. So white could also think about throwing in some moves like knight a5 at some point, but I'm expecting him to take with this piece, and David Navarro with a very healthy position. These days, I mean, Navarro, he's a very dynamic player by nature, but these days he's become a lot more positional. He still likes his tense positions where he has a lot of choice. The opponent has a lot of choice to go wrong. But yeah, he does like a bit more space and to sit on the opponent a little bit more than he used to. And yeah, let's see if that pays off. In the meantime, Tanya, let's jump back to Denis Lazavik because it looks like he might just be about to knock out his opponent in the next few moves.
Oh my gosh, that would be a 4 out of 4 if Dennis does that. I mean, what a roll he's on. Look at that last move. It gets an exclamation mark. It's a skewer on the board, hitting the queen, hitting the rook. And if you were to go with your... Ooh, look at this. David, check this out. Bishop d3. Does that run into queen g6? Bishop
Ooh,
takes bishop, knight
nice.
f3. Thank you very much.
Oh, the bar doesn't move at all until the last moment when it realizes its mate. That is just a killer. All the
Yeah,
smothered
my
mates
heart
today,
skipped a
Tanya.
beat. I was like, oh my God, I'm being so confident about this analysis. Imagine you went queen g6 and the bar just said it was a big blunder.
No. I don't think. I don't think you would miss anything like that. And that is great vision. Queen g6 is coming next. Pre-move. The only other way to get out of this kind of pin skewer without dropping material is to give a check. I'm guessing black's going to block because his bishop just came from e6, so he will not repeat the position. And here there's a rook hanging, and your idea, Tanya, it's on the board. It's going to be brutal.
And even if you go bishop d3 in this position, it still works. You just cannot put the bishop there because queen g6 just comes with a big threat, regardless of whether you throw in a check or not. But yeah, we love showing those checkmates. So let's have that one more time. The king getting smothered with his own pieces around blocking any escape routes. So bishop f5 on the board. Okay, I just want to say, Vakadov, he got very greedy out of the opening, but Denis Lazavik played a brilliant response to that. Gave up a side pawn and then really chasing white's king with some incredible activity of pieces and pawns, showing how it's done.
Yeah, classy player, classy game from Denis Lazavik. And a cautionary tale for everyone at home who wants to go pawn grabbing earlier in the opening. White's queen moved 4 times. This white bishop has also moved three times in the opening. So essentially, with those 2 pieces alone, he's been moving so many turns, and he's just forgotten to develop the rest of his pieces here at Vakadov. Chess sounds simple when you break it down, but yeah, sometimes you get carried away in the moment and break the rules, and yeah, he's paying the price here. I'm expecting him to play a move like e4 just to try and complicate the issue. But yeah, there's still queen g6 in the pipeline. Tanya, this just looks over.
But I'm just wondering if that's really the only way to even keep the game going, right? Because e4, queen g6, at least you have... Well, actually, you could just take the bishop. No, g2. So f3, g3. You've got to go g3 in that position and you lose the e4 pawn. And that's over as
Mm-hmm.
well, right?
Yeah. Oh, queen g6 is just almost a pre-move in this position.
Yeah.
It is that strong.
Oh my
Oh.
goodness. What a game by Denis Lazavik. I mean, he's about to go on 4 out of 4. And we see our score there, our leaderboard there. Peter Svidler on 4 out of 4 as well. The first player to reach that 100% mark before the first break. By the way, rook given up so you don't end up getting checkmated there. And now that is an entire rook, actually. There's no compensation, maybe just a couple of pawns. I'm trying to do the math really quickly here. That's 3 pawns for a rook. But with the white king and the piece activity, We saw one player survive down a rook, but I don't think we're going to see that second time in this tournament. Not this one, at least.
Not this one. And that white queen is almost trapped, Tanya. Wait, is that queen trapped?
C5 or D4?
Yeah, I was going to say D4. Maybe you have to get out because I thought knight F5 would trap the queen, but you can escape this way. If you step forward, I think you do get trapped with bishop to B6. Maybe if you go in, the black knight comes. Whoops, knight comes back to
Oof.
F5. Oof. Dennis Lazavik is on fire today. I can't wait for his game against Peter Svidler. I think that's going to be the one we follow most if they meet in round 5.
Dennis the Menace for a reason. And I think that's the one
Mm-hmm.
that we're setting ourselves up for. A clash of generations, a clash of two players who played some brilliant freestyle today. All right, White's still fighting on, but look at that 20 seconds on the clock. Dennis Lazavik on the board, crushing it, and time management insane as well.
Yeah, he's just on another level right now. He can even just take this bishop and then go back with his own bishop and win even more material. This one, I think we'll see a resignation this very second. There we go. Dennis Lazavik about to be a rook up, wins his game. He moves to 4 out of 4. Let's jump to another one. And we see the bird's eye view, Tanya. We've seen 2 results on the top 2 boards, 2 leaders at the moment, but still some crazy stuff elsewhere. I want to bring us to Jonas Bjerre against Rasmus Svana. And these 2 are good friends, I believe, but their position is wild.
It's anything but friendly. There's absolutely nothing friendly about this position that we have on the board, David. Look at Black's king, look at White's king. That last move, knight takes pawn, is what my guess would be. There was a pawn on G2, and Black has just captured it, I want to say. Or at least, or maybe potentially it had to be knight takes pawn. But what happened? Whoa, and a queen is hanging, a knight is hanging, what on earth?
Yeah, I think White has just won a piece in the process. It's still complicated because Black has some pawns, but just a quick action replay. Just the moment we were about to join it, actually, Black was doing very, very well and suddenly jumped in with a knight and here made a mistake. He threatened checkmate on the G2 square, but he forgot that after F3, his queen would be attacked and suddenly there's a sneak attack against the Black knight as well. You cannot keep that knight defended if you move your queen, so he had to give up a piece. Rasmus Svana, big mistake, and suddenly... Oh, counting is hard, but this is the worst pawn structure ever to count. It looks like Black has 7 pawns and White has 5. So only 2 pawns for the piece shouldn't be enough.
It shouldn't. And now the black rook is threatening to come on to f2 as well at the right moment. The only thing going for white here is that the knight on a4, right? Not the only thing. One of the other things going for white as well is that the knight on a4, you're up a piece, but you're also up another piece because that knight isn't getting anywhere close to the center on the king side, right? Because the c3 pawn will fall. You can't make a move like knight b2 threatening knight d3 because the rook takes pawn, and that would just be game over.
Yeah. And okay, pawn to e5, maybe getting ready to double down on this fixed pawn now. He's essentially installing his knight as well on d4 as an outpost. c5 is well protected. You can't kick it away there. Now pawn to e5 is impossible. That's a classy move from Jonas and could also be about to move to 4 out of 4. Looks very good for white here, Tanya. Should we move on? Do we twist?
Let's do it because rook f2, king g1 also doesn't come to anything. I think it's a matter of technique and it feels like Jonas should get this job done. David, let's bring up another position. I see Pranesh has an interesting endgame as well on his board. We haven't checked in with him or if there's any other board that you'd like to take us to.
Yeah, I just want to mention, actually, this is a Pranesh board. I'm very quickly going to show, this one's going to go on for a while, although white is dominant. David Navarre is about to lose his game. He's the exchange down, so I was fanboying for a while, but this one is pretty much over. Black with the rook versus the bishop. Just to show one moment, Black played some cool tactics. In this position, it was super complicated. Black played the move queen takes pawn, and if rook takes knight, this would have been a double attack. Black would have won, and instead, White finger to the bishop, hoping for some counterattack on this diagonal, but look at this. Queen takes knight, check, and another check. And this is how Black won the material. And this game is soon going to be over. That was a bit of a tangent, Tanya. Let's jump to Pranesh in the meantime. And what do you make of this?
Those are some incredible tactics. The players finding all of it. Well, the c6 pawn is hanging in this one, and you just have to compare every single piece that white has to the black counterpart. The bishop stronger, the knight stronger, the rook stronger. Now a pawn as well, and it's not going to be just one. b5 hanging, the bishop on d6 lose as well. No time to pick up c3. I think this is game over for black after knight takes pawn comes in next.
There we go. Black resigns, about to be down 2 pawns. Pranesh is not just a tactical beast. I always think of tactics when I think of him. That was a positional squeeze. That was very, very classy. And okay, let's jump back to. Oh, actually, I see Kramnik in action. Should we do it,
Ooh,
Tanya? Should we
yes,
do it?
let's do it. We got to go straight to that. Vladimir Kramnik, former world champion, the 14th world champion, playing with the white pieces here against Dmitry Kolas. And what do we make of this? I mean, I see the bar says that Vlad has a great position, but optically to me, just yes, you're up a piece. But look at the compensation for it. It's a bunch of extra pawns and a lot of attack on the white king.
Oof, I think this was the key move by Kramnik. Backward knight moves so hard to spot. This is a fork, and there's no checks for black. If you remove this knight, then the white rook is now coming. Oh, without that, I was actually scared for white, as you mentioned, Tanya. Level material, 3 pawns to a piece. So it's just going to be about the quality of the pieces when this trade does happen.
And for black, after this trade, white capturing the d file, it's impossible to control the seventh rank, right? Rook e7, there's a queen on g5, you can't fall back. Queen c6, the rook on e3 hangs. So in fact, Kramnik's rook is just coming in with a big attack. Look at him stepping. Kramnik sets up, Dmitry even sets up an attack. Rook d7, rook e7 with a check, winning the game.
Oof,
Side
yeah,
steps.
that would have been a nasty, a nasty block. But King H1 is a very classy move by Kramnik. He's going to use his bishop as a shield. Like you say, Tanya, it's just hard to defend everything. Maybe now he's going to go back and cover the seventh.
You have to, right, to stay in the game. You need to stop that rook coming to d7. And you still have 3 pawns for a piece. And do the math, that still kind of adds up to somewhat a material balance position, but very often it's the minor piece that is more active. And as I say, that bishop g2, the most human move in the position given across there.
Yeah, Kramnik could actually have won a pawn, by the way. He could have taken this pawn because the black queen was tied down defending her rook on the e7 square. So he could have had the same position, Kramnik, but without the b5 pawn on the board. That might be a key pawn for later. Suddenly the black pawn is coming down to c3. That is going to paralyze some of the white army. That was, well, potentially a big miss. He's down to 20 seconds. Kramnik hates the time scrambles, Tanya. We know that from his social media. He hates this phase of the game.
And understandably, right? It's such a generational thing as well. You know that the young players, they're playing so much more online, and it becomes a bit of a challenge to keep the mouse under control. And we've seen the big blunders happen when playing on seconds. And suddenly the win, not so clear, even if there's a trade. That's very interesting because White could have actually picked up that queen and trade and picked up the pawn on c4. You can do it now.
Mm-hmm.
He's about to do it.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
you just
and
go rook
good move
d1, rook
defending the bishop.
d2. Yes.
Ooh. He goes back. That's not a good sign, Tanya. Going back. Now white has got full control.
But it's still far from over. I think you still have a lot of work to do to convert this one. Let's point out if the A pawns were traded off, the H pawn is the wrong color. You know, there's also a lot of pawn majority on the right side. So all hopes for white, for Vladimir Kramnik, rely on the queen side pawn. And look at the counterplay that Kolas is creating on the king side.
Mm-hmm. He needs to be quick, though. Ooh, suddenly there's going to be a rook check. The white king is going to come. The black pawns are targets on the squares, on the light squares. This one looks like Kramnik. Wow, he wins on time. Dmitry Kolar's flags. It was a winning position with white about to step forward. I'm going to take us over very quickly to a game. Andrew Tang against Greg Shahade. Two of my favorite players, two of my favorite chess personalities. And it looks like this white king is actually super safe, Tanya. It looks like white being the exchange down is winning this one.
You've got 2 pawns for the exchange as well as white, right? And now I want to say that was a third pawn for the exchange. So lots of action going on, and now breaking through on the king side. Beautiful move there. Is he about to pick up a fourth pawn as well on a5, which might invite a lot of checks with the rook on that file? He does it, very gutsy play. He says rook a8, king of the hill. The king comes in, doesn't need anyone to defend him. The king's enough.
Yeah, king's enough, and black's about to get checkmated. You could not take this pawn because the white bishop would have come in with a double attack against the king and queen. And now, oh, he's just trying to trade off. This is nice centralization, nice control by Andrew Tang. Still one check to watch out for. Oh, double attack though. That white bishop is a beast. The king is safe now. This should be over.
And Tang doing Tang things, just playing so incredibly fast as well on the clock there. Look at that. That's 5 extra pawns now for an exchange, and he just keeps crashing through on the king side. This is over. Pawn takes pawn, queen h4 mate, or g7 coming in. That is a checkmate for the books. That's a checkmate for the history books here. You need to take a photo of that. Look at that, David. I haven't seen anything like that.
That is crazy. And just to point out the final move there, g6 was just super, super clever here, because if the pawn is captured, there is a checkmate on the h file. Another angle opens up. Greg Shahade, tough game for him, but that was Tang-fastic from the fantastic Andrew Tang.
Love that. You know that last position, David, if we just have that 8-7, G7, F7 position, it reminded me of the great Immortal game where Black has got these 3 pawns on the second rank. I know you know which one I'm talking about, and I hope someone in chat can put a link to that game. But the whole, I know you're trying to think of it, but it's, I think, F2, D2, E2, if I'm not wrong, the 3 pawns for Black in that position.
Exactly. I remember the pawns on those squares as well. But this is equally immortal. Andrew Tang wins his game, moves to 3 out of 4. And these are the standings as we go into the first break, Tanya. It's an awesome foursome. It's 4 players on 100%. Jonas Bjerre from Denmark, Dennis Lazavik, Peter Svidler, and Samvel Sahakyan.
And for these players today, it is all about finishing the Swiss stage as top 4 to advance to the knockouts tomorrow, where they've got 12 great players waiting for them, 12 super strong grandmasters waiting for them. And this is the play-ins for that one spot, one ticket. One player will punch that for the Vegas Grand Slam, where of course there's the likes of Magnus, Hikaru, Fabi waiting to play that one. And speaking of punching a ticket, you guys can get your tickets, which are officially on sale for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam happening in the heart of the Strip in Las Vegas. It's going to be all paid out at the Wynn Hotel from July 16th to 20th. Your favorite grandmasters, you know, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Arjun Erigaisi, they're all going to be there. They will battle for the title, and you can be there as well. Plus, for a limited time only, there's a 15% off on the tickets. Use the code PLAYIN15 at checkout. Get your tickets before they sell out. Use the command TIX in chat for all the details. So grab those tickets, as one player is trying to grab a spot for Vegas, and we will be back as the Swiss action continues. We go into round 5 in just a few. You stay tuned with us.
It's important to play like knight a5. I think I'll just put it on my board, and it's like this. This is also a very sharp lines, especially for beginners. And Black need to play this because attack. And here you cannot go this move because of this move. Because this is attack with queens and rooks. If you play this, you can take, but after queen f3, then you can take back with this. Then after that, your king is moved, and also white is a pawn up. So this is a famous trap for the beginners. And also, it's important to play like knight a5. That I think for many teachers for a beginner for chess player, they will teach cannot play this move.
Watch out! What you're about to witness is not just a chess game, it's an absolute massacre. I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and if you don't like this attacking style, you clearly have no blood in your veins. Vachier and Nepo decide to throw hands in a theoretical slugfest in the Petrov defense at the Champions Chess Tour. After bishop to g4, the Frenchman plays bishop to d3. Unexpected, since the usual route is a3 followed by g4. After poking around on b7, white finally says, "Alright, time to party," and launches an attack on the king side. After d5, things get spicy. Black goes for the weak c3 pawn, and after king to g2, he commits his first mistake with rook a to d8. What he should have played was knight to c4, because rook takes d5 is never possible due to queen to c6, and suddenly white's rook sweats. Meanwhile, Vachier started to have fun on the queen side, getting ready to double the rooks on the a file. That a7 pawn is having a meltdown. Then comes knight to c4, and a rook swap happens, and suddenly we arrive at one of the most beautiful chess moments of recent years. Most of us would casually move the e6 rook here, but Vachier, possessed by the spirit of Mikhail Tal, popped up on Espresso and probably listening to heavy metal music, says nope and plays knight to g5. What? Madness! Hold my beer! Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta! If pawn takes e6, then queen takes e6 comes with mate. And if bishop e7, then knight takes f7 absolutely wrecks black. Nepo, probably regretting his life choices, plays rook to d6. And here comes another moment of pure chess poetry. Boom! Queen to g3. The queen is on the way to h4, ready to crush the party on h7. In a last desperate attempt, Nepo tries to sack his queen with queen to d8 in case of queen h4. But Vachier just says, nice try buddy, and plays rook to e8, which is just chef's kiss. If queen takes g5, then queen takes d6 finishes the game. Nepo played queen to e8, and Vachier follows up with queen to h4, threatening mate on h7. At this point, the bully doesn't even bother taking on e4. One final move, king to g3, and black throws in the towel.
Back, everyone, and those 4 blank spots right in front of you is what the players today are battling and fighting for. It's all about finishing in the top 4 for tomorrow's big knockout matches where 12 invited players await the 4 qualifiers. And we're heading into round 5. I'm Tanya Sachdev, with me, my good friend David Howell. David, let's dive straight into as round 5. We've got lift off already, and what I see, a very freestyle position, and that's what we love.
That is what we love, what we enjoy most, and that's what we've been here for here in 2025 Freestyle Chess. But in the meantime, this start position with both bishops tucked away in one corner, staring down at the enemy queens, queens in one corner, bishops in the other, it does feel like the positions are going to get quite symmetrical. We've seen some of these battled out by Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and the like at the Grand Slams, and Tanya. These aren't the easiest to handle. That's all I'll say, especially with queens in the corner that are difficult to move out.
And that's what white is trying to do in so many of the positions, and black trying to replicate that idea by pushing the h-pawn. You want to get the majors active as quickly as possible, get those long ranges pieces going. So starting with the bishops in the corner, opening up those diagonals, and eventually perhaps pushing the h-pawn is an idea that I think we're going to see across the board. Let's deep dive into one of the games, David, as we go into the halfway mark of the Swiss. We've got 4 players with a 100% score, with a 4 out of 4, and there's still so much to play for, because breathing down their neck, a bunch of players on 3.5 points at 3, and with 5 rounds remaining, anything can happen.
That's right, anything can happen, and you definitely don't want to lose track of the tournament, lose kind of touch with the leaders in this mid-weight stage. I've taken us to this game, Denis Lazavik, partly because he's been one of the stars of the tournament so far. We've learned a lot from him, Tanya. But also because he's showing off very kindly one of the key motifs we were talking about by bringing his queen out this early into the game. Quick action replay of the first few moves. We started with pawn to b3, very logical, fianchetto bishop. After all, this was copied by black, eyeing the enemy queen. Again, symmetry here, and h4, getting the white queen out. There was already a threat, just to mention. Bishop takes knight, followed by queen takes pawn. This pawn not so well defended. This was blocked. The other black knight stepping out, and this is where we'll have landed. Question mark move by white, although maybe the most natural move in the position now, almost total symmetry. Who do you prefer here? Or is it just level due to how symmetrical it is?
And I wonder if it's going to be about a g5 move at some point, trying to break that symmetry to open up that rook on g8, which perhaps black is setting himself up for. You spoke about Denis Lazavik. I mean, I think we've had one of the game of the play-in so far. His win against Vakadov. If anyone missed it, definitely go watch that. You know, you said we've learned so much from him. One of the big takeaways for me by Dan Laz, by the young grandmaster, has just been how to punish your opponent when they get greedy early on in the opening. And look at him in this one, by the way, with the white pieces, he's on the defense. That's what it feels like to me. But then I look at the bar, and the bar says, what are you talking about, Tanya? Yes, you get g5 in, but Danlas is doing great here. Explain that to me, because I'm loving black's position here with the queen and the rook lined up, the bishop on h8, eyeing the g2 pawn as well.
Yeah, I'm also confused, Tanya. I wouldn't be shocked if the bar said equal, but the fact that the bar says small advantage for white is a bit confusing. I guess the key resource is that both sides can castle away from the action, away from the danger. For example, white could, I don't think in this exact position, but just to put it on the board, f3, now white is threatening to castle queenside. For example, black can do the same. You just put your king on your rook. For anyone trying to learn freestyle chess on chess.com, put your king on top of your rook. That's how to castle, and you end up on the same squares you would do if you castle on either flank. So c1, d1 on the queen side, g1, f1 for the king and rook on the other flank. And I think just the fact that white can run away is the key. The fact that he's better is a question to me, although maybe the h5 pawn weak long term. I would be very tempted to try and prevent the white king from moving through a check, although maybe that can just be fended off by the white knight. So yeah, maybe it's less scary than it looked, at least for the white king.
Very interesting. And if you were to stop that, what are the chances that we see a kingside castle? Because I want to point out, you could also place your king on top of the other rook, David.
Nice, Tanya. So if you can't go one way, maybe you go the other. Maybe knight e2 is the safest, but you could also put your king on top of your rook, just like this, and castle probably here into the eye of the storm. But it's just nice having the option.
Absolutely. All right. So interestingly, Dennis, with his positional understanding, realizes that he has this great resource, and h5 perhaps going to be a bit of a tender pawn in the long run. We'll come back to this. Let's check in with some of the other boards.
Yeah, let's do it. And my eyes are immediately drawn to the top left. That's Peter Svidler. That's the green board. He's playing with black, and apparently he has a massive advantage after just 4 moves. Symmetry has not been sustained there by white. I think you mentioned earlier, Tanya, maybe the key in freestyle openings. The side who breaks the symmetry, especially with pawn breaks, often has a big advantage early doors. So I think we should jump there. We do see Faustino Oro bottom left, the red board. He's in huge trouble with white as well. Maybe just lost out of the opening, but not so important for the standings. Faustino, I can't even remember how old he is. Is he still 11 against?
You mean how young he is, David?
How young he is, yeah. Or do we take a peek in there before we go to Peter Svidler, maybe?
Let's do it. Let's check in with little Faustino, who's becoming a big player in the chess world. It's just incredible to watch him in action, known as the Messi of the chess world here. Faustino with the white pieces jumps in with a knight, but he is in big trouble. And again, it comes down to that queen on h1. You know, you don't get that activated, and you can see the big problems that exist. The bishop already lined up against that queen. I'm already looking at some checks on h3 as potential threats, with eventually the queen stepping in, f2 pawn under attack as well. This is looking like big trouble. But is there a knockout in this position?
Yeah, poor Fausti. This position looking very messy for him. Knight h3 check. Tanya, I love this move. Like, firstly, we can point out you can't take this knight. Firstly, your queen is also hanging, but you can even just take back, and this is a devastating check. in its own right. But knight h3, the white king can move. And you mentioned stepping forward with the queen. I mean, this just looks like checkmate to my eyes. You can try blocking it with a pawn. Oh, I don't know. This is just...
But it might be the only
block it with a
move,
pawn.
right?
Might be the only move, yeah. And pawn takes pawn. They really want to take with the bishop and then just show this tactic,
Oof.
rook g1 check. Now you can't take the rook. You can run away with the king and the game goes on, but you lose your queen. But I just wanted to point out this one. Another checkmate right at the very end. So, oof, looks deadly. He hasn't moved.
This is about to
Wait,
happen.
he has moved.
Yeah, it's
He
black
took
to
the pawn
move here.
instead.
And I think he takes a pawn
Yeah.
instead. Wow, that surprised me.
Yeah. I mean, maybe the threat's stronger than the execution. White can't really escape
What?
this idea,
David,
Tanya, I guess.
every move that you showed, it was a checkmate. I think in this case, you could execute that threat.
Yeah. Ugh. Unless you want to play with your food and enjoy it and
Yes.
enjoy how dominant
Chess
black
players are
position is.
mean like that.
Yeah, we are. But again, moral of the story, I think Fausti will learn from this. Get your queens active. Don't let them get stuck. Your most valuable piece. She's worth 9 points at least for a reason. So don't get them trapped in the corner when they can't move. He's playing a whole queen down here. Black just totally overwhelming advantage.
No one puts a queen in the corner, and no one should put a queen in the corner, especially when it's freestyle chess on h1. These are the kind of problems that can happen, and that's why across boards we are seeing so many players go for that early piece activity. David, another board that you were pointing out earlier, let's jump to that. Peter Svidler with the black pieces, who's been on form this tournament. You know, he's one of the players who's on 4 out of 4, 100% score so far. He's managed to break that symmetry. He's managed to activate his pieces. Should we do a quick deep dive into that one?
Yeah, we'll jump in a second. I just want to point out double exclamation mark again from black. And this, just to wrap up this game, knight takes rook, loses the white queen. After bishop takes pawn, the queen trapped. And after knight takes, I'm thinking he's going to give this check. We pointed out, again, there's a pin on this diagonal. The king has to move. And now you can probably step in. Although I see the bar is not improved with this. I was going to say you step in or maybe even take this pawn. Is there something better, Tanya, just before we go to the Peter Svidler game? Oh, wait. Sorry, this was knight takes.
I would be tempted. Yeah,
just... bishop takes. My bad.
Yes, because g2 was hanging in that line as well. So bishop takes. And now maybe your idea, right? You go knight h3, king f1, and do the same thing. Because you can't go f3 anymore. The knight on e3 is hanging. So queen f4 looks nice to me. Or not.
Yeah,
this looks very powerful.
Yeah, something along these lines looks very good.
On takes pawn, bishop takes pawn.
Yeah, Faustino in trouble. This one, you're not going to survive very long here. And okay, let's go to Peter Svidler. Let's jump immediately to his game, as we promised for a while. And again, similar stuff, Tanya. Similar problem for white. The queen stuck in the corner. Oh, he's had to play a really ugly positional move just to block that diagonal. Sahakian, and now there's all sorts of dark squared holes in white's camp.
That knight jumping onto f4 looks incredibly deadly. And you've also blocked your own bishop on the path. I mean, look at the beautiful coordination in black's pieces and forces the two bishops, eye-lining the king side from the other side. The two knights ready to jump into the attack. You always have to worry about the move g4. Queen h5 beautifully placed. And David, the biggest highlight, like you pointed out, the queen on h1, right? g2 taken away, h2 not an option. You're essentially playing down a queen in this position.
Mm-hmm. It's active queen versus passive queen. It's such a big kind of theme, especially in the first Grand Slam of 2025 in Weissenhaus. There were so many examples. Like, I'd studied a bit of freestyle chess before that, but that tournament, like, Magnus was leaving his queen trapped in the corner. Magnus was losing his queen occasionally. So many people were just kind of keeping their queen trapped. I remember Firouzja had his queen trapped for 25 moves, kind of stuck in a corner. And it's happened here in 2 games in a row. Peter Svidler with black, so dominant right now, threatening to just win a pawn, by the way. And Tanya, it's looking great for him. Sahakian trying to confuse the issue at least. Knight d5, a nice move.
And absolutely right. If you're Samuel here, you want to try to ease off the pressure a bit, trade some pieces, and he gives up the bishop for that knight. h3 falling next. It just looks still incredibly bad. You just take knight takes pawn because they're also, you've got a feeling like there should be something stronger in this position, but perhaps simple is strong, and Peter goes for it.
Yeah, you can't save the rook actually. Like g2 blocks the defense of this knight. The white knight, g3 is covered. The rook is trapped, and maybe you have to just remove the black knight, the defender of the black queen, so that knight takes rook doesn't land. But yeah, as soon as you take, I mean, you're just getting done on the dark squares. This is not
And
nice
then you
for white.
compare the bishops as well, right? White's bishop on b1, a dead piece, and black's bishop on b8, a beautiful one that can never be challenged. I won't be surprised if Sambal just decides to resign, throw in the towel here. He's touching the 1 minute mark. But as soon as I say that, I remember the Mendonça game. And I think one of the big takeaways in this whole freestyle play-in has been never resign.
Never, ever, ever, ever resign. Just in case your opponent gets nervous. Just in case there's a last minute turnaround or miracle. This one, okay, I was going to say, at least you can castle now. So he castles away from the action. But when the black queen is defended, I'm expecting a move like just rook to h8, for example. And there's already the rook hanging, the pawn hanging, g4. Actually, that's going to kick back the white knight to a horrible square. g4 looks strong too. And this is just a growing advantage. c4 might even come, and an attention switch to the white king.
And look at white. It's like you're setting up for the next freestyle game, right? All these moves have happened and everything is still on the first rank. So things have gone completely wrong. And black's playing on both flanks right now. King side, queen side, left side, right side, opening up the rook, the pawn on g4. This is absolute destruction by Peter.
The clock situation, 6.5 minutes against half a minute. Peter Svidler, again, just in full flow here. Like when he's in form, he's just so beautiful to watch. I can't stress it enough. I learned so much from watching his games. In the meantime, this one looks almost over, Tanya. Should we head on over to another game?
Let's do it. Let's take a look at our other boards. What happened?
No, sorry. We're going back to Peter Svidler. It's checkmate. Commentator's curse. We have to show a checkmate. Oh, sorry. I missed it. That was my bad.
That is stunning. You got to do an action replay for us, David. This is beautiful.
As we were switching away, he played this move. Oh my gosh, I think I just had a chessgasm. Sorry, everyone. Knight c2 was played, blocking the c file. And wow, knight takes pawn. Yes, this knight was pinned a moment ago, but now queen takes queen played. Fair play to Tersakian, allowing the checkmate to land on the board, playing it out for the fans. Knight d3. That's like the bazillionth smothered mate we've shown today, but this time it actually lands on the board, and Peter Svidler wins his 5th game in a row.
And that is stunning. I mean, just this final position, you not only land a smothered mate, but you sacrifice a queen on the way. That is 2 very beautiful motifs in chess that we don't get to see, and we get to see back to back by Peter. Incredible stuff in that one. Gets the win, 5 out of 5. What a power performance. But David, action's on. There are more players on 100%, 4 out of 4. So where do we go to next? I see there's an endgame on the Bjerre-Lazavik board. Position still in balance. Meanwhile, Pranesh, he's fighting with a big advantage against Volodar Murzin, one of the youngest world rapid champions, I want to say. At 18, he got the title. So I think Nodirbek still holds it because he won it at 17. But at 18, a world champion, that's pretty cool. Know of another one who did that. But let's jump to that one.
Murzin against Pranesh is the game we're going to, the World Rapid Champion. This is a rapid format, so Volodar Murzin should really be enjoying this time control, but he's in huge trouble. Pranesh, bang in form. We won't go to Denis Lazavik against Jonas Bjerre yet, because that's a very level-looking endgame, but if we do jump into the Pranesh game, he looks like he's about to break through with a bishop pair, with some nasty pins. White has a trapped queen on that board. I think Tanya's back with us now, but Volodar Murzin looks like he might be about to resign any moment now, if we can jump into that game. And here we go. Just to backtrack a few moments ago, this is just a killer attack for black on the f-file. Just want to point out a double exclamation mark move here. Again, watch out, everyone. Trapped queens are just the bane of your existence in freestyle chess. This white queen is, simply nowhere to go. f5, a beautiful move here. Pinning across the 4th rank, the white knight is hit. You can't play pawn takes pawn, you drop the knight. And after f3, attacking the black rook. Look at this, he didn't even move it. Queen to f6, x-ray vision. Pawn takes rook now would lose the white queen. That's a poor piece due to a discovered check. And instead, hitting the knight as well. The rook moves, pawn takes pawn, opening up the f-file. And this is where we find ourselves after the move. Rook to g2. He's taken another pawn. Tanya, look at this. He's breaking through. We've seen a bunch of moves, actually. He's just trying to get in on the g-file.
And not just that, right? He's up a pawn already, and who cares about that extra pawn when you almost feel like white is playing down a queen? Again, it comes down to the fact, right, that queen on h3, Pranesh has managed to kind of trap it with the pawn on f3 taking away a g2 square, the pawn on h4 stopping any activity on the h-file, the rook on g4 blocking that queen from activity, the king feeling unsafe. We've got to move king f2, I believe, has been played here. And David, I think we're getting some updates. Queen h6 now with another big threat. Pawn takes pawn. Discovered. Check. Winning that queen, and white has had enough. Murzin does resign. Prani, as he's called by his friends in India for his attacking aggressive play. In form, gets the win.
Now, Black is just winning. Black was actually about to win that trapped white queen, and Volodar Mertin lets his time run out. So that's a huge result for Pranesh, who moves half a point off 100%, half a point off the lead. Peter Svidler currently the man at the top. We see on board 2 Denis Lazavik against Jonas Bjerre. That looks dead level. I'm going to take us to another fun one, and that's Yakubboev against that's against Martin Kravtsev. Sorry, I was caught by another board, but this one, Tanya, I was trying to count the pieces. White has all the pieces against the queen.
You know, if I had to guess which board caught your attention, I think it was the Andreikin one. And I think that's where you want to take us next. As I see you're still a little distracted by it. But this one, what is this position? That is 4 pieces for the queen, David. You're about to win the pawn. I mean, this is the whole house has fallen. And that queen on h2, it looks almost trapped to me as well. I mean, this is completely over. I do not see black surviving this in any universe.
Yeah, and this is just one to talk about for those who love queens. Sometimes they're not the be-all and end-all in chess. More pieces are better usually. Okay, let's jump to the Andreikin board. Yakubboev is about to go to 4.5 out of 5. This one, you're right, Tanya. This caught my eye because I was hoping for more smothered mate action. This black king is almost caught. The black queen is the one that's trapped this time. It's all about trapped queens this round. Knight e6 checkmate's coming.
He's threatening it. Knight h7 threatened, knight e6 threatened. I mean, black's got to be resigning any moment now, right? How do you even fight against these 2 threats? For Sanal, his king, and he has to sacrifice big material. Just pick that up with pawn takes rook. Queen f6. He's going to give a few checks. And then the bishop hangs on g1.
Yeah, material down. He's about to be a piece down as black, and he'll be facing this kind of checkmating concept for the rest of the game. White just wants to take this bishop. There's no good way, actually, to defend it. You can't move your queen in, for example, threaten checkmate, because knight e6 will be a fork. Probably you bring your bishop back and hope for the best, but white can even just drop the queen. Okay, drop the queen back, head in with the knight to h7. Everything leads to checkmate, it feels like. Do you see an immediate knockout, Tanya?
I love queen e6. It just feels like such a powerful move, comes in with a huge threat. And not just that, it's a great defensive resource as well, right? It stops queen f6 ideas, which is the only threat that black has in the position. Oh, wow, g3. That is classy stuff.
That's
some super
classy
GM
stuff.
level move.
Don't get mated, though.
Defends it. And now there are some threats, right? Because knight e6, queen g6 is a big threat. So he's threatening a checkmate as well. I think we might see this. That's a mate in 2, if I've got this right. And it is. It lands on the board.
Oh, nice spot, Tanya. You're ahead of the players there. Let's jump to Benjamin Bock against Vladimir Kramnik, because it looks like Kramnik is in huge trouble. Benjamin Bock here with the extra exchange. It's not the best rook in the world. White's rooks are both somewhat stifled, but a rook is a rook, and the black bishop not able to get into the action. Looks like Kramnik about to go down.
Wow, and I like this last move, trying to get rid of black's very active rook here. And now you can also think about bringing your queen back into the game via the f4 square, or get more active if given the opportunity to come into d8. But I like a3, just keeps everything defended. I agree with you. I mean, how do you even keep this game going? He falls back with the bishop because there are no good moves in a bad position.
Queen g5 is very nice, just guarding the e3 square, making sure black can't take with the queen on that square. And okay, the white rook now has been liberated, can maybe activate via the c-file. If you can't do anything, then h4, h5 as well. There we go, he plays pawn to h4. Any queen trade,
Very
Tanya, and
nice.
it's just over.
Yes. So you can't even rely on an endgame right now. He goes with your plan of breaking apart Vladimir's pawns and he can start winning them one by one. Now he's got 2 extra pawns apart from the exchange. Like you said, offers a queen trade. Queen c3, that's an active square controlling any activity by the white rook. Yeah, I like this move, David, because now you can slide over to h1 and start threatening some big checkmates against the black king.
Yeah, the rook is coming. That should spell the inevitable end to this game for Kramnik. Benjamin Bok, yeah, he's in great form as well, especially these online tournaments. And there we see it's a mouse slip to end the game. Kramnik loses his queen, but queen trade would have been equally as losing. This one is about to end. Kramnik lets his clock run out. He drops down to 3 out of 5. He's now 2 points off the lead, Kramnik. He needs a bit of a miracle to get into the top 4. Maybe he needs to win the rest of his games. Benjamin Bok, great finish. And Tanya, one last game between GMs at the top. And still ongoing. That's Bogdan Daniel Deak against Yakubboev Vakadov. What do you make of this?
I'm kind of, I see that black has an extra pawn, but I think white's king and knight activity just, whoa, I was going to say keeps everything together, but white's winning now because how are you going to stop the f pawn from moving up the board assisted by the king and the knight? If you go e4, at least white can go back, pick up that pawn, now equal material and an outside passer for Bogdan Daniel in this position.
Yeah, I think maybe he needed to calculate a bit more. Maybe he could have taken that pawn with the bishop earlier and not allowed all of this. Now he's just had to lose his bishop to stop the pawn and no way for the black king to get around. Look at how the white knight is going to defend from the d3 square. The black king cannot come in either way. The door is shut. The knight covers this square, the pawn covers this square, and now the white king comes. It's going to take a while, but the white king is going to slide on over, and eventually the black pawns will drop. A knight is a knight. This is a huge win.
An extra piece.
Deak 4 out of 5, Tanya.
What a performance by him. And also to point out, I mean, for black, that pawn formation was just so unhealthy to keep the fight going in the end game. Just no way to force some trades in the position. So with that one mistake, everything went out of hand for Deak in that one. And David, that wraps up our round 5, I believe. And we have one more game going on.
Yeah, it looks like the final game did just finish, so we can confirm the standings. And it is Peter Svidler now in the sole lead. Well deserved. He has been a man on fire. Not just winning, but winning in great style as well. There are 4 players in the chasing pack on 4.5. And a whole bunch on 4 breathing down their necks. It's top 4, Tanya, so still plenty to play for.
Peter Meter shooting very high right now with 5 out of 5. And like you said, 4 rounds remaining. And it's such a neck-to-neck battle. Nobody's running away with anything. A half-point difference between the players. So still a very open field. And even Peter, with that 100% score, cannot be feeling safe right now. Actions on. This is round 6. One of the players on the 4.5 mark. Half a point behind with the leaders. We've got, well, both of them. Pranesh versus Jonas Bjerre. A big matchup, and it starts with what I want to say could be the Petrov.
Yeah, the Petrov or the Philidor now with pawn going to d6. Who knows? We could transpose to other openings still. There won't be any Italian, any Spanish, luckily, with the white bishop stuck on d1. But I think key features about this start position, just to break it down before we zoom out, is the fact that the white king is already on one flank. It's going to be very difficult to castle the whole way across to g1. Although it's still very possible if the bishops move out the way and the queen steps up. And I think the bishops, they're a bit clumsy, Tanya. They're hard to mobilize. Actually, you want bishops kind of in the corners in freestyle chess, not necessarily sat next to each other here in the center.
And I'll also point out one of the aspects when the rooks are already in the starting position as we have in standard chess, you can also think about developing them by advancing the pawns that are right in front, right? Ideas of h4 and a4. It doesn't always have to be activated through the castling route as we often see in other positions. All right, so trying to get one of the bishops into the game, the last move c3, and also threatening at the breaking of the symmetry in the center with d4.
Yeah, very nice move. I'm really shocked to see the bar drop for white slightly. It says that black has an advantage now. Maybe it's to do with the fact that the black knight can already go greedy. We talk about undefended pawns. This would slow white down a little bit, at least. The black knight also aims to jump into the d3 square, so maybe that's one idea. h5. Hikaru's on record as well, saying knights on g3 in freestyle chess, you just don't want to put them there unless your opponent's knight is kind of mimicking, echoing on g6, because this knight is just really bad. So, okay, we see a jump in by the black knight. This square covered now by the white queen. The white queen controls everything. Tanya, it does
The
feel like
other
this position... Yeah, sorry, go on.
No, this position, David, just what were you saying?
I was just going to say it looks quiet, but it might be deceptively so.
I was just going to follow up on your point about why not to place the knight on g3 unless its counterpart is on that g6 square. Because once black puts a pawn right there, you kind of take away all the activity from that knight and it feels that it's a bit misplaced. And there's only black who can end up doing that. So it does feel that even though the bar says, like you said, the position, it feels healthy for black. But perhaps there are some more deceptive reasons here with long-term ideas of striking with d4 earlier, opening up the bishop diagonals, the h5 pawn more tender with the bishop on d1 lined up against it, and the knight on g3 ready to strike as well on it. David, let's zoom out of this one and do a quick opening tour of some of the other action. And there we have it. Some interesting stuff going on. We were talking about Peter Svidler against Dan Laz. Peter Svidler, the only player on 5 out of 5. Denis Lazavik, half a point behind him, has had quite a start in his game. And we've got a knight at the center of the board. That's the green board on top left. I'd love to jump into that one. Is there anywhere else that you'd like to go first?
No, I think that's the money game. That is where the two most informed players are clashing. So let's jump to Peter Svidler, who has been burning a lot of time, we should mention. Svidler's down at 7 minutes against 9.5 minutes almost. Peter's been kind of bashing through his opponents, just like steamrolling them, barely spending any time on the clock. So already a bit of a kind of interesting development there, Tanya. But also the moves very interesting in their own right. Just a quick action replay to catch up with how we got here. We started with a D pawn opening, and white plays e4 now. Due to the white queen defending this square, we see Peter giving up some time just to break the center. Now he's basically given away two moves, queen forward, queen back, but he does control some nice space with his pawn, and after c6 he moves his knight in. On one hand, Tanya, he's breaking the opening rules. Like, he's moved his queen twice, his knight twice, neglected the other pieces developing. The other hand, I don't know, his position looks quite healthy. Black is a bit stuck for space with his own pieces.
I agree with you, and I think it's still very early days. But that knight on e5, it makes it very difficult for black to actually get the queen out and try to get the rook into the game. Meanwhile, there are always ideas like h4, h5, something we've spoken about in the previous game as well, that black needs to watch out for. I do like the opening outcome for white, simply given that knight at the center of the board. And it's not an easy piece. You have to kind of figure out, do you want to trade it, allow white to put a pawn there, come in with a tempo? And these are difficult decisions to make. So I think for practical reasons, I do like Peter's position here.
Yeah, I think I would take white as well, although black is still rock solid and black has a bit more time on the clock, so anything could happen. I don't know much about the history between those two, but generational clash, Tanya, it's going to be very, very fascinating to watch.
There's probably very less history between these two, if it had to be my guess. I mean, I can't remember when I've seen them sort of match up against each other, Peter and then Laz. Huge generational clash as well. But also, I want to say that both players, I can see Denis Lazavik sort of have that style of Peter where he's so positionally controlled as well. But when the tactics and the opportunity present themselves, he's sort of ready to grab it.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And it's interesting, like Peter, he's been around the chess world for so long. In 2010, I played a tournament. It was youth versus experience. I was on the youth side. He was the experience side. And I was like, oh, he's so old. And now I'm at the age that Peter was when he played that tournament, like mid-30s. And yeah, time flies. Time flies in the chess world. Now the kids are taking over. So yeah, Peter, I'm kind of cheering for him here. I would love to see him kind of fight on in these play-ins tomorrow, maybe even in Vegas. But yeah, for now, it looks like he's doing very well. Tanya's position has changed, but White's chances may be only growing.
I'm with you on that. I think we'd all love to see Peter go all the way in this one. And like you're pointing out, the pawn formation. And look at that F pawn about to join the party as well, right? F4, F5, already always in the air for white to get into. And suddenly it feels like black's feeling that lack of space in the position and is feeling a bit cramped. The C4 pawn, it not only blocks the bishop on E6, but takes away key squares from the knight on B6 as well. Dennis tries to continue with development, as does Peter. And I'm just wondering if at some point we'll see F4, or is he going to get into the same mode and go castle on the left side, getting the rook to trade on the D line? Two very tempting ideas.
Very tempting. Maybe white will lift the queen up as well, just connect the rooks. And white can safely castle, we should mention to everyone. Even grandmasters sometimes ask me about the rules of freestyle chess. You can castle as long as your king doesn't move through check. So the rook can land on a square it's attacked, the king cannot. So yeah, the white king would go to c1, the rook to d1. That is legal, it's fine, encouraged. Yeah, very difficult to know what black should be doing. Okay, he goes for one of the ideas you mentioned, Tanya. Why not? He's activating the h rook at least slightly. But white now can castle, can move the queen forward, a whole bunch of choice.
Yeah, you want to at least try to create some play, some distraction, and not just give a free hand to white. I want to ask you, have you been playing the Freestyle Fridays, David? Because I've been noticing that you're streaming Title Tuesdays very often. You're becoming the new chess streaming sensation that's taking over Twitch and YouTube. What about Freestyle Fridays? Has that been on the agenda as well?
I have played once or twice, I think, on stream, Freestyle Fridays. The problem is Friday evening tends to be like a bit of a social time for me, and I can't party, and I can't always guarantee I'm free on Fridays. Also, my Title Tuesdays have been a blunderfest. Like I lose on time in winning positions like 3 times a tournament because I'm too busy talking. I can't multitask. So maybe when I get the hang of streaming, I've been trying to get tips from the pros. How about yourself? Any freestyle dalliances?
Well, I've only been streaming commentary with you, David, but I would love to actually get on the Freestyle Fridays because it looks like so much fun, right? Just to get the feel of the position and the challenges. And like you're saying, especially with streaming, you need to be so focused when it comes to freestyle that it perhaps becomes an even bigger challenge. But chat, I want to hear it from you guys if you've been watching and following David Howell and his titled or tilted Tuesdays sometimes.
Yeah,
But it's been so that's sorry, David, go on.
I was going to say, yeah, chat have been lovely to me despite all the blunders and all the tilt.
Chat loves you, but it's yeah, it's awesome. I mean, streaming career, a new career path plan. Let's see how that goes. I'm excited for you, David Howell.
Thank you, Tanya. I promise I'll still always be ready to jump in the commentary booth, though, whenever you need me. And Vegas will be a lot of fun. That's the next highlight.
Because TGIF, like you say, right? You're going to get your Friday party night out as well. And then we'll have freestyle there. So that's going to be awesome. And once again, only one player qualifies through the play-ins. That's what the spot they're fighting for. Round 5 action is on. So David, let's dive back into the position. Peter Svidler in control in this one. Might even move on to 6 out of 6. That would be pretty insane.
Yeah, his position is so beautiful, Peter. I think the main factors here are space. Essentially, white has a pawn on e5 clamping down on half the position. The pawn on c4 also doing a great job of caging this black knight, which doesn't have any, say, kind of great squares to come to. Maybe it will retreat at some point in the near future, but black has 2 slightly silly-looking minor pieces. And Tanya, the big problem is what to do as a plan, how to advance things. Like sometimes the position is too nice, right? And it's kind of unclear what to do next. So does Peter jump forward with his knight at some point, try to target some pawns? Does he kind of slow build, bring his bishop forward, maybe slightly improve his king ready for the endgame? Still some questions to answer. First, there's a threat to deal with, bishop to g4.
Yeah, there's a skewer in the air that you need to stop. And I think you could do that by sliding your rook up. One step is a move that comes to mind. Rook to d2. And then try to find a follow-up. Like you said, beautiful position, but you need to go ahead and you need to find a breakthrough, right? At some point. I'm also eyeing the idea of knight d6. Like it's just a tactic that's somehow just striking me as something that white can maybe make work at some point. It doesn't work just yet, but it's in the air. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, watch this space. You never know. It was actually the first move that came to my mind as well. So I'm glad you shouted it out. Sometimes we need to kind of keep those ideas in mind. It doesn't quite work because the queen defends its bishop, no tactics, and black is just about okay. F6, I reckon Peter ignores that. I don't think he's going to trade because black will take probably towards the center and keep some control. Also, this black bishop comes to life. Definitely don't want to allow that one. What else then? What else instead?
Well, you'd want to comes in with the knight to another square, and I like this move. Like you said, keeps the tension in the center, trades off one pair of bishop, but now he's also eyeing ideas like a4, a5. Want to point that out, trying to get rid of that knight on b6 to create a square to jump to d7 eventually. Essentially, with the knight on c5 and the rook on d2 and the pawn formation, you are dominating that black knight on b6, right? It's got no squares at all to come into the game.
Yeah, maybe it's going to go back to a8 and then white's going to give another smothered mate, just like he did in the last round, Peter Svidler. But no, that's a lovely idea, Tanya. Very important.
So we might see that happen. All right. This is, sorry, go on. Queen f5 check.
Yeah, I think you should just get pieces off here, Denis Lazavik. Get the queens off. Just hope to cling on. Yes, you're kind of stuck for space, but with fewer pieces on the board, maybe space is less of an issue.
And the thing is, right, even if you trade, your knight on the next move can come back to c5, and then suddenly there are all these light square weaknesses once the queens are off the board. Knight e6, targeting the pawns, hitting on the bishop. Yes, you've eased off the pressure that you won't get checkmated anytime soon, but the problems are far from over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Denis Lazavik still in grovel mode, trying to cling on. You were saying maybe we should check out the bird's eye view. Maybe we do zoom out for a moment and then we come and check in on these two leaders. The clash between first and joint second.
We'll do that. Before we move, do you think Den saves this if you had to make a prediction, or do you think Peter grinds this down to a win?
I think he saves it, Denis Lazavik. I think Peter probably, he's his own harshest critic. He's very self-critical. I think he feels that his advantage is less than it was. And momentum-wise, it's not all one-sided anymore. That's a great move, by the way, rook h5, targeting the pawn for a third time on e5, asking for a decision. Yeah, I think he saves this, Denis Lazavik.
All right. We'll jump back to this and see how the endgame goes. It's a very interesting, fascinating position, but let's jump back to the bird's eye view. And David, we've got some middle game action on some of the boards. We've got endgames on others. What catches your attention?
Yeah, maybe we could quickly check in on board 2. We have 2 of the players in the chasing pack on 4.5 out of 5. Prani, as you said, Pranesh against Jonas Bjerre. And yeah, it looks like Prani is a pawn up, if I'm counting correctly. Opposite color bishops, but beautiful control. It looks like he might be a favorite to jump up to 5.5 out of 6.
Let's do it. Let's jump straight into that. I'm trying to figure out where is that X. Yes, he is an up pawn, and I think I wonder if it was the G7 one. Let's jump straight to that action, as that knight is also headed to another juicy spot in the position. Pranesh, what I know about him, he's extremely tactical, extremely aggressive. You know, sometimes that's his biggest, most times it's his biggest strength. But like we were talking earlier, it sometimes backfires as well, because in positions that it's not required, you kind of force your path through, and then that can not work into your favor. But Pranesh, he's loving what he's got on the board. You know, apart from the extra pawn, David, activity of the pieces, the knight on f5, the g file under control. If rooks double up, there are ideas of rook g8, the knight dominating the black queen, the white knight on f5 taking away any squares. Things are looking great for Pranesh, and I think he should be very happy with the opening outcome.
Yeah, he just needs to play rook f1 next, so the whole f file is full, the totem pole on the f file. And that would be a winning advantage. No, I think he's just in max control here. Also, comparison of the knights. Black knight not doing anything. The white knight's so beautiful. Yeah, you can trade rooks here. You can, wow, maybe even go for a pawn storm on the queen side. I don't really like that one, to be honest, but that is his style. You were saying, Tanya, very direct, very kind of attacking. He goes for b4, and there we go. The bar collapses.
Oh my. This is exactly what I was talking about, David Howell.
I mean, maybe I'll quickly check why that wasn't such a good move. According to the all-seeing engine, black had a sacrifice here. Black, just to mention, could have sacrificed, apparently, according to the computer, And a position like this one, suddenly the black queen comes in. This pawn is hanging. This would have been a huge shock. Suddenly black is slightly better. This would have been crazy. But Pranesh, he didn't need to do this. Like, why is he weakening his own king? But I think
Because he
Jonas,
can't
with only
resist
40 seconds on the
it.
clock,
This is what he wants.
hard to
This is
spot.
what he's always. Sorry, David.
Oh no, I just said it's hard to spot that tactic. Go on, Tanya.
He's always just itching to create these crazy chances on the board and just try to force matters like this. And sometimes your biggest strength truly becomes a weakness in the position. But the good news for Prani and his fans, his opponent Jonas Bjerre, with just 35 seconds on the clock, missed that huge golden opportunity that was handed to him. And now Pranesh is back in control with no sacrifices. That pawn move has worked to his advantage. B5 in the air, D5 in the air at the right moment, and now trading off the only active rook that black has in the position, trying to control the H line.
Yeah, I think the professional approach would have been to trade off this rook earlier, keep the white king safe, don't push pawns. But ultimately, he's playing true to his style, and it's working so far. Pranesh here. Shall we jump? It looks like a big advantage still. Pawn up. He's got rid of that active black rook. That's step one. Should we jump back to our top board clash? Peter Svidler, our leader.
Let's do it. Let's bring up our marquee matchup for round 6. Peter Svidler, 5 out of 5. Denis Lazavik, 4.5 out of 5. And it looked like, David, when we checked in last, you mentioned that Denis is going to hold this one. That was your prediction. Are you still standing by it?
Yes. I think black moves are just too natural. What do you think, Tanya? Is he going to hold?
Oof, you know what? Last time when I checked in with you, I was like, David's got this one wrong. But now that I look at the position, I'm more inclined to feel that David's got this one wrong because the G6 pawn is also something that black needs to watch out for. And the big question, are you in time with knight D7? Turns out, yes, you are. So once again, maybe David will be the prophet and will be right. I don't even know why I try to argue with you. Why do I even try to choose the other way around?
I don't know. I mean, position-wise, I would have agreed. A few moves ago, I still would have loved White's position, but it's just I know Peter so well. We've worked together. I helped him prepare for one of his candidates' tournaments, and I just know how he thinks. I think deep down he'll be kicking himself. He'll be like, I've blown it, and I was so much better a few moves ago. Why am I playing chess? Why am I here? Why am I doing everything? He's very philosophical. Now the whole king side has disappeared. Now it's going to be a dead draw. They're just going to repeat the position. And here we go. Peter Svidler drops points for the first time in this tournament, but he maintains his half-point lead over Denis Lazavik, at least. Peter Svidler on 5.5, Denis on 5.
Still looking good at the top of the leaderboard. And like you said, all these existential questions that chess forces you to think about when something goes wrong on the board is one of the reasons why chess can be so incredibly brutal, and it's I think that's one of the advantages that the younger generation has, that they just don't let those thoughts perhaps come into their head as much and are far more practical about the position. As we bring up our bird's eye view, and David, I'm not sure if you're still here because on my screen you are frozen, my friend. All right, we will get David back very soon with us, but let's do a quick roundup of the 8 boards that we've got with us. 2 draws already. Denis Lazavik holding a difficult game, and let's move on to Pranesh versus Bjerre. A big turnaround in that. We'll bring up our big board once David's back, but it looks like Bjerre's done what looked impossible. He's managed to survive a Prani onslaught in that one, as once again, you're down a pawn, but you have a lot of activity as black, I want to say. Pranesh still up a pawn. David, I think we've got you back with us. Another twist and turn happening here on that second board. Pranesh, is he in trouble?
He keeps doing this, Tanya. He keeps giving us heart attacks. And why he opened his king is beyond me. Like, king safety is the number one important thing in chess. I understand wanting to checkmate the opponent, but he'd done the hard work. He was a pawn up, and with a beautiful sender, and with beautiful pieces. You don't need to open a new front when you're so dominant. And now the white king, I'm just seeing some checks come in. The black knight maybe later. Ooh, the f2 square. There's going to be a feast for the black pieces on the second rank here. I mean, if anyone's better, I would say black. Like, in practical terms, bishop h6 is a really nice move. Hitting this knight just feels so easy with a safe king like black has here. Oh, the black knight now jumping in, maybe. Oh, rook f4. It's turning, Tanya. It's turning, and it's self-inflicted.
Absolutely. And being so much in control of the position, having that extra pawn, and now suddenly being on the defense. But David, it's still a game for all three results because that queen can land onto h5, I want to say, hitting that bishop on h6 along with that rook on g6. So I still think that it's still very tricky for both players, but perhaps the best position that Jonas has had all game is definitely this one. Still down a pawn, but a lot of activity. Knight e4 coming next.
Yeah. Best position on the board, at least. The clock's still dire. He's down at only 12, 13 seconds. He's really pushing the limits there, but okay, he drops back his rook. I don't really see why he didn't jump in with his knight on the last move, maybe scared of some rook e8 ideas. But still, who is going to break through first? The knight does land. Black is apparently has something better, but this pawn is dropping at the very least. Maybe watch out for some tactics on the other flank as well.
Rook e8, I like that move. Hits the queen. The queen needs to stay connected to the bishop, offering a trade. If you're white, you'd be very tempted to keep the queens on the board, but then there are ideas of rook takes knight. So wanting none of that, queens are off the board. And now for Jonas, it's so much about the clock and the position as well. The material balance has been restored, but white's coming in with the pieces. The pawn on b5, the knight hitting the rook super active on e8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it felt like Pranesh, I think he made a good decision there to take the queens off the board just before the white king came under fire. And now he's the one having a little bit more fun. Knight c5 maybe, but yeah, ultimately this should be a draw due to how reduced the material is. Opposite color bishops, symmetrical pawn structure almost. And Tanya, after all the drama, missed opportunity for Pranesh if this one, if he doesn't win it.
And it comes down to that move b4, right? Where just everything's fine and then you take that unnecessary risk. You want to kind of get that attack going when a position's already in your control, giving your opponent those extra opportunities. Rook e7 played, but Pranesh is trying to play for the win. He's not trading pieces. He wants to keep as many on the board. But, you know, knowing him, sometimes he tends to overpush. So you've got to watch out for that as well.
Okay, it looks like he's pushing here. He could have just taken that knight and just forced a draw and look. Wait, is his rook trapped?
I don't see a square, David. What's going on? He gives, oh my goodness. Was that a blunder? Because this doesn't look like a push anymore to me. This looks like you're going to be a pushover right now with everything falling apart.
Yeah, it should still be a draw because black's pawn is so weak that it's going to require a piece to kind of defend it, the d pawn. But Pranesh, yeah, that was so unnecessary. Yeah, this is youth. This is the optimism of youth kind of coming back maybe to haunt him, although still should be equal. Do we twist, Tanya? What do you want to do?
Let's do it. Let's check out some of the other action. Pranesh, from trying to push, is hopefully not going to get pushed over the other side, but he has to be incredibly careful in this one. David, let's go to some of the other matchups, and then we can see if this one's still on. I think it's going to go on for a bit longer.
Yeah, there's not many games still going. I was going to jump to Faustino Oro, but he did just win the game that very second. So the only other one at the top of the standings is this game. We'll leave it here too long. It's Queen's Rook and Pawn. This is a long grind. This is Benjamin Bok against Tersahakian of Armenia. Queen versus Rook and Pawn. First, you need to win the pawn, which is going to take 40 moves probably. And then you need to win Queen versus Rook, which is not that easy. So yeah, maybe we go back to the game at the top of the standings, Tanya. Benjamin Bok in full-on defensive mode.
Let's do it. It's the game that matters the most. And now it's turned around so much that Jonas Bjerre is the one who's getting optimistic about his chances. He's going to try to play this out. But like you said, it's so difficult to combine attack on the c3 pawn. And that's it. It doesn't go on for much longer. A draw on this one. And I think after all the ups and downs, somewhere, perhaps it's Pranesh who's the more disappointed one.
Yeah, he should be. And in the meantime, Benjamin Bok, his defenses have been broken. This is the perfect coordination, by the way, for everyone at home. King and queen, you want to keep them a knight square apart. And here you zigzag, and he's going to zigzag his way all over to h2. He's going to pick, a7, and he's going to pick off that white rook. Tersahakian wins by resignation. Benjamin Bok there, getting double attacked, losing his rook. Queen versus rook. Great endgame to know. And there we see the leaderboard.
And a little bit of a switch up, but Peter Svidler still at the top. But this time he shares the lead with Nodirbek Yakubboev, both at 5.5 out of 6. That's a monstrous score with just 3 rounds remaining. Looking good to get that top 4 spot. And then we've got a traffic jam at 5 points. A bunch of players, but you have to make it to top 4. And David, round 7 starts now. I think we're getting moves in as well. We've got Pranesh on us bear. We've got Denis Lazavik in the mix as well. Swane as well at 5 points. Such a crucial, critical round for our standings. This one coming up. And this is our starting position. Just going to point out one thing quickly. There's one undefended pawn. So watch out for that A2 weakness.
Yeah, you definitely don't want a knight to land on this square ever. That would be a checkmate. That pawn is hanging. Very hard to get these knights to attack that pawn, luckily, I think, for both sides. And another thing to point out, Tanya, the white king is basically castled on the queen side. So I don't even know if you need to do much there. The white king on c1, rook on d1 is already a nice castling formation. The queen's in the corner again. We know how controversial that can be, how decisive that is if you get your queen trapped. And in the meantime, a Scandinavian defense by Peter Svidler. Maybe castling is important here. If we see pawn takes pawn, rook takes pawn, black can actually castle queenside and double up his rooks on the d file in like hyperspeed mode.
And that would be a very happy way to develop your pieces, right? Center line, full control of that. But I'm going to say, with whatever has been the takeaway so far in the planes, in the first 5 moves, you need to activate those queens. From h8 or from h1, either you push the h pawn or the g pawn, but get the queen out as quickly as possible before, let's say, the black bishop lands on c6 and pins along that diagonal. That's something that you don't want to allow and get your queen trapped at the corner of the board.
Yeah, big moments. So yeah, you're discussing, for example, if white steps forward, getting the queen out on the diagonal, but a very big decision because the black bishop might come out as well. First, the knight enters and the eval bar shoots up for white. Yeah, to my eyes, it just looks like a normal position. I guess the black king won't be super safe if it's kind of fixes itself on this side of the board. Yes, the other rook can jump over now to castle queenside, but maybe the black king will just be a target along these types of diagonals later.
Very possible. And white's bishop has a path to it, right? You're also looking at hitting the central rook with bishop c4, but also bishop e2, bishop f3 ideas that you're mentioning, or via pushing the g pawn. Once again, I want to point out that the queens at the corner of the board, they're giving me anxiety. I've seen enough games where that queen just never ends up coming out. So white and black, both these players need to find a way. I'm slightly surprised with the advantage given to white, and I'm trying to understand it, David. Why is it such a big opening edge in this position?
It's because the Scandinavian defense is just terrible, Tanya. Computers hate it.
That's a great explanation. I think enough said.
No, I mean, I'm
idea?
struggling to understand. Struggling to understand myself. Like, it doesn't look great for black, but it doesn't look bad either, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. I mean, actually, optically, I just want to say you're controlling the D line. You've castled so beautifully. It's such a weird position, by the way, rook d5, rook d8, like from a chess concept. Happens only in freestyle chess.
Yeah. And maybe thankfully so, it happens in freestyle chess. Normally they say knights before bishops. Yakubboev is saying knights first, develop those pieces first. Very rarely do you say rooks before knights or rooks before bishops. So Svidler definitely freestyling here. And okay, nice move. Eval bar doesn't like it so much, but I do love it. The bishop's coming out. Not just that, but the black queen is no longer blind. She has some eyesight on the long diagonal. And yeah, this feels like it's just very double-edged. I'm going to ignore the eval bar for now, Tanya.
I agree with you on that. I think it's the kind of position where, from a human understanding, you're just not evaluating it the way our bar is indicating right now. It just feels like a rich position, a rich middle game, whether black brings the queen out and then sets up the battery or goes bishop g7. So much of that will depend on white's choice of move next. So David, we'll keep an eye out on this one. Of course, this is a big matchup, with the two leaders fighting each other. But let's also jump across and see the players who are on 5 points because it's a big game for them.
Yeah, and I'm going to take us actually directly to a clash between Dmitry Andreikin and Rasmus Svaner. We've seen some of their games already today, but two very informed players. And this is wild. Just to mention, eval bar says 0.00, but white has sacrificed a piece for 3 pawns. And I'm just going to do a very quick action replay just of the last 3 moves here, Tanya. Like, the position looked blocked, looked totally stuck. And black maybe here should have, I don't know, just pushed a pawn just to solidify things. But rook to d6 is very provocative because it allowed knight takes c4, double exclamation mark. Great sacrifice here. Just a bit in time before the black rook comes and traps this knight. But now after the knight is captured, the white queen, we were talking about queens, suddenly opened up. This whole diagonal, bishop takes pawn, check. King has to move. And this is where we find ourselves. To be honest, I love white's position. I would take the pawns every day of the week if you get an attack on top against the piece here.
My one question to you is, how is black surviving after d5? Exactly. Like d5 coming in, okay, it's just been played, by the way. You don't have too many squares with that rook. I don't think you can just sacrifice it because rook takes bishop, runs into pawn takes rook, coming in with a check. You can't do that. And now d6. Bring it all in. If your king's in the center, your opponent's king's in the center of the board on d8, this move is screaming to be played. But I also like this one. You defend b7, you're threatening a check on c6, d6 in the air. Where is that king surviving? It's just trapped amongst its own pieces.
Yeah, I agree 100%, Tanya. You rarely survive positions like this with black in practical terms. Like, everything speaks in white's favor. Bishop on h4 looks a bit silly until you realize it's just basically set up an eternal pin. Knight b5, there we go. Eval Bar says this is a blunder. And that means white has something concrete, something direct. Is it pawn to d6, attacking this rook with the bishop? Is it just knight jumping in with a check? So many tempting moves. Oof. Suddenly, it's all collapsing for black. We said it, practical terms, it's very strong. And I just want to play your move d6 just because it looks good.
I don't even know why Andreiken hasn't played it so far, because it's literally the move that's screaming to land on the board, right? I think he's trying to think what the follow-up is. And there we have it. Now the rook's opening up the path to the black king, bishop attacking the rook, and I don't once again see too many squares for this piece. And let's say you go back to e6. I think Andreiken was trying to figure out what's the follow-up after a move like rook e6. Does he jump in with a knight to c6 giving a check? Is he going to go pawn takes pawn? Or does he have something else in mind? Ooh, that was not a good move, by the way. Knight to c6.
Yeah, I thought it was just a knockout, but after bishop takes knight, maybe black can survive this.
Knight takes
maybe.
pawn.
Although it looks so scary. Looks like you're just zugzwanged with black. But okay, maybe that does hold on. He needs to be calm. He did actually play knight takes.
He did go knight takes pawn, so he's giving up some material.
Mm-hmm. Yep, there's a pin. Knight still checking.
But let's just do a quick piece count, right? Because black does have 2 minors for a rook, and usually in chess, that's good enough compensation for the rook. But we do those extra pawns that white has got, and that's 7 versus 4. So that's rook and 3 pawns for the 2 minor pieces. Black setting up a huge triple force on the b2 pawn. That's the one trick that you're relying on. But I think all these factors on one side, the biggest problem is the black king on d8, which just stops all activity for the black pieces to come into the game because you're tied down to defending that big piece.
Yeah. I think if you could teleport it away over to g8, h8, black would actually have a big advantage just because you can play with pieces on an open board. But the king stuck in the crossfire, and there we go. Just reminding him, Andreiken, of the king's vulnerability. Also protecting the b2 pawn. Nice touch. Who would you take here, Tanya?
I think this one is an easier pick than some of your other questions. Yes, I do like the rook and 3 pawns against the minor piece, but here mainly because of the black's king position here. It just looks like if anyone's going to be playing for the win in the next 20 moves, it has to be white. There are so many tempting options. You could go queen to d5, lining up a check on a5. That's a move that comes to my mind. You could also think about a rook lift, trying to get to the black king either via the d3 or the d5 square eventually. But first the queen is attacked, so watch out. Just don't rush with any rook moves just yet.
Yeah, maybe knight takes knight and then some rook moves or some checks. I quite like your idea of coming across here as well. I'll say black though, just because it's the bishops. I just love my bishops.
David, now that you said black, I feel like I'm going to be proven wrong with my pick of white, but I will stand my ground And I still think that, Andreichen, I mean, the bar also says that he's doing well, but I think even intuitively, from a human perspective, I would want to play white here. Maybe one day in Vegas, we'll set this position up, David Howell, and it's you versus me. I take the white pieces, you take the black pieces.
You always beat me, Tanya. You always beat me in blitz, though. D5 on the board.
Good memories.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on. Let's not talk about
Let's talk
traumatic
a little bit
memories.
more about that. What were you saying, David?
Wow, rook to b5. Okay, black defending actively here. This one is a really fascinating clash, it's got to be said. But let's check in with our leader, Peter Svidler, because that game is changing and apparently just a critical moment. This is the bird's eye view. The top left board, the green board, is board number 1 in this case. Peter Svidler against Yakubboev. Actually, they're tied on 5.5 out of 6. So this is all important for the standings. And Svidler's just missed an opportunity, apparently, but he has sacrificed the exchange. And I just want to backtrack a few moves. This position will break it down. White's queen not participating is the main problem for Yakubboev here, as we've seen multiple times today. But we saw the position a bit earlier, and just 3 or 4 moves down the line, we saw White attacking the black rook. And Peter Svidler now, because he's so dynamic, doesn't want to just run away with his rook. That rook's a bit silly on that square anyway, so why not get that rook off the board and throw it away for the highest price possible? Rook takes pawn check. White can no longer castle. And now the bishop drops as well, so black gets a bishop and a pawn for the rook. Very decent compensation. Normally that's enough if you have other factors as well. Here white has the weak king. Queen to g1, really sad move. That queen is it was eyed up anyway on the diagonal. It's not getting into the game anytime soon. Knight f5, d4. And here, computer points out that black had a winning position if he played g5 and queen g6 onto this diagonal, but that is very difficult. Let's catch up a5 instead. We see some exchanges in the center. Black now has 2 pawns for the exchange. And Tanya, again, I'm going to ask the question because this is difficult. Who do you prefer?
Yeah, this one's definitely a hard pick. So rook d1 has been played. And again, let's do a quick material check. We see that white is up in exchange, but black has got 2 extra pawns. So the math adds up to a materially balanced position. David, I do like that bishop on c6. I think it's an extremely strong piece. The white king not feeling so safe on the light squares. I do think that black has sufficient compensation. You need to move the queen. You can go queen to f6, for example. Jump in with your knight next. Queen f6 also eyes the f3 square. The black king feeling safe. So as I'm talking through this, I think my mind is also making a decision that indeed I do like black in this materially, sort of this dynamically balanced position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I think like 2 pawns and a bishop for a rook is normally enough, but especially because black is so active here. Black doesn't have any weaknesses. I could see it going very wrong for white, like especially with the king out in the open. I can't see it going that wrong for black. Maybe if the queens come off and the white rook gets active, that's the only scenario. He plays queen to c4, not the best according to the bar, which rises, but very logical move. Some knight a4 or knight d5 ideas. Yeah, I like it too.
I like it, It also ties down the white queen to defend the g4 pawn, so not allowing any activity there. And white tries to kick the queen out. But you do that, you weaken your knight on c3, right? Now knight d5 in some positions is a big threat. And this is the big question. I would be tempted to keep the queens on the board. Simply try to target the white king. David, you love queen trades. Are you going for it here as well?
Yes. But not because I want to. Tanya, I want to keep the queens on here more than ever in my life, but I don't see how. Like queen to b4, at the very
queen
least,
d4.
white can play queen d4. Yeah. And queen a3 feels wrong, like white's coming in now. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. I actually missed the idea of queen d4.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll let you decide white or black again now that this queen trade is about to happen.
You keep putting me on a spot in these very difficult moments, and that's just not fair. But you know what? If the queens come off the board, I still think the 2 pawns and the minor piece give sufficient compensation. And the king coming in, I don't think black will be in too much trouble. But in an endgame, I would want to be white. If there's a way to keep the queens on the board, I'd pick black in this position. But the problem is that white's going queen d4. If you're not trading, pre-move queen d4 with an idea of a checkmate coming in on d8, a devastating check coming in on h8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Peter, again, I know him so well, and he's going to be kicking himself. He's going to be like, why did I play queen c4, c5, queen c5, allow f4? If you just put a bishop on f3, blocked that pawn on f2, like the white queen would have been out of the game for ages. So a bit of a misstep, although still in the realms of equality. Svidler is going to be thinking, though, he had a big advantage, and he did have a big advantage. Tanya, I'm just going to very quickly jump while Peter decides what to do here to that second board. I think we're going to stay on these top two boards for a while because something crazy has just happened. Look at this. White has no rooks. That game we were talking about earlier, Dmitry Andreikin against Rasmus Fana, White's rooks are gone.
What on earth just happened here? That makes absolutely no sense. You got to do an action replay. I mean, we just thought that Swane has to be busted in that position with the king at the center. D5, D6, everything came in. Where did the rooks disappear?
Yeah, we actually left it not that long ago. Like rook b5, knight takes knight is very clever. Knight takes bishop is a fork, so the knight had to be captured. Queen a8. Now rook takes b2. This is daredevil stuff from Svana, just allowing the white queen to rage rampant here. And the black king slides away an exchange, and maybe he'd missed that in this position, queen a1, bishop to c3 at the very end, drives the white king away from its rook, and we find ourselves in this position. Black is two bishops up, but one of them's going to drop if he wants to win, because if the black king moves away, no matter where it goes, if it ever runs away from perpetual check, the white queen will be able to pick up this bishop. So yeah, it feels like black is the only one with winning chances, but still not easy. Still going to be 6 pawns against 3. And yeah, just queen versus queen and bishop now.
Yeah, wow. And that's quite a bit of compensation for the piece as well. I mean, you have to be really precise to convert that one. And with both players under 3 minutes, it's tricky. But what a turnaround this has been, right? With so much pressure on your king to get this position. An absolute dream. All right, David, we'll jump back to this. But is it a good moment to perhaps go back to our marquee matchup and see if, in fact, Peter has managed to have that mind shift where he realizes that the advantage is gone and he needs to be on the defense now?
Wow, I think he's had that mind shift, but I'm really shocked by what he's done. Again, just very, very quick action replay. We left it just 4 moves ago. F4, the queens did come off the board. And okay, in this position, I think you should keep lines closed. It's that simple. You are facing a rook. White has the rook here. Maybe he was scared of like rook g3 lifting up and coming across, but he opened up the position, and that is not what you're supposed to do when you're the exchange down and your opponent is the only one with rooks. Into d8, and this is the live board right now. Oh, Peter Svidler, it looks like he's in big trouble. Yakubboev could be about to take the sole lead if he wins this game. He's just the exchange up now. Ooh, comes back.
All right, well, if you're black and you're playing down material, you want to trade off as many pawns as possible on the board. So as a defense, I think Peter's managed to get a little bit of that going. And now the big point is, how will he defend that 8-7 pawn? The idea that you're highlighting with the rook jumping onto d8, rook c8 coming, rook h8 coming, black's king will be overextended trying to keep the pawns on both flanks defended. He stops that thing, but now the white king moves forward. King e4, king d5, king c6. And if king e4, f6, you've got, all right, he chooses another path. There's g5 coming in for f6.
Oof. Peter, yeah, again, actually, if you put this black pawn on h5 and the white pawn back on g3, maybe it's just a draw. But this h7 pawn is such a big weakness, and now it's being fixed that way, undermining the black knight now. Yeah, open lines are appearing. Again, if you took the whole queen side away, Tanya, he would actually love to give away black's 3 for this white 2 and just focus on one flank. Because knights are short-range pieces. They just can't focus on both kingside and queenside. The white rook, though, long range, is going to crash through soon. Yeah, I mean, I see the eval bar says it's completely winning. If I were playing, I would still think I had decent drawing chances as black, but it's very much an all-out defensive job here.
And that's because you have 2 pawns as well for that exchange, right? And what black is trying to do is create a defensive setup where white's rook cannot land on the 8th rank. Once you get your rook on the 8th rank, then you can start sliding it over, targeting one pawn too many to be defended. There's a trade, the king heading over to that 8-6 square next. Rook e1 was a big threat as well on the board. A check, king 8-6, again with the idea of attacking the pawn, but also rook e1 in the air. You can give a check and push that h pawn forward. Just don't trade pawns here. You need to keep this pawn alive. You need pawns on both flanks.
Yeah. I mean, h4 is the most natural move in the world. I'm surprised it even took him 8 seconds there. Peter Svidler is about to resign. Like, yeah, he's a very early resigner. That's one of Peter's negative traits. He talks about it as well. There we go. It is a dead loss position, so we can't fault him there. But simple gobble of this pawn, gobble of that pawn, and knights, as we talked about earlier. So tough to stop these flank pawns. Peter Svidler loses his first game of the day. Yakubboev, though, great finish from him. He made a level-looking endgame look very, very easy for him. And a bit of a shock there. Tanya. I must admit, I thought Peter was the one in the driver's seat.
He really was, right? At the start of the game, the way we saw the game progress, and then suddenly the turnaround in these last final moments. Peter with some great ideas in the middle game as well, playing against that exchange. And right now, this is such a tough psychological spot for him because he leads the tournament. But when it really matters, you want to make it a tough top 4 spot. To suffer a defeat right now, it's going to take a lot of mental fortitude for Peter to strike back right now.
Yeah, and I just want to quickly jump into a game. Vladimir Kramnik about to lose against Niels Grandelius, and it's a beautiful queen sacrifice. Not just this position with Black about to promote a new queen, because there we go. Vladimir Kramnik actually resigns. But I just want to take us very quickly back to one of the moves of the day. Tanya, rook to d2 was a losing blunder by Kramnik in this position because you don't react to the queen being hit. g3, boom. If rook takes queen, yes, you can stop this pawn promoting, but you won't be able to stop pawn takes pawn. We keep seeing these monster pawns appear in today's action. And taking this pawn off the board didn't help either because it was just replaced by h2, and rook takes queen would have been rebirth like a phoenix of the black queen, and the rook hangs next move with a check. Beautiful.
That is stunning. G3, what a move that was. And then you just get your queen back with interest in this one. So Neil's getting a stunner in with this. David, let's jump to some of the other live boards. G3 can be such a shocker for a player to face, right? You're attacking a queen and your opponent just plays a pawn instead. And you're dead lost after that move.
Yeah, shocker on the defensive side, but so satisfying on the winning side. And Niels Grandelius, great move from him there, Kramnik. On a bit of a negative spiral in the tournament right now. Okay, this one we've been talking about a lot today so far, Tanya. Andreikin a piece down now. This was the one we saw earlier with the rook and 3 pawns versus the 2 bishops. Black won the rook, but he found a way to keep 1 bishop alive. And okay, the bar says totally winning for Black, but what is the winning plan?
Well, one idea that comes to mind to stop this pawn from promoting is that you move your king, you put the bishop on c6, the queen comes to d5, you centralize the queen. I know it's something you and Magnus both love to do, so why not learn from the best and just control that a8 square, slowly get your king closer towards that pawn and keep everything under control. Well, he does take control of the d5 square, so stopping the idea of a check from there, but this gives Black the time to march his king to safety, put it on a7, just not allowing the pawn to move anywhere forward.
Ooh, big decision to trade or not to trade. Oh. Okay, he answers us, Tanya. Great minds think alike there.
And also, I'm going to point out really quickly in certain endgames that h-pawn is the right square. So the h1, the same color as the bishop, can be a very important point. Black can always trade with the move h4, even if the white king is close enough, as he does.
Yeah, and the king not close enough because the bishop protects it. There we go. Rasmus Fana is going to jump up to 6 points out of 7. That is a fantastic score. Half a point off Yakubboev. There we go. Winning with Black against a former candidate like Andreikin. Andreikin, one of the best positional players out there. That is no easy feat. Okay, we'll jump to Denis Lazavik now in his quest to win and join that pack on 6 points. 3 pawns against 2, Tanya. Are all rook endgames drawn? That is the big question.
This is the moment where I want you to ask me which side would I want to play on.
Which side would you want to play on?
100% a white here. I can answer that. This is one of those positions which is a game for 2 results. You either draw or you win. Your opponent needs to be precise, but I think it's heading close to that draw as now there's no good way for white to defend both the pawns on the queen side. I think it's about to go down. Dennis on the think right now. He does find a way, rook c4, and is it time for Black to go with b5? Do you want to trade? He doesn't. He falls back with the king.
Yeah, it's not so easy for white to attack h5. Like, if you win the h-pawn, then you have some winning chances because the black king is so far away. But he needs to ideally use his rook to go and win that pawn, maybe, since the white king was cut off. And they're repeating moves. Denis Lazavik, ooh, he's making moves with 1 second left. Don't play king a5 there. That was actually a checkmate. But here we go. It's a race.
So tricky. He does get your idea in, but he's going to lose the a4 pawn. And at some point, black can sacrifice the rook for the h pawn, and then the pawn and the king on the left side for black will just start advancing, assisting, and then... Ooh! What happened? How does white win? There's no way. Rook h4. Game over.
Game
I told
over.
you I'd pick white.
And most importantly, he stepped in front with his king. You cannot do that. You need your pawn to go first because now when you give up your rook, inevitably, the white rook is just cutting off the black king. It's going to slow black down so much. Still some precision needed, but here we go. The white king is going to step in front, and now the black king is going to be kicked away. You can gain a bit of time. Yeah, force the black king back. This is over, Tanya.
This was exactly the plan that we were talking about, but you want the pawn to move forward and then assist it with the king on the side. In fact, for unbelievable what just happened. King b5, that one move just giving that draw away. And that's it. Denis Lazavik gets another dub in. What a performance by the youngster.
Oh, big win and heartbreak for Teresa Hakian there, who is in 11th place, we should mention, so still not out of it on the leaderboard. But Denis Lazavik jumps up to a share of joint second. Tanya, looks like a big race at the top, but so many informed players today, it's hard to choose among them. Yakubboev, though, the man of that round.
And so much of the action is coming down in these freestyle planes to those final moments, the big turnarounds that we're seeing. Denis Lazavik getting the win because it's so difficult to hold with just seconds on the clock. The big turnaround on the Peter Svidler board as well. Bullet territory, it's what we love to watch. It's where the danger happens. And speaking of bullet territory, that action does not stop because the 2025 Bullet Chess Championship is right around the corner. It's going to be Alireza Firouzja who's going to try to defend his title. But you know what? You'll have to better and quicker the speed demons like Daniel Naroditsky, like Nihal Serene and Arjun Erigaisi. Big names fighting it out for the Bullet Chess Championship. The action begins right here on June 23rd. For now, you can go on chess.com/BCC or use the command BCC in chat for everything that you need to know. So while you do that, while you check out all that's coming up on the Bullet Chess Championship, we're going to go into a quick short break as we get back with the final 2 rounds of the Swiss qualifiers. Stay with us.
I fell in love with the game very fast.
An incredible game.
He finds it.
Wow.
This is checkmate.
We have fireworks.
I was born in Russia, in St. Petersburg, to a Russian mother and a father from Nepal. Chess was sort of part of our family. The father of my mom and the father of my dad, they were like casual chess fans. So my parents knew about the game. They had a chessboard at home. In fact, my mom, she liked to play chess with people who would visit our house. Then I got interested at some point, and my mother taught me the basics. Actually, she started when I was 5, so it was a bit early for me. I didn't understand some of the rules, and so she let it go. But then when I was 6, I got a book, and then I could sort of reread the rules at my own pace. Then I actually, I was able to play properly, and I played with my mom at first, and then she brought me to chess club. And in Russia, there are plenty of chess clubs for children. Actually, I was very lucky as a kid. My mom, she wanted to bring me to the nearest chess club, which was a lot smaller, and it was closed on that day, and so we had to travel a little further. But the other club where we ended up, there was actually a much bigger club with better coaches and much more sort of professional, and that really helped. So the coaching there and so on. So I got pretty good pretty early on. So in some way, I was even lucky, that the club that was near us that was closed for renovation or something. It was just luck from the start in a way. So, I fell in love with the game very fast. the game itself captivated me, but also the fact that it was something I was really good at, you know. I started winning really early. So the thing is, my mom, she did something really clever and not on purpose. So I played her a lot and I started beating her, and you know, she's a decent amateur, so I was already at a pretty good level. And then she brought me to the chess club and they asked her like, what's the level of your child? And she said he's a complete beginner, which was not true because I was already beating her. So they put me in the weakest section and I won all my games there. And then as I did that, they moved me to the next section, but like I kept sort of growing along, so I kept winning all the time, like literally all the time. I think that really helped me a lot because even now when I do something and I'm not really good at it, like I'm immediately like, you know, I like to do what I'm good at. And so in that sense, my start to my chess career was, you know, really just, you know, very positive, very happy. So I just kept winning and I kept playing. And yeah, the first real like big obstacles or challenges, they came a lot later. And by that time I was, you know, I was pot committed to the game.
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess.
It is the final 2 rounds of the Swiss. Only the top 4 will qualify. It will be the end of the road for others. The knockout stage starts tomorrow. It's been an action-packed day today, David. So many turns around, so many shakeups in our standings, and suddenly the field wide open one more time as we see leapfrogging, we see players catch up, and round 8 is underway. It's the penultimate round, and what a position we have.
Yeah, what a position we have. And 7 fun rounds, 2 more to go, and all important to get into that top 4. We see this start position. Both knights are beginning the game in the corner. That is the queenside corner. The white queen is in the other far corner on h1. That already means there's going to be some hustle bustle, trying to get the queens out as early as possible. The players surely will have learned their lessons. Some horror stories earlier in this play-in with trapped queens. Tanya, 2 things catch my eye. One, there's a lot of symmetry going on some of the boards, and in others, it's clear that, well, those who aren't keen to be symmetrical are trying to do some very creative stuff. A queen already coming out on the Svana against Pranesh board. That's on the top row, the dark blue board, and the purple board on the far right. A black queen coming out very, very nice and early there. So, okay, interesting beginning to this round.
And it really feels like it's not just us taking those takeaways of activating the queen or the majors, long range pieces when they're in the corner, because look at the action all around. Players have done exactly that. You know, the G pawn moving up, not only opening up the diagonal of the queen, but also a rook file on the board across so many of the boards that we've got in front of us. I'm seeing moves like G4, H4, or black with its counterpart of G5, H5. David, exciting actions on that bottom row across the 4 boards that we have. Pick one from there and take us there.
Ooh, on the bottom row. Okay, I'm gonna do it. It's gotta be. Oh, you know
I
why?
totally
Blue
threw
Baum
that
against.
spinner on you unnecessarily because I see now you had a completely different game ready.
Don't worry, but it's all about the bottom board and it's all about Connect Four because this is the play-ins for the Connect Four World Championship in Vegas. No, I'm joking. This is the freestyle Grand Slam that we're playing for, and I just wanted to mention the queens. Essentially, big mistake here in the last move would have been to allow the white queen to actually enter the center, so black not trading off yet, because then the white would essentially be playing with a very active queen against a very passive queen. Tanya, you also mentioned that some people were even playing h4, Connect 5 maybe in the near future, with the queens coming out along the h file as well.
All right, a lot of exciting action in this one, but visually, it really does look Connect 5 might happen. But more importantly, White has so much space in the center, so much control. I think it's more understandable why the bar also likes this position for White. Better pawn formation, the bishops landing on ideal diagonals at the right moment. David, as we see that last move, White copies it. Advantage continues, bishop h4 ideas. Let's go back to our bird's eye view and look at some of the other boards. This one, advantage White.
Yeah, big advantage white. And I'm only half joking about the Connect 4 because it does genuinely bring on the space, as Tanya, you mentioned the keyword there, the space. And I think we'll jump in a very quick moment over to our top board, our leader Yakubboev. But first, maybe a check-in with Rasmus Fana against Pranesh, because Prani, I've become such a huge fan of his. Like, I actually didn't know him until earlier this year, I must admit, despite him being a grandmaster. But I think in January, February, I started watching some of his games, and he's so entertaining, Tanya. He's actually given up a pawn. Oh no, I won't say it. I won't say it. I'll just highlight
You
it.
know you want
But,
to. You can't resist to do it and get it out of the way, David.
Connect
It's
4.
a Connect 4!
And I mean, he's just a pawn down. I just want to highlight, backtrack a few moments ago, because I think most humans here, they would develop their bishop, they would bring their bishop out, maybe they'd push a pawn, just solidify things. Pranesh is a different kettle of fish. He's his own person. E5. Of course, it's a pawn sacrifice, but what he got in return, maybe a misplaced white king, but it just looks like a pawn, Tanya.
And a misplaced white king that loses the right to castle as well for the rest of the game. But the point is, this Connect 4 here is so powerful, also not just because of the space advantage, but because the queen on h8, right? It's sort of just blocked out of the game for a really long time as well. White's knight coming to the center of the board. I just don't think Pranesh will have enough time to create that initiative against the king. He wants to go rook d8 next. That's the big plan in this position. And I wonder if it's time for Rasmus Vaswane to get the rooks off the board and not let the majors hang on for too long.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. The attention might switch, and the white king doesn't really have too many safe places to go to. He does get the rooks off the board, and look at that. The advantage all disappears. Suddenly, maybe tricks in the air. The white king, if it ever steps to the c-file, is only going to be walking into the crossfire. How to defend this pawn, first of all? I'm assuming he's going to play the move bishop to g3, but the black knight is also coming over to attack it. Double up on that pawn.
You know, as a commentator, the most heartbreaking moment is when you suggest a move and the player plays it. And for that half a second, you're so proud that it actually happens. And then you see the bar play your heart by dropping down and saying, hey, what? Guess what? Big mistake, big blunder. And you're just back to being sad again.
Yeah, story of our lives, right, Tanya? It happens like several times a game, unfortunately. But I think we should take the positive side that we're playing the most natural moves, human moves. And if these 2700 grandmasters are playing them, they can't be that bad.
There's
Who
something
cares
to
what the
it.
computer says?
All right. There is. By the way, the awesome news now that we're going into the final two rounds, we actually get the players' cams as well. So, you know, we get to see the emotions on display and just how these situations are going to play out in those final seconds, David. The rook trades happen. Prani down a pawn. He's going to try to complicate matters. It's just his style. He's going to try to keep the queens on the board, set up those tricks against the white king. It's not going to be an easy task. Should we back out of this one and check in with our, I wanted to say leaders, but I believe there are almost, I don't know if I've got the math right, but 9 players at 5 out of 7. It's a big leaderboard.
Yeah, it's a big leaderboard. And let's actually check out our sole leader, Yakubboev, who, looks like he's got a very nice position out the opening, Tanya.
I totally got that wrong. I think that was from yes, this is the board that I saw, but that is not where the top players are. This is 11th to 19th, but we had the top 10 players in that earlier one, and it's going to be all about the top four. So we still have players at, I believe, 6 points currently.
Mhm. Yeah, we have quite a few players on 6 points. I think from the group on 5 out of 7, they need to win their last 2 games. It's as simple as that. I think 7 out of 9 might be the minimum you'll need to get into the top 4, the all-important top 4. You still need good tie breaks. It's not going to be easy, but in the meantime, this is Nodirbek Yakubboev. I think 7.5 should get him there. So we'll see. He might need 1 point out of his last 2. D4, though, he's trying to open the center. We do say breaking the symmetry is a good thing, Tanya, but given a question mark, that feels surprising to me. Whoa, fire with fire. Denis Lazavik. Chaos in the middle of the board.
Absolute face off, right, between all these pawns and all the trades, and a big decision taken very quickly, and the right one as well. That felt more like an intuitive decision rather than based on calculation, simply with the speed with which Yakubboev responded. Pawn takes pawn. I think it could be something to do with the c5 square also now being available for one of the white pieces to jump into after a trade on d8, forcing the black knight to go back. This is getting fun. There's still tension in the center. Both queens still at the corner, but again, you look at the queen side, you look at the left side of the board, and it feels like white's pieces are faster to the party.
Yeah, definitely. Like, this is going to clear up this board very quickly. Like, this looks super tense right now, this box of pawns, but when it does clear, it does feel like the white queen may be a bit more promising to be on this diagonal, as long as you don't walk into any nasty kind of shocks with bishop to c6. You kind of want to meet that probably with a block by your own bishop. But yeah, definitely the white knight on c5 looks glorious. I think that might be the key piece, Tanya, as our leader has the advantage. Denis Lazavik, we see on camera, he's always pretty chill, but he might be struggling a bit tactically. If white can find the right sequence first, a hit on the rook. That's a very forcing move. Only 2 moves. I'd have to run away with the rook or block.
And it's not easy to run away with the rook to that f6 square, right? Because the white knight then jumps to the center of the board with a massive tempo, hitting that rook as well. The one good news for Dennis is that the bishop on h6 doesn't allow pawn takes pawn in any position because the king is pinned. But look at the way Yakubboev, he's just now getting all the pieces into the game with tempo after tempo, right? It's such energetic play as white. It's all about the piece activity. Pawn takes pawn. Does this allow e5? Whoa, no, it allows something stronger.
Wow. Rook takes knight, double exclamation mark. I don't think it's even just about this move. I think it's about what happens next. Firstly, pawn takes pawn is a discover check, and white then would have the option to block, potentially, with his rook, or just sidestep with his king. But the whole idea is bishop takes on d6 will come with a check, will come with a double attack, and the black king is actually going to be kind of, well, it's going to be fighting a war on its own, Tanya. I'm surprised it's this strong, but apparently it's just a knockout blow. Apparently it's just winning.
I think you just don't survive that because once you take bishop takes pawn and the white knight lands on d5, your king is basically essentially in the kill zone, right? You're going to get checkmated either with the queen coming to g1 and entering or the knight giving a deadly check. The knight bishop and the queen combo combining, it looks like it's going to be game over in just over the next couple of moves for Dennis. Rook takes knight. What a power blow this was. And David, your other idea of giving a check with either the pawn push or pawn takes pawn, maybe other things work, but I just think you come back with the rook and you're just up a piece in that position.
Yeah. I mean, the very minimum, you'll have 2 pieces for a rook with a big advantage. Maybe we just show this very quickly while Denis Lazavik thinks. He still has 5 minutes. This has been a very quick game. Very quick decisions made by both players. Pawn takes rook here. Just to mention for everyone at home, it is currently exchange down for white. King to a8 would be my choice, at least, yeah, the first instinct. King c8, like you said, this is just going to end in checkmate. Like if black tries to save the rook, for example, whoops, you get mated. So shuffling to the corner looks best, and not to take this rook, which I think is the wrong direction. Materialism is not the right way forward here, because suddenly black is level material, black has 2 bishops, still discover check ideas. It's all about this move you mentioned, Tanya, knight to d5. And okay, I'm going to be greedy, just for an example, discover check. Let's say black, I don't know, takes another pawn. But yeah, it's smothered mate in the air. I'm not sure how to start knight check. Knight here check looks very good, but this type of idea, queen to g1, just looks so scary.
But you have e3, right? So where is the knockout after you block this diagonal, is my question. How do you, because this has to finish off. And bishop b8. Ooh, that's nasty. So knight c6 to defend it. I'm trying to hold on and hang on somehow.
R says it's totally winning. To my eyes, it's not that straightforward. Apparently, we come back and and it continues. It's just devastation on the dark squares. Denis Lazavik, we can't really see his face, but Yakubboev looks excited, trying to hide his emotions here, just to show one very pretty mate. If black just ignores, we would see a check. How do I do this, Tanya? Check.
Do knight c7, king b8, knight a6, king a8, queen b8, knight b8, and knight c7. That's what you wanted to do, right?
You read my mind. Smothered mate, the theme of the day, and the black king. I mean, essentially facing off against all of White's army, even despite the lack of queen and rooks. This is the position on the board after a capture, and the knight is coming into d5. Yakubboev has seen it all. He feels it, and he's about to almost bank a spot, it feels like, in the top 4. If he wins this, he's going to be a hard player to catch. His tiebreak's so good as well.
Okay, this is beautiful stuff, by the way. Just the construction of pieces by Yakubboev to finish this attack off. The only player who currently leads the board with 6.5 out of 7 points. What a performance he's had in the tournament so far. And we see Dennis, his response, it only feels like you're delaying the inevitable. He goes in with the pawns. It has to be around the idea of queen g1, but now queen g1 will be met by f2. So Dennis still putting some resistance. Yakubboev, yes, we see the bar. It's close to the finish line, but he needs to finish it off. He still needs to find the precise way forward. You have tempting options, knight b6, knight c7. Which one would you want to start with here, David?
Yeah, actually, my instincts told me knight to b6. Just, I don't know why. It's just more of a forcing move. Like knight c7, your opponent has 2 squares. And I always hate calculating, so why calculate 2 moves rather than 1? So my instincts told me knight to b6. King to a7. But you're right, Tanya. If the white queen can't get onto this kind of long diagonal, if the white queen moves across being blocked, that kind of cuts off a lot of your attack. We should mention as well, Yakubboev can force a draw if he wants. There is a bailout, an escape route by checking and checking forever. The black king can't escape, so he's not risking anything at all here. But yeah, if you don't really see it, don't really see the mate. You need the queen.
He's risking fan disappointment if he does go for this repetition. I think he feels it as well, that there has to be something in the position. And it all relies on getting the queen into the game. I don't think g1's the square anymore because black simply has f2, f1 coming in with a tempo. So you don't have the time to do that. Is it f1, queen to f1, trying to threaten bishop takes pawn? But I would think queen f1 might run into e3 as well. Still needs a bit of calculation, which is why Yakubboev slows down. David, he's not taking the repetition here, right?
I don't think so. Although human temptation, being in the lead, I was going to say it might be that he doesn't find the best move. Queen to e1, double question mark. He's still doing well. The bar's still on his side. Tanya, just to check, just to put it on the board as well. Apparently the best was to put the queen on d1, which to me is really mysterious. And if black, for example, ignores it or pushes a pawn, let's say, then, sorry. This is the tactic knight check.
What are these sounds?
Bishop b8. Bishop b8, and you take the knight, and you give checkmate at the very end.
Oh my
Sorry,
God,
I'm just getting too excited with the chess.
No, you completely, I mean, look at that checkmate. Okay, queen d1 to land up a checkmate on 8. It deserves all the sound effects in the world. That is a stunner. You know, to win the game, the best move is put the queen at the starting position.
And just to point out, the winning idea was to bring the queen into the action via the d6 square. He's gone the other way, though, and this was very difficult. Very, very difficult. So he goes to the wrong square. Denis Lazavik, do you think he defends this, Tanya? Even with this lifeline, it feels so difficult for black.
So I'm just trying to work this out because, again, f2 feels like the move that you want to make in this position. I don't know if I'm just straight away walking into a checkmate, but I don't see it. He goes knight f7. I just think from a human element, it's so difficult to defend this onslaught of white's pieces against the black king.
100% agree.
Now knight b6.
I guess white... Yeah.
Sorry, go on, David.
No, I was going to say no draw, Tanya. Knight b6, knight c8, still a draw.
No draw. And I don't think you want to go for knight c7 and knight takes bishop trying to grab on f7. That just doesn't feel like good enough somehow.
Mm-hmm. Especially while these pawns run, being greedy. I 100% agree with you. Feels wrong. I was going to say, I guess like he wanted to either get through via e4 or via b4, but I don't really see what the threats are if white goes for those. I don't hate Lazavik's move, despite the double question mark. I don't think it's like giving white an easy path. That's the main thing, especially in this time limit. Both under 2 minutes now. You cannot give white any easy moves, and knight f7 gives a big choice.
I will say one thing, that after the last 2-3 moves, suddenly Dennis has appeared on site, you know. He's there. He was almost under the table because it looked completely busted. And I wonder if he's now feeling a bit of a chance here and he's kind of leaned into the whole situation now.
Mm-hmm. You sense some optimism from young Denis Lazavik. Yeah, Yakubboev, he's so strong as well. Also an Olympic gold medalist with Uzbekistan. Very, very strong grandmaster. Won the Qatar Masters, I believe, in 2023. Yeah, can he finish this off? This would be a beautiful game. If he can win it, if he can find the killer blow, which isn't obvious. I have a feeling it's queen b4. I just don't know what exactly the follow-up is. But
you want to get that queen to the d6 square, right? And then try to combine it with the knight. He first starts with a check, expecting black to go, well, if you go king a7, you could go king a7 because queen f2, there's still e3.
Yeah. It does walk into some queen
b4.
b4,
The idea
queen
queen
b6.
Oof, that looks scary.
It's the other way. Oof. Knight takes pawn, maybe.
Knight takes pawn. It's a double check. It's a pawn. Why not? I like it.
Yeah.
This is tricky. And
As
I'll
you
say
said
one
earlier,
thing. Now with Yakubboev, under 40 seconds, David, anything can happen, you know, still. He goes with the idea of knight takes pawn, forcing black to decide a square. And I think if you put it to a7, the move queen b4 looks incredibly powerful, coming in with several checkmating ideas.
Oof, yeah, that looks scary, terrifying. It's double check. The king has to move. Can't go to c8 because of bishop to e6. He's just hiding out in the corner. But now white's won the a6 pawn for free. I would not hesitate in going back. Now trying something a bit different. Is it queen to b4?
Get that queen in. Get the queen to b4.
Under 30 seconds,
you
though.
Really want.
Knight takes bishop feels wrong, Tanya. Losing momentum after knight takes a recapture. Oh, he plays it.
It's not bad at all because we see the bar. And I think the point is, David, that if you go f2, f1 square is controlled. So the bishop is a great defender. You'll just put your queen on b4 anyway, give up that bishop and threaten all kinds of checkmate on that b7 square. So queen b4 is still a big threat.
Yeah. Actually, I agree. This is just by far the most practical. Great decision by Yakubboev. I think, just the fact that all these pawns are hanging as well with gain of time, the fact that he's material up for now, 2 pieces versus the rook, and with the ongoing attack, it feels like he should be banking this. That would be a hammer blow for Denis Lazavik, who might be out of contention or need a bit of a miracle in the last round to get into the top 4. Yakubboev, though, 7.5 out of 8 if he wins this. Feels like when he wins this now is the big question. Queen to b4, defends the knight, and threatens checkmate now. Looks like the right way forward.
It really does. And for Dennis, right, what a road it's been, because he started with a 4 out of 4 hot streak at the very beginning, and then suddenly going into this last round, perhaps what is a must-win game for him. So much pressure on the youngster, and now on 10 seconds on the clock, the rook threatened. He moves it, threatening in some position to sacrifice itself for one of the minors. But look at the control that Yakubboev is showing. Speed comes in with the bishop. Dennis really trying to trade off pieces. Controls the f2 pawn, so no more pushing of the f pawn for black.
Oh, turn around, Denis Lazavik. I was going to say bring the black queen into the center. Really scary move to face, and he's just blundered his bishop, Yakubboev. And he's blundered his pawn on c2. It's all collapsed.
What just happened? Unbelievable.
Oh.
David, you'll have to do an action replay because it just happened all so quickly. It felt like a blunder after blunder. And now suddenly it's Denis Lazavik who's winning.
Yeah, even after blundering his bishop, Yakubboev was doing fine. He had enough material, but he was spiraling and he just got scared. He just freaked out completely. And now he's the exchange down, black or tipping the knights over the edge here. The two white knights could no longer defend each other. He drops another piece. Yakubboev collapsed there. Wow, Denis Lazavik wins what looked like a hopeless position. And wow, takes the win. Look at that. Barely a flicker of emotion there by Denis Lazavik as he takes that from the draws of defeat, takes the victory, Tanya. That could be all important come the end of the day.
And this one's got to hurt so bad, right? Because with that win, Yakubboev would have fixed his spot, would have confirmed his entry into tomorrow's knockout with a monstrous 7.5 out of 8 and doing everything right in that game, setting up the attack, brilliantly executing all of it, and then suddenly just collapsing under pressure in those final few seconds. And Denis Lazavik up to grabbing that opportunity with both his hands and then not letting it slip. That was one of the most insane turnarounds that I've seen today, David, perhaps in a long time.
Yeah, pure panic mode from Yakubboev, but I think that's very, very relatable. We've all been there. We've all hung pieces. It's just unfortunate he hung like 3 pieces and pawns with check, Yakubboev there. So everything that could have gone wrong did pretty much go wrong for the tournament leader, who has been leapfrogged. And that leaves us with Peter Svidler trying to defend this position against Anton Demchenko. Demchenko is a dangerous customer. I think Svidler's found the ideal defensive setup. The black bishop cannot take this knight as the white pawn would run through and queen. And therefore, it looks like you can just yo-yo back and forth with the white knight. Tanya, I would still be a bit scared here, though. White doesn't have too many hiding places, too many passing moves.
It does feel like that, right? With a knight, you always have to be careful of all these zugzwangs, but maybe you just have enough with this f1 square and that a7 pawn as a distraction against the bishop. If you take now white just queens, you don't need to spend time picking up that bishop. So having these possibilities of the f1, f3 square is just about enough to keep the h pawn from queening.
Oh my...
What? But bishop takes knight, king takes bishop, h2, king g2, game over, 1-0.
Wow. We were talking about white playing for the draw. Demchenko took his eye off the ball, trapped his own bishop on a square it could no longer cover a8. And Peter Svidler, wow, that's a lucky break for him. Feels like it's written in the stars that he gets a shot at the top 4 now, but he takes the win against Demchenko. Heartbreak for Demchenko there, who now plays for Slovenia. But wow, Peter Svidler, that, Tanya, weird stuff's happening. It's as simple as that. It's that time of the tournament.
We were just talking about how Peter is just about saving this. And there we have, Demchenko crashing out, Yakubboev crashing out, now relying on the last round hope while we've got the other players leapfrogging in those very final few seconds from busted positions. Just crazy stuff going on. And David, this, if anyone's got to be trying for a win, it has to be black. I think if white has the opportunity to give checks and bail out, it has to be now. But I'm not sure if you have enough checks because the black king is running to safety on over to f8.
Yeah, this should just be a win for black. White's queen now is totally paralyzed, just avoiding any checks, putting the king on h7, and then using the knight to come out. That looks like the professional way. Maybe we just very quickly recap. This game not so important for the standings. Maybe we quickly recap that Peter Svidler finish very, very quickly because it was crazy, Tanya. And just to show the final stages of that game, I actually only brought us here because I was like, oh, let's show the draw. It's very instructive. Here, black can draw in a multitude of ways. You can even just, you can even just bring your king over and just grab the last white pawn if you're feeling really afraid. But bishop to g2, game-changing, game-losing blunder. And knight to f3 check is a simple block, gaining time and promoting to a new queen. The key detail, maybe what Demchenko had missed, is that after an exchange h2, white doesn't queen. When you would get skewered, this would be a full turnaround. Instead, simple, calm, king back to g2, stop the pawn and promote your own pawn. Svidler, he's right back in the race now.
This was such a gift, and I just wonder if Demchenko played bishop g2 with this idea, thinking that he's got the win in the bag because white can't queen, and then the cold shower, that the white king comes back and you're completely lost. There's nothing to fight on. And bishop g2, because that's a winning attempt move by black. Like you said, black can just sit, doesn't need to do anything. So this was an insane turnaround. Maybe if we just have enough time, you could also show what happened in the Yakubboev board, because that was dead loss for Denis Lazavik.
Yeah, let's. I'll just very quickly find that one. Denis Lazavik, miracle comeback, and I'm gonna try and pull that one up.
Unbelievable things happening in this penultimate round as David takes us through this final ending that happened. David, break this down for us, because it looked like Yakubboev was about to move to 7.5 out of 8.
Yeah, here Denis Lazavik played a very scary move, Queen D4, but if he'd stayed calm and found the move A6, going for checkmate, he would surely have won this game, Yakubboev. Instead, it started to collapse. He gave a check, and now suddenly forgot about his bishop, seemingly. He just dropped the bishop. Not only that, but he soon dropped the C2 pawn, and to finish off this game, he also dropped his knight at the very end. If we fast forward here, he moved his knight away, dropped his knight with check. It just collapsed for Yakubboev, and that means Denis Lazavik leapfrogged him.
And he's the one who's leading going into the final round of the Swiss with 7 out of 8. It is round 9, and it comes down to this. Only the top 4 qualify. It's all about those spots highlighted in golden right there. The golden spots into the Swiss right now. And there are so many players neck to neck, hot on heels of Denis Lazavik with 6.5 points. David, this is a big round. And what a miss it's been for Yakubboev, right? He would have guaranteed a spot. He would have gotten that position into tomorrow's knockout stage. But now, nothing's clear. Nothing's a guarantee at 6.5.
Yeah, it feels like you need to win at 6.5 as well. Like tie breaks are on the line. 7 might make it. You might squeeze it into 4th place, but 7.5 feels like the magic number. So we'll see some players take big risks. I think Denis Lazavik wouldn't be averse to a draw. And he plays with the white pieces. That's the top left green board against our favorite player, Tanya. I'm going to say Prani there, and that's a very symmetrical position. Lots of symmetry actually on the top few boards, especially the top row there. And how inspired do you think the players are going to be feeling in order to take the risks to bank that top spot, that top 4 spot?
Well, I think everyone on 6.5 is not feeling safe at all. And Denis Lazavik might want and hope for that draw, but he's playing Prani. He's playing Pranesh, who's a player who lives and thrives for chaos. He's not going to make that draw easy. He's not going to let, and the beauty of freestyle chess is that you could be playing with white, but there's no way to shut down action. There's no way to get a solid position out of the opening. And that position that we have on our top board is anything but solid. I think for Pranesh, it's clear that he needs to try to push for the win to have a shot.
Yeah, Pranesh taking some decisions early, but just a quick action replay of what just happened. We saw d4, d5, the white queen, bishop, and knight start on the squares. They also begin kind of classical chess in. So we see some very normal looking decisions. Bishop to g4, bit of a mistake, a bit of a shot in the dark. It's not doing anything, this bishop, but you're basically giving time to the opponent to develop. Never give your opponent time to develop their pieces. G4 hits the bishop. Not just that, but look at this bishop. It blocks in the g-pawn, which blocks in the dark squared bishop, which is a dead block of wood. And he felt compelled now, before the chance disappeared, to trade off his bishops just to get this h8 piece into the game. But Tanya, you mentioned anything but dull. Just looks very, very pleasant for Denis Lazavik. Hit on a pawn, bishop pair, and a nice center. He might even play f4, f5 in the near future and go for it.
It actually looks like a standard chess position with the setup that we have where both sides have castle, and white has this incredible space. The bishop from c1 can jump onto 8-6, and we're getting some confirmation that 7.5 would be a guaranteed top 4, and only a few players would make it with 7 points. So for Pranesh, he has to try to get that win in, but the position that he has, it's not going to be easy to get an advantage, let alone pushing for that. Denis has all the reasons to be happy with what he's got. David, let's switch over to some of the other boards as the players fight for that 7.5 finish.
Yeah, let's do that. And I'm going to switch us over to Peter Svidler, who got that miracle shot, that chance just in that last game to turn things around deep into the ending. And here, I'm going to say, though, it's looking difficult to win with black. Martin Kravtsev has snuck into the top 4. We see on this side of the board there, the current leaderboard. He's in 4th place, but not feeling safe on 6.5 out of 8. He's got slightly more space. The white rooks look really pleasant on the e-file. Tanya, I'm going to say opening success for white.
And I agree. And I wonder if this is just an unfortunate position draw for the players playing with the black pieces in this, because so many of the positions are sort of lining up, landing up on that standard 5-1-8, our standard traditional chess position, where white just has a beautiful harmony in pieces quickly, is able to break the symmetry faster and have more space here. So trying to create those chances to play for a win, which is so characteristic of freestyle chess with the black pieces, perhaps this particular draw of the starting position is slightly unfortunate.
Yeah, I fully agree. It just feels like Peter Svidler, he knows the first job for black is just to equalize. Like he's trying to do that. He's kind of just trying to solidify right now, put a pawn on e6, knight on d5, just rock solid. And with black, sometimes you don't get a shot and advantage very quickly. So first job to equalize, maybe trade off some pieces, maybe then slightly better pawn structure, do it step by step by step. With white, I guess here Martin Kravtsev is going to try and push his h-pawn forward, try to kind of destabilize black there, maybe swing his rook a bit later, create some attack. Still not easy for either side. It looks very dark where Martin is playing. Peter, meanwhile, looks very calm, very composed, but maybe for both a win is necessary. A win would get them to the top four. But 7 points, Tanya. It's so tricky as a player, like doing mathematical equations, worrying about other results. Ultimately, you should focus on your own game, but maybe your decisions are affected either way. Not a pleasant place to be in.
Not at all. And in this situation, you really have no guarantees, because how much risk are you actually willing to take right now, right? You feel like 7 might just get you in. 7.5 is 100% guarantee, but high risk, high reward, but also high risk, high trouble, right? You could just be out with 6.5 points. But I think for the players playing with white in this case, Kravtsev, I think he is pleased that at least it's a long-term position to fight it out. As I say that, there are certain things to be careful about. The d4 tender pawn, and Svidler setting up some ideas with his knights jumping around. David, it's going to be a long game across boards in this final round, so we set ourselves up for quite an epic battle. Where do you want to jump to?
Yeah, I just want to mention, we'll jump very quickly, but just to mention, a draw was agreed on board 1 between Denis Lazavik and Pranesh. That means Denis Lazavik is guaranteed a top 4 spot. He is through. We'll see him tomorrow. He continues his journey in the play-ins. Congratulations to Denis Lazavik. For Pranesh, he's currently in second, but he faces a very nervy wait for the other results. Maybe he'll be pushed out of the top 4.
What a day it's been for Dennis, right? He starts with 4 out of 4. He's almost about to lose this crucial round to Yakubboev. Everything goes wrong. And then, that end of that position, he manages to bounce back, gets the dub in, and then finally cruises through to the knockouts tomorrow. One of the youngest players here in the field, 7.5 out of 9 in this freestyle. Never an easy task. So incredible scenes. We'll see him tomorrow. Pranesh, we'll find out. It depends on what happens across the boards. David, exciting stuff going on the Swane board as well.
Yeah, we'll jump over there immediately because Yakubboev, recovering from that heartbreak, it should have been him, not Denis Lazavik, kind of guaranteed the spot in the play-ins tomorrow, but the panic may recover. Often it's hard to kind of get back in the swing of things, to just shake things off, as Taylor Swift would say. Within the space of a few seconds, the games start one after the other. But Tanya here, it looks really nice for white visually. The pawn count, I believe white is actually up 2 pawns, at least for now. Although, wait, it's the exchange. It's the exchange for 2 pawns. White has parted with a rook for bishop. The white queen snacked on a pawn on a7, and there's a hit on the d5 square. To my eyes, at least, the black king misplaced, maybe weak, d pawn weak. Just feels like a great exchange sacrifice for Svana.
It really does. And it's a big one with both these players on 6.5 points. Also easy. I could totally understand, noticing that black is up in exchange simply given the dynamics of the position. What is that rook on g8 even doing? It's just tied down to defend that pawn on g5. Now what is the rook on e7 doing? It's pinned down to that king on f8. d5 about to fall. White, just a few moves away, wants to go b3, kick that knight out, bring his own knight into the game. The bishop landing on a3 after a move like b3. It just looks like it's white written all over this. And I like this approach. You want to try to trade off these pieces to get your rook into the game. You want to unpin that rook on e7 with queen to a5.
Yep, great move. I think almost an only move there for Nodirbek Yakubboev there. He needs to get the queens off. He's facing an attack. White's king is super safe. When you have the weaker king, a queen trade normally helps you to some extent to stay safe. And I don't really see how White can dodge this queen trade. The queen is pretty much trapped. I don't think you want to contemplate clumsy moves like knight b5, self-pin. Sometimes get away with it, but maybe just queen takes. You take this pawn, 2 pawns for the exchange, bishop pair. Should be an advantage for White, Tanya. Although, yeah, still all to play for.
It does feel like White should be doing well, but again, it's far from over. Advantage White, but I think Black will fight, and it is an exchange. If Black is able to regroup and activate the rooks, it could be anyone's endgame. And let's not forget, the players have no idea. We've got the evaluation bar guiding us, right, David? And perhaps for Yakubboev, he's just thinking he's got chances. He still has chances to fight this on, or he's just thinking about what happened in the last round. Let's hope it's the former and not the latter.
Yeah, I think if he gets down to a time scramble, though, Yakubboev's confidence will be shot after what happened in the previous game, the total collapse. I know whenever I lose on time in Blitz and Bullet, Rapid, anything, then it takes me a few hours, days, weeks to recover, let alone a few seconds. So thrown right back in. Yeah, I'm expecting a queen trade. Svana does quite like his endgames. He likes his endgames more than his brother. Rasmus has a much more positional style. His brother Frederick more chaotic, and both equally strong grandmasters. But I would expect him to take queens, take a pawn, and try to nurture that advantage forward.
And then he's probably calculating what happens because Black also picks up that central e5 pawn, and not only calculating but trying to evaluate that endgame. Again, from a human perspective, not an easy evaluation to make. He does go for the d5 pawn first, so wanting to trade on his terms because he will now, I think, get into a very similar position, perhaps take with the bishop, so forcing the Black knight to retreat rather than giving another option of picking up the e5 pawn. David, we'll keep an eye on this one. Let's jump over to some of the other boards fighting for that top 4 spot.
Yeah, I want to bring us back to Peter Svidler in a moment, but first we see the bird's eye view, and we're very much focused on the top row right now, the players who are within touching distance of qualification. On the bottom row, they need a bit more help, but Peter Svidler, Tanya, he's got an advantage with Black, and we weren't thinking that way a few moments ago. He suddenly opened up the position. It's still level pawns, but White has 2 isolated targets, pawns that are very weak on the queen side. The knight not very stable. The White king probably more vulnerable along this diagonal later than the Black king. Normally it's nice to have more pawn shelter as well. This looks great for Peter.
And also there are threats of knight g4 at the right time, hitting that rook on e3. So you're just not feeling like your pieces are very stabilized in the position, kind of stuck to defend each other, and you don't have too many squares. So Peter definitely putting a lot of pressure here with the healthy pawn formation as well as the piece activity. Knight on c3 not feeling good. He goes with another plan, and I wasn't expecting that because it feels like it might neutralize some of the pressure.
Yeah, I don't
You're
understand.
shocked.
Like, he's basically offering a draw with this, no? Knight takes knight, unless he's got some fancy ideas. I don't know if rook c5 that works, but knight takes knight. If you just take the queens off the board, it's a rook endgame. It's going to be a draw. If you take with the pawn, suddenly Black's got weak pawns as well as White. Like rook to d3 looks like it might be a nice idea.
Does
Is
does
this
he just
Peter
feel
being
that
unambitious?
does he
Sorry,
just
Ron,
feel
Tanya.
that 7 would get him in, David? Like, do you think that could be it? That he just
I don't know if he knows. I don't know if he's checked Peter. He might be the type of player who doesn't really like look at the tie breaks. There wasn't much time between the games. I think you can see on Chess.com on the server they're playing that he was outside the top 4 even before this round, and a draw is not going to help his chances. He was behind his opponent in the tie breaks.
And then
I don't
you're
understand.
just sort of kicking yourself, right? Because you get this beautiful position with Black, and it's not winning, it's far from it, but you definitely have the potential in it, right? You have, and Peter with his, I mean, at his level, he completely knows that and understands that. If anyone, Black has got this activity. The only explanation in my head for this sort of liquidation in the center is that somewhere Peter feels and believes that he makes it through with 7 out of 9.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only explanation. Like, he could have played h5. He could have just sat there, like, improved his rook. I don't know, rook c7, rook c4, any move. Just sit on the position, hope that something turns up later. No need to panic. Even swapping queens with the knights on the board, Tanya, I would say is better winning chances than this. For Martin Kravtsev, maybe Peter was kind of playing on the fact that he might not want to draw either. Martin, though, we see on the leaderboard just on the left of our screens, he's ahead of Peter. He's in 5th place right now. Slightly better tiebreak. But this one, look at all the pieces disappear so quickly. This one is a dead draw now. The rook's going behind this pawn.
Yeah, you can just give up the A pawn, pick up the D pawn, 3 versus 3 handshakes, or in this case, a draw offer on chess.com, and it will end any second. And then it just comes down to those tie breaks and what that means for these players as we see this being played out. And if Peter doesn't make it, I think he's going to be very upset with himself, because what a start again he had to the tournament, right? Leading up till round 6 and just being at the top. And there it is. We see the draw. And David, we still have players who've gone up to 7th place, and there's still action on, I believe. Yakubboev still playing.
Yeah, Yakubboev still playing against Rasmus Svana. This is their position. We see them both on camera. Rasmus, losing some of his advantage there, trading off his beautiful bishop, which is very surprising. But still, I'm going to say a 3-result position, Tanya, unless... he'd spotted he did have a fork with knight to c4 if there wasn't this exchange sacrifice back. So now Rasmus is actually 2 pawns up, but the black rook is coming.
The black rook activity and the bishop also really strong. If we can have our standings, because I just realized on the left side of our screen that Denis Lazavik at 7.5 makes it through Peter, David, and we've got Peter who's currently at 7 points. He's in, but Yakubboev is playing against Swane. Let's bring up that board. But just to quickly remind everyone, we're going to have one of these players potentially go to 7.5. And does that mean that Peter gets knocked out?
It does, unless the tie breaks kind of switch up during this last round. They'll be relying maybe on some favors from their previous opponents. As far as I know, it's an algorithm. It's a kind of coefficient based on how your previous opponents have done in the tournament as well. So he's going to be hoping, Peter, that his past rivals do him a bit of a favor. Peter probably as well hopes that one of the players here wins. Like, are those players on 7 points? They don't want to be joined by 2 equal rivals on 7 points. They would rather that one player leapfrogs them, and that they kind of hope that their other rivals on 7, their tiebreaks, don't do so well. It's all very complicated, I know, for everyone at home. It's complicated for us too, Tanya, right?
Yeah, it's the Sonneberger system where you kind of add up your opponent's total scores, so anything can happen. The whole algorithm brings in so much chaos at the end because it depends on who you've played, what's your score against them, and what is their final score. So wow, a lot depends, and it all comes down to this one, David, right here. Can Yakubboev hold this position, or will Swana be able to make the most of those 2 extra pawns? It's not an easy convert at all, just simply given the terrible position of that white knight. You want it in the middle of the board. You want it to be on d3, but it's far away from that square. He makes his route, but that does give black the opportunity to come in with the rook, snap up at least one of the 2 pawns.
Yeah.
He wants to
Big
go
question, like,
rook. Yeah.
do you take it, Tanya, or do you kick this one away before the A pawn disappears?
I would be very tempted to actually try to win the A2 pawn. And the reason is that the E pawns are doubled, right? There's this feeling that how much do you need to go for it right now? So C5, a very attractive option, but then you have to calculate C5. He goes for rook takes pawn. C5, knight D3 was perhaps something that discouraged black to go for it. And now C5 is still in the air. E3 hanging as well. So rook takes pawn.
Takes pawn or a check. One of the 2.
Check king G2.
You cannot trade rooks. Tanya, it's a pawn up for white. Do you think there's any chances that black holds this? The advantage according to the bar is a bit lower than it was before. Maybe because the white knight is still not great and is about to get kicked around. But to my eyes, this looks so good for white, unless black is able to come up with something kind of magical here and now.
And while it's just 1 pawn, I think the reason it looks like that to you, David, is because it's 2 connected passers on the queen side for white, right? And it just feels the 3 versus 2 majority. It's so far away from creating any distractions. Yes, you have a move like rook c3 kicking out that knight, threatening bishop d4 if the knight was to move, but white has an in-betweener. You can give a check on e2 and only then get away, get your knight out of there, saving yourself from any disastrous spins in that position. And I think we're going to see that being played out. And once the king steps forward or on f8, you've got the option of just going knight e5 or knight b4, both options looking tempting to me. And I think you're right, David. These two pawns look very, very scary to deal with. Had one of the extra pawns that black has on the queen side just been on b7 or b6, the f pawn on the other side, I think it's a big defensive chance.
Yeah, 100% agree. And rook c2, I'm really, really shocked by. Like, those pawns weren't moving yet. You also had the option of like giving a check and then coming back to c2, but I mean, guarding your g pawn, maybe even pushing it forward to g4, looks like it was the way. Again, I'm surprised white didn't go for a pawn. I think you could have won a second pawn there, but okay, he's going to be trying to push anyway now, Rasmus Svanne, and it feels like the pawns guide themselves forward.
Yeah.
Surely this is a win, Tanya. Connected pawns, everything we're taught about rook endgames.
This is it. We're going to see that being played out. I mean, these two pawns so much stronger. And I don't know if you saw it on the camera. You could see Yakubboev, he looked to the side. I mean, what a turnaround it's been of his fate in the last two rounds. Completely winning against Dennis in the penultimate round. Going into this one, everything under control. And then suddenly the rook pawn ending, he lands himself in this position where he knows this is technically, objectively, practically lost. And he's just going to find himself out of the race in a situation where, in fact, he would have been in the very race one round to spare.
Yeah, just heartbreaking. That's chess. Such small margins. One slip. It's unlike other sports. Tennis, you can lose, I don't know, one set in a row. You can lose all your points in one set. You can still win the match. In chess, one blunder, that's often enough to ruin a whole tournament. Just one slip up. And here, it's a big decision for Svanne whether to go for a race, whether to push his rook forward and push the pawn. Moving the rook would allow the black king forward, which is currently cut off. But now he's going for, I guess, moving his king across the board here, Tanya, as a winning plan to kick away the black rook.
And that makes a lot of sense. You just march with the king. You could also give a check and start pushing the a pawn forward, but then you have to think about the black king's activity. He's got about 43 seconds to work out which approach he'd want out of the two. He does go in with a check, king e5. Does he continue to push the pawn? He does. And black, can you rely on ideas like king e5, king f4, king e3? There's always a check on e6, and it just feels like white's pawns are so fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would be slightly nervous with white, though. Kind of allowing the f-pawn forward. It still feels a bit tricky to get your pawn through. Okay, the king's going to f3. I'm not so sure this is going to be easy for Svanne. Oh, rook e7 is a very good move. Keeping the black king cut off on this line. And he checks, you run. And maybe black's just a bit too slow. Feels like it might be a one-tempo thing, Tanya, but should be winning.
So you want to push a7 here, would be the understanding, because rook e2 lands into takes, and then f3 comes in with a check, and that just doesn't feel right at all. So don't trade the rooks. He starts with a check. The black king falls back, and you've got to go a7. He does it, come up with the king to d2, and you're 2 moves away now, right? b6, b7. Did you see that? Yakubboev's so frustrated with himself.
And he lets his time run out, Yakubboev. He doesn't hold it. Rasmus Svanne with a smile. He is through to tomorrow. He gets to 7.5 points. And it looks like that might be, wow, I mean, what a moment for him, for the German Grandmaster. That will be enough. It means he'll be facing a very strong opponent in tomorrow's play-ins. We'll talk about that later. But he should be enjoying this moment. Great day of work for him. And he did dominate that game, that last round, Tanya. He did deserve it.
Absolutely. He was always the one who was on the push. He was always the one creating the chances, and he finished that job. And you can just see how much this moment means to Svanne right there. The joy of it. It's been a tough road in the Swiss, but finishing it with 7.5 out of 9 right at the top of the leaderboard alongside Dennis Lazavik. He doesn't need to look into any algorithms, any of the tie breaks. He secures his spot into that knockout and a big breakthrough moment. And that's what's the best part about these freestyle chess qualifiers, right? It really gives the opportunity to these grandmasters, these lesser known names who are so incredibly strong and hungry for such platforms to truly shine.
Yeah, they always say that that kind of rating group, 2600 to 2650, you're in limbo. Too strong for open tournaments, or at least a lot of them, but not quite strong enough for the invites. For the big ones, but Rasmus Svanne earning a shot at, potentially getting to Vegas if he can continue the good form tomorrow. The reason I pull up this board, there's only a few games remaining, but the player with white, Reid Samadov, from Azerbaijan, the IM, he needs a miracle here. He's on the defensive 2 pawns down, but if he wins with white, he jumps up to 7 points. Maybe with his tie breaks has some shots, but Tanya looking like he shouldn't win this with white now.
David, even if he did, we've got our confirmation, by the way, of the top 4 players who make it into the knockout stages for tomorrow. We've got our 4 names confirmed as I see it, and it's going to be Rasmus Swane, Denis Lazavik at 7.5 out of 9. So we know that these 2 are in. And I'm also being informed that it's going to be Pranesh with his tiebreak at 7 out of 9, as well as Kravtsev, who have made it through. David, I believe that this is our final list. We'll get a final confirmation on this, but what appears to be right now that the names highlighted in golden right there or yellow in your screen, I'm not sure which one it is, but these are the golden 4 spots, and these are going to be the 4 players who go through.
Yeah, it looks that way, and many congratulations to them. It was tight at the top. The other players on 7, especially Peter Svidler, it's going to be heartbreak not making it through after such a heroic effort and a long day of chess, we should mention, for the players. But yeah, ultimately, top four, and they did enough. They did what they had to, especially Svane and Lazavik. Very impressive, those clutch moments.
We saw the celebration by Swane afterwards, just how much this meant to him. And I think in chess, you see joy on one side, heartbreak on the other. For Peter Svidler, for Yakubboev, so close yet so far from that top 4 spot. This is the final remaining game. Black still trying to edge this out. But David, with the same color bishop, the king so active, the d pawn moving forward, king e3, d3 coming in. I think this is pretty much job done. And I like this throwing in of the check on e1, making sure that white's king doesn't get too active towards the f5 pawn.
Yeah, big moment here. And maybe you can even just allow the white king to go, move the black king in. Okay, he's racing through now. He's calculated he's in time if white sacrifices the bishop. The black king is just in time to get back to e4 to protect the pawn. This is going to be game over. Resignation, the final game of today in this Swiss. And there we go. It is Bogdan Daniel Deac who wins. He gets to 6.5 out of 9. Very good score. He gets top 10, but not in the top 4. And I think we have it confirmed. There we go, Tanya. It is the 4 you mentioned in gold. Svane, Lazavik, Pranesh, and Kravtsev.
And these 4 will advance into that knockout stage where await 12 of the top grandmasters waiting to fight it out right there. And then we will have the winner of the play-ins who will book their ticket eventually to play in Vegas for the 3rd Grand Slam of the season. David, we're just getting started, and these top 4, they can celebrate, but for not too long, because the real fight, the big dogs are waiting for them tomorrow on the other side. So they do need a good night's rest.
Yeah, they certainly do. They'll be joined by the likes of Vidit, Hans Niemann, Ding Liren, former world champion, Alexander Grishuk, and others. It's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow. But yeah, they'll be full of confidence, at least after today. They'll feel fully fresh and warmed up, especially with freestyle, Tanya. That is all important.
And I think one player who's going to be feeling a lot of confidence going into tomorrow, it's got to be the 17-year-old Denis Lazavik, right? So close in that penultimate round with playing on the edge of the qualification. You just feel like the stars are aligning, like things are working your way when you get a win like that. And then cruising through in the final round with that draw, booking that 7.5 out of 9, a golden spot for that top 4. And of course for Swane as well, a big win. Both these players finish the Swiss with 7.5. And David, I am being told we are going to be joined, in fact, for an interview in just a few moments with Denis Lazavik. We will be back, chat. This is your moment to send in our questions. But before we go into the break, where you're going to be sending in our questions, we've also got a pairings reveal that's about to happen. Now that our 16 players are booked for tomorrow's knockout, let's bring that up. Or not. After the break, I'm being told, chat. We will be back with Denis Lazavik and all the pairings for tomorrow. Send in your questions. We'll be back in just a few.
child will win like this. There was opening play like this, e4, e5. I think first one should be this one. e4, e5, bishop c4. I think we call this bishop opening because next move is queen h5 and to checkmate. And as a beginner, I think a lot of kids will play bishop c5, try to play like white. And here we go queen h5, and some people will think that we're gonna eat this pawn and to protect, and we just take it. I think this is a kind of like opening trap.
And did you ever win a game as a child using this?
Of course, because I think every child will win like this. Yeah, because it's easy, and nowadays if you like teach some like a beginner, and they will also do it.
We have the freestyle drawing challenge. You can either draw your favorite chess piece, you can try and draw the country where you're from, or you can also draw something else you like.
I can't draw though. I have no like spatial awareness. I don't think I'm a good painter.
You guys will see how I'm going to draw, or can I?
That would be nice.
I'm drawing the US map with an oval shape. And then we have this. I told you I can't draw. That's not actually what I envisioned. Okay, so this is supposed to be... No, that's not good. Do I include Hawaii and Alaska?
Sure.
But Hawaii is just somewhere up here. Alaska is somewhere here. I have no like spatial awareness.
I don't think many chess players are so talented. No. Something like that. Approximately where would you be living?
Somewhere around here.
Okay, I'm gonna draw a chess piece.
Okay, very good. On that map, where is like Florida, and you can show us a few cities.
Florida. But Florida is a little bit too far west on this map. Okay, I'll try another one. No, but this is also not good. Okay. Well, this is Florida. It needs to be a bit longer, I guess. Originally, I'm in the East Coast. I'm somewhere on this map here. And now I'm around here.
Amazing. Wow.
That's horrible. The map is the easiest, but it depends if I want to be artistic or not and draw like a piece. Should jut down like this. It goes over. California should be like something like this. It should go up. And then Maine should be right over here. And, okay, it's a bad drawing, but this is much closer than Fabiano for sure. Someone should still be able to tell this is the US.
My thought was that he was supposed to draw France and mark Paris. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I've lived here. I've lived here in Florida. I've lived somewhere up here in New York. I mean, this is terrible, but whatever, it's close enough. I lived in St. Louis, which would be somewhere in the middle, up here towards like all the Great Lakes, somewhere up here. So yeah, it's a couple of places that I've lived in the US. I lived in Seattle, which would be way up here, so it's not perfect, but I think someone will tell based on Florida being down here that it's the US. So I've lived in all these different places.
welcome back, everyone. We are being joined by one of our qualifiers, one of the star players of the day, the young Denis Lazavik, who's impressed us all with his performance, with his composure, with his calmness, an incredible play on the board. Denis, firstly, a warm welcome, a big congratulations. What a day you've had, starting off, having those wins, but then in round 8, anything could have happened. How are you feeling right now, and how would you sum up your performance today in the Swiss?
Thank you. I always think that such tournament is quite random, so I'm happy to be quite enough lucky to win, to qualify, because of course I was completely losing in 8 games, so of course I'm really happy to win and to be here.
And Denis, you say these types of tournaments are quite random, but you always seem to be up there at the top. Whether you qualify or not, you're always there in the mix. What's your secret to kind of always post such consistent performances?
Well, I'm not sure that I'm always on top, but I'm already quite experienced in this online event, so I think I'm playing quite well to be kind of in top sometimes. So even without top players like Magnus, Hikaru, I think I always have some good chances to get like top 3, top 5, something like this.
Indeed, Denis, you've impressed us so much, even in the Champions Chess Tour and all these events. So it's been awesome to watch you. And, we've got our pairings for tomorrow ready. So I think we're about to bring that up because, and get your thoughts on it. I believe, yes, they're on our screen. And tomorrow, Denis, you will be playing in the knockout against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That's the matchup that we've got in our round of 16 right there. So I'm going to throw it to you. Would you played against Maxime before, I believe, in these online, especially in the Champions Chess Tour, if I remember correctly, but you'll check me if I'm wrong. But how do you look forward to this match as it goes into the knockout stage? And how will you be preparing for it?
Yes, he's a good player, but I have some wins against him in both like Speed Chess Championship finals in 2023 and 24. So I will have some chances. I don't know how to prepare for such matches in Fischer. So probably I will just solve some tactics. I don't know, to be in good shape and hope to play some good games. Yeah.
And Denis, it feels like players of your generation are now taking over the world, Gukesh and others. But I just want to ask you, is your dream now to qualify for the World Championship cycle? Are you going to be making a big effort in classical chess, or are you mainly focusing on Blitz, Freestyle, and others right now?
No, I will be happy to, of course, to try to qualify to candidates and the World Championship, but maybe due to some things, it's not so easy now. So it's a bit easier for me to play online, but at some day I hope to fight to gain some ratings in classical, to play European Championship. I have never played it, and to World Cup also. I've never played such tournaments, so of course it will be a new experience for me, and I hope to try it one day.
Dennis, you are an absolute fighter, and we've seen that on the board, and I see it also behind you. You've got a lot of this beautiful trophy cabinet. I would assume, with a ton of medals. Question 1: are they all chess medals? And question 2: there's a little stuffed toy that I see in there. Is that yours as well?
Yeah, it's all chess medals. Of course, I've never played tournaments in some other sports, so it's all chess medals, and I have some toys, some books there. It's just some normal things which everyone probably have.
I do not have so many medals, I will tell you that. So it's awesome to see.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, me neither. And Dennis, just some very quick questions from chat before we let you go. This is from Siddharth Naha. What kept you going against Nodirbek Yakubboev when your position was losing? Did you hope for time trouble? Did you still believe in your chances for a turnaround?
I just was trying to find some moves because I know that it's really hard to win a winning position, especially when you have little time. So of course you never want to resign, and you try to play as many moves as possible. So, and when you have like 10 seconds, you don't think about, oh, should I resign or should I not resign. You just try to play and hope for something. I don't know.
Yeah, and that kind of just comes back to that question of being a fighter on the board. So I think you did just that of keeping the game going one move at a time, and it all worked out in the end. We have one more last question. I know you've had a long day, so we'll keep this the final one. It's also a chat question, and I think this was something that David and I also spoke about, Dennis, in the broadcast. Just we've seen you. In the Champions Chess Tour, we've commentated on that as well. And then in this event, just you have this incredible calm demeanor and you look so composed, whatever is happening on the board, whatever the result is. So the question from our chat is that how do you manage your emotions, during these high critical tense moments when the clock is ticking so low as well and the pressure is on?
I think it's not so hard when you are not so emotional. I know that probably some players they maybe that not also not so emotional, but they want to show some emotion to be like, I don't know how to say, but I just focusing on games. So sometimes when I'm blundering, I could be emotional, but like today I don't remember any stuff like this. So all games was quite smoothly. So I mean I didn't blunder in one move. So they like Nodirbek outplayed me, for example, but it was a long game uh, without big like ups and downs. So I'm not overall so emotional. So it's not a problem for me.
So then, Dennis, is it safe to assume that you've never smashed a table?
Oh, I can do it, but maybe.
All right, Dennis. Well, it was awesome to see you. Sorry.
Yeah.
It was awesome to have you with us, Dennis, and it was awesome to see your performance and your fighting spirit in difficult moments today. And you've earned your spot into the knockouts tomorrow. We look forward to seeing you in action against Maxime. Congratulations and thank you for joining us. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Dennis Lazavik there with a monstrous 7.5 out of 9 in the Swiss stage, qualifies and will be joining one of the 4 players today to make it to the top 4. Will be joining the 12 other players. And David, this is our bracket for the knockout. These 16 players will be fighting for that one ticket, that one spot to Vegas. We've got our matchups going on. And David, maybe just quickly tell us, which one stands out to you? Which one promises the most fireworks? Which one are you most excited to watch tomorrow?
Oh, that's difficult. This is 8 matches, 16 players. That there's going to be drama on the board. That's guaranteed. There's going to be some very high quality chess. I'm just going to highlight one match. Rasmus Svana, who qualified today, 7.5 out of 9. We saw his final game. Very, very impressive play. He faces Hans Niemann. Maybe it's because I just can't wait to see Hans Niemann play, enter the fray here. Hans always plays really unexpected moves, very complex positions. But Rasmus, his reward for today is Hans. And I can't wait to see Ding Liren as well in action against Grishuk. I know I said one match, Tanya, but those are probably my 2 favorites to follow. Ding, one of my favorite players, and Grishuk, a legend.
I can't blame you for that. I mean, I'm surprised you stopped at only 2. I mean, these are some incredibly juicy matchups. You know, look at that. We've got big fish Vladimir Fedosiev also taking on young Prani. I will tell you about Pranesh. He is so excited about these opportunities. It means so much to the youngster. He doesn't get too many of those, you know. Often there are all the other Indian young talents as well. So being overshadowed by so many big names, but he's playing against another big name tomorrow, a player who's really shown what he's capable of, just the domination that he has in these formats. In online chess, he's been an absolute beast. Fedosiev has. We got Maxime versus Denis, another big firecracker of a matchup. We got Jan Krzysztof Duda playing against Asipenko. It's going to be an awesome day of chess, David. And before we wrap up and say goodbye to chat, what was the highlight for you today? What was the big takeaway from day 1 of the Swiss?
Oof. For anyone who wasn't here earlier, go check out Peter Svidler's early games. His smothered mate with black especially. There were smothered mates all over the shop, Tanya. So for me, it was just the tactics on the board. It was the games, the openings, and the tricks involved. How about you? What was the highlight?
Well, the highlight for me, apart from being here commentating on all of this alongside you, David, and with our awesome chat, I think it's just this one big takeaway, and it's something that Dennis as well touched upon, just this ability to keep the game going, right? Keep fighting. We remember that rook down draw that Leon Mendonça had, right? Which was insane. Then the big turnarounds that we saw, Svidler getting the win, Dennis getting the win against Yakubboev from hopeless positions. So there's always hope till it's over. And I think that was my big takeaway, to keep playing, keep fighting, and keep watching chess, because chat, we will be back tomorrow. This is just getting started. You know, this is the base camp of the big mountain that these players have to climb, 16 of them for that one spot. It's all about Vegas. David and I will be back tomorrow with all the action of the big knockouts. There will be Hans Niemann in the fight. There will be Vidit Gujarati. There will be Ding Liren. There'll be 16 great players. And we guys will be here with you. We'll see you then. It's a good night from us.